Fields of Threats in Anarchy, State, and Utopia, p. 35. 11. Guerrilla War. Resistance to military occupation. A partisan attack. Surprise is the essential feature of guerrilla war, thus the ambush is the classic guerrilla tactic. It is also, of course, a tactic in conventional war. The concealment and camouflage that it involves, though they were once repugnant to officers and gentlemen, have long been regarded as legitimate forms of combat. But there is one kind of ambush that is not legitimate in conventional war and that places in sharp focus the moral difficulties guerrillas and their enemies regularly encounter. This is the ambush prepared behind political or moral rather than natural cover. An example is provided by Captain Helmut Tausend, of the German Army, in Marcel Ophel's documentary film The Sorrow and the Pity. Tausend tells of a platoon of soldiers on a march through the French countryside during the years of the German occupation. They passed a group of young men, French peasants, or so it seemed, digging potatoes. But these were not in fact peasants, they were members of the resistance. As the Germans marched by, the peasants dropped their shovels, picked up guns hidden in the field, and opened fire. 14 of the soldiers were hit. Years later, their captain was still indignant. "You call that partisan resistance? I don't. Partisans for me are men that can be identified, men who wear a special armband or a cap, something with which to recognize them." What happened in that potato field was murder. 1. The captain's argument about armbands and caps is simply a citation from the International Law of War, from the Hague and Geneva Conventions, and I shall have more to say about it later on. It is important to stress first that the partisans had here taken on a double disguise. They were disguised as peaceful peasants and also as Frenchmen, that is, citizens of a state that had surrendered, for whom the war was over, just as guerrillas in a revolutionary struggle disguise themselves as unarmed civilians and also as loyal citizens of a state that is not at war at all. It was because of this second disguise that the ambush was so perfect. The Germans thought they were in a rear area, not at the front, and so they were not battle-ready, they were not preceded by a scouting party, they were not suspicious of the young men in the field. The surprise achieved by the partisans was of a kind virtually impossible in actual combat. It derived from what might be called the protective coloration of national surrender, and its effect was obviously to erode the moral and legal understandings upon which surrender rests. Surrender is an explicit agreement and exchange. The individual soldier promises to stop fighting in exchange for benevolent quarantine for the duration of the war. A government promises that its citizens will stop fighting in exchange for the restoration of ordinary public life. The precise conditions of benevolent quarantine and public life are specified in the law books. I need not go into them here. Point 2. The obligations of individuals are also specified. They may try to escape from the prison camp or to flee occupied territory, and if they succeed in their escape or flight, they are free to fight again, they have regained their war rights. But they may not resist their quarantine or occupation. If a prisoner kills a guard in the course of his escape, the act is murder. If the citizens of a defeated country attack the occupation authorities, the act has, or once had, an even grimmer name. It is, or was, war treason, or war rebellion, a breaking of political faith, punishable, like the ordinary treason of rebels and spies, by death. But traitor does not seem the right name for those French partisans. Indeed, it is precisely their experience, and that of other guerrilla fighters in World War II, that has led to the virtual disappearance of war treason from the law books and of the idea of breaking faith from our moral discussions of wartime resistance, and of peacetime rebellion also, when it is directed against alien or colonial rule. We tend to deny, today, that individuals are automatically subsumed by the decisions of their government or the fate of its armies. We have come to understand the moral commitment they may feel to defend their homeland and their political community, even after the war is officially over. 3. A prisoner of war, after all, knows that the fighting will go on despite his own capture, his government is in place, his country is still being defended. But after national surrender the case is different, and if there are still values worth defending, no one can defend them except ordinary men and women, citizens with no political or legal standing. I suppose it is some general sense that there are such values, or often are, that leads us to grant these men and women a kind of moral authority. But though this grant reflects new and valuable democratic sensibilities, it also raises serious questions. For if citizens of a defeated state still have a right to fight, what is the meaning of surrender? And what obligations can be imposed on conquering armies? There can be no ordinary public life in occupied territory if the occupation authorities are subject to attack at any time and at the hands of any citizen. And ordinary life is a value, too. It is what most of the citizens of a defeated country most ardently hope for. The heroes of the resistance put it in jeopardy, and we must weigh the risks they impose on others in order to understand the risks they must accept themselves. Moreover, if the authorities actually do aim at the restoration of everyday peacefulness, they seem entitled to enjoy the security they provide, and then they must also be entitled to regard armed resistance as a criminal activity. So the story with which I began might end this way. In the film it has no end. The surviving soldiers rally and fight back, some of the partisans are captured, tried as murderers, condemned, and executed. We would not, I think, add those executions to the list of Nazi war crimes. At the same time, we would not join in the condemnation. So the situation can be summed up: resistance is legitimate, and the punishment of resistance is legitimate. That may seem like a simple standoff and an abdication of ethical judgment. It is actually a precise reflection of the moral realities of military defeat. I want to stress again that our understanding of these realities has nothing to do with our view of the two sides. We can deplore the resistance, without calling the partisans traitors; we can hate the occupation, without calling the execution of the partisans a crime. If we alter the story or add to it, of course, the case is changed. If the occupation authorities do not live up to their obligations under the surrender agreement, they lose their entitlements. And once the guerrilla struggle has reached a certain point of seriousness and intensity, we may decide that the war has effectively been renewed, notice has been given, the front has been re-established, even if it is not a line, and soldiers no longer have a right to be surprised even by a surprise attack. Then guerrillas captured by the authorities must be treated as prisoners of war, provided, that is, they have themselves fought in accordance with the war convention. But guerrillas don't fight that way. Their struggle is subversive not merely with reference to the occupation or to their own government, but with reference to the war convention itself. Wearing peasant clothes and hiding among the civilian population, they challenge the most fundamental principle of the rules of war. For it is the purpose of those rules to specify for each individual a single identity: he must be either a soldier or a civilian. The British Manual of Military Law makes the point with special clarity: both these classes have distinct privileges, duties, and disabilities. An individual must definitely choose to belong to one class or the other, and shall not be permitted to enjoy the privileges of both. In particular, an individual shall not be allowed to kill or wound members of the army of the opposed nation, and subsequently, if captured or in danger of life, pretend to be a peaceful citizen. For that is what guerrillas do, however, or sometimes do. So we can imagine another conclusion to the story of the partisan attack. The partisans successfully disengage, disperse to their homes, and go about their ordinary business. When German troops come to the village that night, they cannot distinguish the guerrilla fighters from any other of the villagers. What do they do then? If, through searches and interrogations, police, not soldiers, work, they seize one of the partisans, should they treat him as a captured criminal or a prisoner of war, leaving aside now the problems of surrender and resistance? And if they seize no one, can they punish the whole village? If the partisans don't maintain the distinction of soldiers and civilians, why should they? The rights of guerrilla fighters. As this example suggests, the guerrillas don't subvert the war convention by themselves attacking civilians; at least, it is not a necessary feature of their struggle that they do that. Instead, they invite their enemies to do it. By refusing to accept a single identity, they seek to make it impossible for their enemies to accord to combatants and non-combatants their distinct privileges and disabilities. The political creed of the guerrillas is essentially a defense of this refusal. The people, they say, are no longer being defended by an army. The only army in the field is the army of the oppressors. The people are defending themselves. Guerrilla war is people's war, a special form of the levy en masse, authorized from below. The War of Liberation, according to a pamphlet of the Vietnamese National Liberation Front, is fought by the people themselves. The entire people are the driving force. Not only the peasants in their rural areas, but the workers and laborers in the city, along with intellectuals, students, and businessmen have gone to fight the enemy. 5. And the NLF drove the point home by naming its paramilitary forces Dan Quan, literally, civilian soldiers. The guerrilla's self-image is not of a solitary fighter hiding among the people, but of a whole people mobilized for war, himself a loyal member, one among many. If you want to fight against us, the guerrillas say, you are going to have to fight civilians, for you are not at war with an army but with a nation. Therefore, you should not fight at all, and if you do, you are the barbarians, killing women and children. In fact, the guerrillas mobilize only a small part of the nation, a very small part, when they first begin their attacks. They depend upon the counterattacks of their enemies to mobilize the rest. Their strategy is framed in terms of the war convention. They seek to place the onus of indiscriminate warfare on the opposing army. The guerrillas themselves have to discriminate, if only to prove that they are really soldiers, and not enemies, of the people. It is also, and perhaps more importantly, true that it is relatively easy for them to make the relevant discriminations. I don't mean that guerrillas never engage in terrorist campaigns, even against their fellow countrymen, or that they never take hostages or burn villages. They do all those things, though they generally do less of them than the anti-guerrilla forces. For the guerrillas know who their enemies are, and they know where they are. They fight in small groups, with small arms, at close quarters, and the soldiers they fight against wear uniforms. Even when they kill civilians, they are able to make distinctions. They aim at well-known officials, notorious collaborators, and so on. If the entire people are not really the driving force, they are also not the objects of guerrilla attack. For this reason, guerrilla leaders and publicists are able to stress the moral quality not only of the goals they seek but also of the means they employ. Consider for a moment Mao Zedong's famous 8 points for attention. Mao is by no means committed to the notion of non-combatant immunity, as we shall see, but he writes as if, in the China of the warlords and the Kuomintang, only the communists respect the lives and property of the people. The 8 points are meant to mark off the guerrillas first of all from their predecessors, the bandits of traditional China, and then from their present enemies, who ravage the countryside. They suggest how the military virtues can be radically simplified for a democratic age. Point 6. Speak politely. Pay fairly for what you buy. Return everything you borrow. Pay for anything you damage. Do not hit or swear at people. Do not damage crops. Do not take liberties with women. Do not ill-treat captives. The last of these is particularly problematic, for in the conditions of guerrilla war it must often involve releasing prisoners, something most guerrillas are no doubt loath to do. Yet it is at least sometimes done, as an account of the Cuban Revolution, originally published in the Marine Corps Gazette, suggests. 7. That same evening, I watched the surrender of hundreds of Batischanos from a small town garrison. They were gathered within a hollow square of rebel Tommy gunners and harangued by Raúl Castro. We hope that you will stay with us and fight against the master who so ill-used you. If you decide to refuse this invitation, and I am not going to repeat it, you will be delivered to the custody of the Cuban Red Cross tomorrow. Once you are under Batista's orders again, we hope that you will not take arms against us. But, if you do, remember this. We took you this time. We can take you again. And when we do, we will not frighten or torture or kill you. If you are captured a second time or even a third we will again return you exactly as we are doing now. Even when guerrillas behave this way, however, it is not clear that they are themselves entitled to prisoner of war status when captured, or that they have any war rights at all. For if they don't make war on non-combatants, it also appears that they don't make war on soldiers. What happened in that potato field was murder. They attack stealthily, deviously, without warning, and in disguise. They violate the implicit trust upon which the war convention rests. Soldiers must feel safe among civilians if civilians are ever to be safe from soldiers. It is not the case, as Mao once suggested, that guerrillas are to civilians as fish to the ocean. The actual relation is rather of fish to other fish, and the guerrillas are as likely to appear among the minnows as among the sharks. That, at least, is the paradigmatic form of guerrilla war. I should add that it is not the form such war always or necessarily takes. The discipline and mobility required of guerrilla fighters often preclude a domestic retreat. Their main forces commonly operate out of base camps located in remote areas of the country. And, curiously enough, as the guerrilla units grow larger and more stable, their members are likely to put on uniforms. Tito's partisans in Yugoslavia, for example, wore distinctive dress, and this was apparently no disadvantage in the kind of war they fought. 8 All the evidence suggests that quite apart from the rules of war, guerrillas, like other soldiers, prefer to wear uniforms. It enhances their sense of membership and solidarity. In any case, soldiers attacked by a guerrilla main force know who their enemies are as soon as the attack begins. Ambushed by uniformed men, they would know no sooner. When the guerrillas melt away after such an attack, they more often disappear into jungles or mountains than into villages, a retreat that raises no moral problems. Battles of this sort can readily be assimilated to the irregular combat of army units like Wingate's Chindits or Merrill's Marauders in World War II. 9 But this is not what most people have in mind when they talk about guerrilla war. The paradigm worked out by guerrilla publicists, together with their enemies, focuses precisely on what is morally difficult about guerrilla war and also, as we shall see, about anti-guerrilla war. In order to deal with these difficulties, I shall simply accept the paradigm and treat guerrillas as they ask to be treated, as fish among the ocean's fish. What then are their war rights? The legal rules are simple and clear-cut, though not without their own problems. To be eligible for the war rights of soldiers, guerrilla fighters must wear a fixed distinctive sign visible at a distance and must carry their arms openly. 10 It is possible to worry at length about the precise meaning of distinctiveness, fixity, and openness, but I do not think we would learn a great deal by doing so. In fact, these requirements are often suspended, particularly in the interesting case of a popular rising to repel invasion or resist foreign tyranny. When the people rise en masse, they are not required to put on uniforms. Nor will they carry arms openly, if they fight, as they usually do, from ambush, hiding themselves. They can hardly be expected to display their weapons. Francis Lieber, in one of the earliest legal studies of guerrilla war, cites the case of the Greek rebellion against Turkey, where the Turkish government killed or enslaved all prisoners, but I take it, he writes, that a civilized government would not have allowed the fact that the Greeks carried on mountain guerrilla war to influence its conduct toward prisoners. 11. The key moral issue, which the law gets at only imperfectly, does not have to do with distinctive dress or visible weapons, but with the use of civilian clothing as a ruse and a disguise. The French partisan attack perfectly illustrates this, and it has to be said, I think, that the killing of those German soldiers was more like assassination than war. That is not because of the surprise, simply, but because of the kind and degree of deceit involved, the same sort of deceit that is involved when a public official or party leader is shot down by some political enemy who has taken on the appearance of a friend and supporter or of a harmless passerby. Now it may be the case I am more than open to the suggestion that the German army in France had attacked civilians in ways that justified the assassination of individual soldiers, just as it may be the case that the public official or party leader is a brutal tyrant who deserves to die. But assassins cannot claim the protection of the rules of war, they are engaged in a different activity. Most of the other enterprises for which guerrillas require civilian disguise are also different. These include all the possible varieties of espionage and sabotage. They can best be understood by comparing them to acts carried out behind enemy lines by the secret agents of conventional armies. It is widely agreed that such agents possess no war rights, even if their cause is just. They know the risks their efforts entail, and I see no reason to describe the risks of guerrillas engaged in similar projects any differently. Guerrilla leaders claim war rights for all their followers, but it makes sense to distinguish, if this is possible, between those guerrillas who use civilian dress as a ruse and those who depend upon camouflage, the cover of darkness, tactical surprise, and so on. The issues posed by the guerrilla war paradigm, however, are not resolved by this distinction. For guerrillas don't merely fight as civilians, they fight among civilians, and this in two senses. First, their day-to-day existence is much more closely connected with the day-to-day existence of the people around them than is ever the case with conventional armies. They live with the people they claim to defend, whereas conventional troops are usually billeted with civilians only after the war or the battle is over. And second, they fight where they live. Their military positions are not bases, posts, camps, forts, or strongholds, but villages. Hence they are radically dependent on the villagers, even when they don't succeed in mobilizing them for people's war. Now, every army depends upon the civilian population of its home country for supplies, recruits, and political support. But this dependence is usually indirect, mediated by the bureaucratic apparatus of the state or the exchange system of the economy. So food is passed from the farmer to the marketing co-op, to the food processing plant, to the trucking company, to the army commissary. But in guerrilla war, the dependence is immediate. The farmer hands the food to the guerrilla, and whether it is received as a tax or paid for in accordance with Mao's second point for attention, the relation between the two men is face to face. Similarly, an ordinary citizen may vote for a political party that in turn supports the war effort and whose leaders are called in for military briefings. But in guerrilla war, the support a civilian provides is far more direct. He doesn't need to be briefed, he already knows the most important military secret, he knows who the guerrillas are. If he doesn't keep this information to himself, the guerrillas are lost. Their enemies say that the guerrillas rely on terror to win the support or at least the silence of the villagers. But it seems more likely that when they have significant popular support, which they don't always have, they have it for other reasons. Violence may explain the cooperation of a few individuals, writes an American student of the Vietnamese War, but it cannot explain the cooperation of a whole social class, the peasantry. 12 If the killing of civilians were sufficient to win civilian support, the guerrillas would always be at a disadvantage, for their enemies possess far more firepower than they do. But killing will work against the killer unless he has already preempted a large part of the population and then limits his acts of violence to a sharply defined minority. When the guerrillas succeed, then, in fighting among the people, it is best to assume that they have some serious political support among the people. The people, or some of them, are complicitous in guerrilla war, and the war would be impossible without their complicity. That doesn't mean that they seek out opportunities to help. Even when he sympathizes with the goal of the guerrillas, we can assume that the average civilian would rather vote for them than hide them in his house. But guerrilla war makes for enforced intimacies, and the people are drawn into it in a new way even though the services they provide are nothing more than functional equivalents of the services civilians have always provided for soldiers. For the intimacy is itself an additional service, which has no functional equivalent. Whereas soldiers are supposed to protect the civilians who stand behind them, guerrillas are protected by the civilians among whom they stand. But the fact that they accept this protection, and depend upon it, doesn't seem to me to deprive the guerrillas of their war rights. Indeed, it is more plausible to make exactly the opposite argument, that the war rights the people would have were they to rise en masse are passed on to the irregular fighters they support and protect, assuming that the support, at least, is voluntary. For soldiers acquire war rights not as individual warriors but as political instruments, servants of a community that in turn provides services for its soldiers. Guerrillas take on a similar identity whenever they stand in a similar or equivalent relationship, that is, whenever the people are helpful and complicitous in the ways I have described. When the people do not provide this recognition and support, guerrillas acquire no war rights, and their enemies may rightly treat them when captured as bandits or criminals. But any significant degree of popular support entitles the guerrillas to the benevolent quarantine customarily offered prisoners of war, unless they are guilty of specific acts of assassination or sabotage, for which soldiers, too, can be punished. B. This argument clearly establishes the rights of the guerrillas. It raises the most serious questions, however, about the rights of the people, and these are the crucial questions of guerrilla war. The intimacies of the struggle expose the people in a new way to the risks of combat. In practice, the nature of this exposure, and its degree, are going to be determined by the government and its allies. So the burdens of decision are shifted by the guerrillas onto their enemies. It is their enemies who must weigh, as we must, the moral significance of the popular support the guerrillas both enjoy and exploit. One can hardly fight against men and women who themselves fight among civilians without endangering civilian lives. Have these civilians forfeited their immunity? Or do they, despite their wartime complicity, still have rights vis-a-vis the anti-guerrilla forces? The rights of civilian supporters. If civilians had no rights at all, or were thought to have none, it would be a small benefit to hide among them. In a sense, then, the advantages the guerrillas seek depend upon the scruples of their enemies, though there are other advantages to be had if their enemies are unscrupulous. That is why anti-guerrilla warfare is so difficult. I shall want to argue that these scruples in fact have a moral basis, but it is worth suggesting first that they also have a strategic basis. It is always in the interest of the anti-guerrilla forces to insist upon the soldier/civilian distinction, even when the guerrillas act, as they always will if they can, so as to blur the line. All the handbooks on counterinsurgency make the same argument. What is necessary is to isolate the guerrillas from the civilian population, to cut them off from their protection, and at the same time to shield civilians from the fighting. Point 13. The last point is more important in guerrilla than in conventional war, for in conventional war one assumes the hostility of enemy civilians, while in a guerrilla struggle one must seek their sympathy and support. Guerrilla war is a political, even an ideological conflict. Our kingdoms lay in each man's mind, wrote T.E. Lawrence of the Arab guerrillas he led in World War I. A province would be won when we had taught the civilians in it to die for our ideal of freedom. 14. And it can be won back only if those same civilians are taught to live for some counter-ideal, or in the case of a military occupation, to acquiesce in the re-establishment of order and ordinary life. That is what is meant when it is said that the battle is for the hearts and minds of the people. And one cannot triumph in such a battle by treating the people as so many enemies to be attacked and killed along with the guerrillas who live among them. But what if the guerrillas cannot be isolated from the people? What if the levée en masse is a reality and not merely a piece of propaganda? Characteristically, the military handbooks neither pose nor answer such questions. There is, however, a moral argument to be made if this point is reached. The anti-guerrilla war can then no longer be fought, and not just because, from a strategic point of view, it can no longer be won. It cannot be fought because it is no longer an anti-guerrilla but an anti-social war, a war against an entire people, in which no distinctions would be possible in the actual fighting. But this is the limiting case of guerrilla war. In fact, the rights of the people come into play earlier on, and I must try now to give them some plausible definition. Consider again the case of the partisan attack in occupied France. If, after the ambush, the partisans hide in a nearby peasant village, what are the rights of the peasants among whom they hide? German soldiers arrive that night, let's say, seeking the men and women directly involved or implicated in the ambush and looking also for some way of preventing future attacks. The civilians they encounter are hostile, but that doesn't make them enemies in the sense of the war convention, for they don't actually resist the efforts of the soldiers. They behave exactly as citizens sometimes do in the face of police interrogations. They are passive, blank, evasive. We must imagine a domestic state of emergency and ask how the police might legitimately respond to such hostility. Soldiers can do no more when what they are doing is police work, for the status of the hostile civilians is no different. Interrogations, searches, seizures of property, curfews, all these seem to be commonly accepted. I will not try to explain why, but not the torture of suspects or the taking of hostages or the internment of men and women who are or might be innocent. 15 Civilians still have rights in such circumstances. If their liberty can be temporarily abridged in a variety of ways, it is not entirely forfeit, nor are their lives at risk. The argument would be much harder, however, had the troops been ambushed as they marched through the village itself, shot at from the cover of peasant homes and barns. To understand what happens then, we must look at another historical example. The American rules of engagement in Vietnam. Here is a typical incident of the Vietnam War. An American unit moving along Route 18 in Long An Province received small arms fire from a village, and in reply the tactical commander called for artillery and air strikes on the village itself, resulting in heavy civilian casualties and extensive physical destruction. Something like this must have happened hundreds, even thousands of times. The bombing and strafing of peasant villages was a common tactic of the American forces. It is a matter of special interest to us that it was permitted by the U.S. Army's rules of engagement, worked out, so it was said, to isolate the guerrillas and minimize civilian casualties. The attack on the village near Route 18 looks as if it was intended to minimize only Army casualties. It looks like another instance of a practice I have already examined, the indiscriminate use of modern firepower to save soldiers from trouble and risk. But in this case, the trouble and risk are of a sort very different from anything encountered on the front line of a conventional war. It is most unlikely that an army patrol moving into the village would have been able to locate and destroy an enemy position. The soldiers would have found a village, its population sullen and silent, the guerrilla fighters hiding, the guerrilla fortifications indistinguishable from the homes and shelters of the villagers. They might have drawn hostile fire. More likely, they would have lost men to mines and booby traps, the exact location of which everyone in the village knew and no one would reveal. Under such circumstances, it was not difficult for soldiers to convince themselves that the village was a military stronghold and a legitimate target. And if it was known to be a stronghold, surely it could be attacked, like any other enemy position, even before hostile fire was encountered. In fact, this became American policy quite early in the war. Villages from which hostile fire might reasonably be expected were shelled and bombed before soldiers moved in, and even if no movement was planned. But then how does one minimize civilian casualties, let alone win over the civilian population? It was to answer this question that the rules of engagement were developed. The crucial point of the rules, as they are described by the journalist Jonathan Schell, was that civilians were to be given warning in advance of the destruction of their villages, so that they could break with the guerrillas, expel them, or leave themselves. 17 The goal was to force the separation of combatants and non-combatants, and the means was terror. Enormous risk was attached to complicity in guerrilla war, but this was a risk that could only be imposed on whole villages. No further differentiation was possible. It is not the case that civilians were held hostage for the activities of the guerrillas. Rather, they were held responsible for their own activity, even when this activity was not overtly military. The fact that the activity sometimes was overtly military, that 10-year-old children threw hand grenades at American soldiers, the incidence of such attacks was probably exaggerated by the soldiers, in part to justify their own conduct toward civilians, blurs the nature of this responsibility. But it has to be stressed that a village was regarded as hostile not because its women and children were prepared to fight, but because they were not prepared to deny material support to the guerrillas or to reveal their whereabouts or the location of their mines and booby traps. These were the rules of engagement. 1. A village could be bombed or shelled without warning if American troops had received fire from within it. The villagers were presumed able to prevent the use of their village as a fire base, and whether or not they actually were able, they certainly knew in advance whether it would be so used. In any case, The shooting itself was a warning, since return fire was to be expected, though it is unlikely that the villagers expected the response to be as disproportionate as it usually was, until the pattern had become familiar. 2. Any village known to be hostile could be bombed or shelled if its inhabitants were warned in advance, either by the dropping of leaflets or by helicopter loudspeaker. These warnings were of two sorts. Sometimes they were specific in character, delivered immediately before an attack, so that the villagers only just had time to leave, and then the guerrillas could leave with them, or they were general, describing the attack that might come if the villagers did not expel the guerrillas. The U.S. Marines will not hesitate to destroy immediately any village or hamlet harboring the Viet Cong. The choice is yours. If you refuse to let the Viet Cong use your villages and hamlets as their battlefield, your homes and your lives will be saved. And if not, not. Despite the emphasis on choice, this is not quite a liberal pronouncement, for the choice in question is very much a collective one. Exodus, of course, remained an individual option. People could move out of villages where the Viet Cong had established itself, taking refuge with relatives in other villages, or in the cities, or in government-run camps. Most often, however, they did this only after the bombing had begun, either because they did not understand the warnings, or did not believe them, or simply hoped desperately that their own homes would somehow be spared. Hence it was sometimes thought humane to dispense with choice altogether and forcibly to deport villagers from areas that were considered under enemy control. Then the third rule of engagement went into effect. 3. Once the civilian population had been moved out, the village and surrounding country might be declared a free fire zone that could be bombed and shelled at will. It was assumed that anyone still living in the area was a guerrilla or a hardened guerrilla supporter. Deportation had stripped away civilian cover as defoliation stripped away natural cover, and left the enemy exposed. 18. In considering these rules, the first thing to note is that they were radically ineffective. My investigation disclosed, writes Shell, that the procedures for applying these restraints were modified or twisted or ignored to such an extent that in practice the restraints evaporated entirely. 19. Often, in fact, no warning was given, or the leaflets were of little help to villagers who could not read, or the forcible evacuation left large numbers of civilians behind, or no adequate provision was made for the deported families and they drifted back to their homes and farms. None of this, of course, would reflect on the value of the rules themselves, unless the ineffectiveness were somehow intrinsic to them or to the situation in which they were applied. This was clearly the case in Vietnam. For where the guerrillas have significant popular support and have established a political apparatus in the villages, it is unrealistic to think that the villagers will or can expel them. This has nothing to do with the virtues of guerrilla rule. It would have been equally unrealistic to think that German workers, though their homes were bombed and their families killed, would overthrow the Nazis. Hence the only protection the rules provide is in advising or enforcing the departure not of guerrillas from peaceful villages but of civilians from what is likely to become a battlefield. Now, in a conventional war, removing civilians from a battlefield is clearly a good thing to do. Positive international law requires it wherever possible. Similarly, in the case of a besieged city, civilians must be allowed to leave, and if they refuse, so I have argued, they can be attacked along with the defending soldiers. But a battlefield and a city are determinate areas, and a battle and a siege are, usually, of limited duration. Civilians move out, then they move back. Guerrilla war is likely to be very different. The battlefield extends over much of the country and the struggle is, as Mao has written, protracted. Here the proper analogy is not to the siege of a city but to the blockade or strategic devastation of a much wider area. The policy underlying the American rules of engagement actually envisaged the uprooting and resettlement of a very substantial part of the rural population of Vietnam, millions of men, women, and children. But that is an incredible task, and, leaving aside for the moment the likely criminality of the project, there was never more than a pretense that sufficient resources would be made available to accomplish it. It was inevitable then, and it was known to be inevitable, that civilians would be living in the villages that were shelled and bombed. What happened is quickly described. 20. In August 1967, during Operation Benton, the pacification camps became so full that army units were ordered not to generate any more refugees. The army complied. But search and destroy operations continued. Only now the peasants were not warned before an air strike was called on their village. They were killed in their villages because there was no room for them in the swamp pacification camps. I should add that this sort of thing doesn't always happen, even in anti-guerrilla war, though the policy of forced resettlement or concentration, from its origins in the Cuban insurgency and the Boer War, has rarely been carried out in a humane manner or with adequate resources. 21 But one can find counter-examples. In Malaya, in the early 1950s, where the guerrillas had the support of only a relatively small part of the rural population, a limited resettlement, to new villages, not concentration camps, seems to have worked. At any rate, it has been said that after the fighting was over, few of the resettled villagers wanted to return to their former homes. 22 That is not a sufficient criterion of moral success, but it is one sign of a permissible program. Since governments are generally thought to be entitled to resettle relatively small numbers of their own citizens for the sake of some commonly accepted social purpose, the policy cannot be ruled out altogether in time of guerrilla war. But unless the numbers are restricted, it will be difficult to make the case for common acceptance. And here, as in peacetime, there is some requirement to provide adequate economic support and comparable living space. In Vietnam, that was never possible. The scope of the war was too wide, new villages could not be built, the camps were dismal, and hundreds of thousands of displaced peasants crowded into the cities, forming there a new lumpen proletariat, miserable, sick, jobless, or quickly exploited in ill-paid and menial jobs or as servants, prostitutes, and so on. Even had all this worked, in the limited sense that civilian deaths had been avoided, the rules of engagement and the policy they embodied could hardly be defended. It seems to violate even the principle of proportionality, which is by no means easy to do, as we have seen again and again, since the values against which destruction and suffering are to be measured are so readily inflated. But in this case, the argument is clear, for the defense of resettlement comes down finally to a claim something like that made by an American officer with reference to the town of Ben Tre: we had to destroy the town in order to save it. 23 In order to save Vietnam, we had to destroy the rural culture and the village society of the Vietnamese. Surely the equation does not work and the policy cannot be approved, at least in the context of the Vietnamese struggle itself. One can always shift, I suppose, to the higher mathematics of international statecraft. But the rules of engagement raise a more interesting question. Suppose that civilians, duly warned, not only refuse to expel the guerrillas but also refuse to leave themselves. Can they be attacked and killed, as the rules imply? What are their rights? They can certainly be exposed to risks, for battles are likely to be fought in their villages. And the risks they must live with will be considerably greater than those of conventional combat. The increased risk results from the intimacies I have already described. I would suggest now that it is the only result of those intimacies, at least in the moral realm. It is serious enough. Anti-guerrilla war is a terrible strain on conventional troops, and even if they are both disciplined and careful, as they should be, civilians are certain to die at their hands. A soldier who, once he is engaged, simply fires at every male villager between the ages of 15 and 50, say, is probably justified in doing so, as he would not be in an ordinary firefight. The innocent deaths that result from this kind of fighting are the responsibility of the guerrillas and their civilian supporters. The soldiers are cleared by the doctrine of double effect. It has to be stressed, however, that the supporters themselves, so long as they give only political support, are not legitimate targets, either as a group or as distinguishable individuals. Conceivably, some of them can be charged with complicity, not in guerrilla war generally but, in particular acts of assassination and sabotage. But charges of that sort must be proved before some sort of judicial tribunal. So far as combat goes, these people cannot be shot on sight, when no firefight is in progress, nor can their villages be attacked merely because they might be used as fire bases or because it is expected that they will be used, nor can they be randomly bombed and shelled, even after warning has been given. The American rules have only the appearance of recognizing and attending to the combatant/non-combatant distinction. In fact, they set up a new distinction, between loyal and disloyal, or friendly and hostile non-combatants. The same dichotomy can be seen at work in the claims American soldiers made about the villages they attacked. This place is almost entire VC controlled, or pro-V.C. We consider just about everyone here to be a hardcore VC, or at least some kind of supporter. 24 It is not the military activities of the villagers that are being stressed in statements of this sort, but their political allegiance. Even with reference to that, the statements are palpably false, since at least some of the villagers are children who cannot be said to have any allegiance at all. In any case, as I have already argued in the example of the villagers of occupied France, political hostility does not make people enemies in the sense of the War Convention. If it did, there would be no civilian immunity at all, except when wars were fought in neutral countries. They have done nothing to forfeit their right to life, and that right must be respected as best it can be in the course of attacks against the irregular fighters the villagers both resemble and harbor. It is important to say something now about the possible shape of those attacks. Though I cannot talk about them like a military strategist, I can only report on some of the things that strategists say. Bombing and shelling from a distance have undoubtedly been defended in terms of military necessity. But that is as bad an argument strategically as it is morally. For there are other and more effective ways of fighting. Thus a British expert on counterinsurgency writes that the use of heavily armed helicopters against peasant villages can only be justified if the campaign has deteriorated to the extent where it is virtually indistinguishable from conventional war. 25 I doubt that it can be justified even then, but I want to stress again what this expert has grasped, that counterinsurgency requires a strategy and tactics of discrimination. Guerrillas can be defeated, and, similarly, they can win, only at close quarters. With regard to peasant villages, this suggests two different sorts of campaigns, both of which have been extensively discussed in the literature. In areas of low-intensity operations, the villages must be occupied by small units specially trained for the political and police work necessary to seek out guerrilla supporters and informants. In areas where the guerrillas are effectively in control and the fighting intense, the villages must be encircled and entered in force. Bernard Fall has reported in some detail on a French attack of this sort in Vietnam in the 1950s. 26 What is involved here is an effort to bring numbers, expertise, and technology directly to bear, forcing the guerrillas to give battle in a situation where fire can be relatively precise, or driving them into a surrounding net of soldiers. If the soldiers are properly prepared and equipped, they need not accept unbearable risks in fighting of this sort, and they need not inflict indiscriminate destruction. As Fall points out, a very considerable number of men are required for this strategy. No sealing off of an enemy force could be successful unless the proportion of attackers to defenders was 15-1 or even 20-1, for the enemy had in its favor an intimate knowledge of the terrain, the advantages of defensive organization, and the sympathy of the population. But these proportions are frequently achieved in guerrilla war, and the surround and storm strategy would be eminently feasible were it not for a second and more serious difficulty. Since the villages are not, or should not be, destroyed when they are stormed, and since the villagers are not resettled, it is always possible for the guerrillas to return once the specially assembled task force has moved on. Success requires that the military operation be followed by a political campaign, and this neither the French in Vietnam nor the Americans who followed them were able to mount in any serious fashion. The decision to destroy villages from a distance was a consequence of this failure, which is not at all the same thing as the deterioration of guerrilla into conventional war. At some point in the military progress of the rebellion, or in the decline of the political capacity of the government that opposes it, it may well become impossible to fight the guerrillas at close quarters. There aren't enough men or, more likely, the government, though it can win particular battles, has no staying power. As soon as the fighting is over, the villagers welcome back the insurgent forces. Now the government, and its foreign allies, face what is in effect, or rather what has become, a people's war. This honorific name can be applied, however, only after the guerrilla movement has won very substantial popular support. It is by no means true all the time. One need only study Che Guevara's abortive campaign in the jungles of Bolivia to realize how easy it is to destroy a guerrilla band that has no popular support at all. 27 From there, one might trace a continuum of increasing difficulty. At some point along that continuum, guerrilla fighters acquire war rights, and at some further point, the right of the government to continue the struggle must be called into question. This last is not a point which soldiers are likely to recognize or acknowledge. For it is an axiom of the war convention, and a qualification on the rules of war, that if attack is morally possible, counterattack cannot be ruled out. It cannot be the case that guerrillas can hug the civilian population and make themselves invulnerable. But if it is always morally possible to fight, it is not always possible to do whatever is required to win. In any struggle, conventional or unconventional, the rules of war may at some point become a hindrance to the victory of one side or another. If they could then be set aside, however, they would have no value at all. It is precisely then that the restraints they impose are most important. We can see this clearly in the Vietnam case. The alternative strategies I have briefly outlined were conceivably a way of winning, as the British won in Malaya, until the guerrillas consolidated their political base in the villages. That victory effectively ended the war. It is not, I suppose, a victory that can be distinguished in any definitive fashion from the political and military struggle that preceded it. But one can say with some assurance that it has occurred whenever ordinary soldiers, who are not moral monsters and would fight by the rules if they could, become convinced that old men and women and children are their enemies. For after that, it is unlikely that the war can be fought except by setting out systematically to kill civilians or to destroy their society and culture. I am inclined to say more than this. In the theory of war, as we have seen, considerations of jus ad bellum and jus in bello are logically independent, and the judgments we make in terms of one and the other are not necessarily the same. But here they come together. The war cannot be won, and it should not be won. It cannot be won, because the only available strategy involves a war against civilians, and it should not be won, because the degree of civilian support that rules out alternative strategies also makes the guerrillas the legitimate rulers of the country. The struggle against them is an unjust struggle as well as one that can only be carried on unjustly. Fought by foreigners, it is a war of aggression; if by a local regime alone, it is an act of tyranny. The position of the anti-guerrilla forces has become doubly untenable. The case is the same with the wearing of civilian clothing as with the wearing of enemy uniforms. In his memoir of the Boer War, Denis Wrights reports that Boer guerrillas sometimes wore uniforms taken from British soldiers. Lord Kitchener, the British commander, warned that anyone captured in khaki would be shot, and a considerable number of prisoners were later executed. While he insists that none of us ever wore captured uniforms with the deliberate intention of decoying the enemy, but only out of sheer necessity, Wrights nevertheless justified Kitchener's order by telling of an incident in which 2 British soldiers were killed when they hesitated to shoot at guerrillas dressed in khaki. Commando, London, 1932, p. 247. The argument I am making here parallels that made by lawyers with reference to belligerent recognition. At what point, they have asked, should a group of rebels, or secessionists, be recognized as a belligerent power and granted those war rights which customarily belong only to established governments? The answer has usually been that the recognition follows upon the establishment of a secure territorial base by the rebels. For then they actually function like a government, taking on responsibility for the people who live on the land they control. But this assumes a conventional or near-conventional war. In the case of a guerrilla struggle, We may have to describe the appropriate relation between the rebels and the people differently. It is not when the guerrillas look after the people that they acquire war rights, but when the people look after the guerrillas. 12. Terrorism. The political code. The word terrorism is used most often to describe revolutionary violence. That is a small victory for the champions of order, among whom the uses of terror are by no means unknown. The systematic terrorizing of whole populations is a strategy of both conventional and guerrilla war, and of established governments as well as radical movements. Its purpose is to destroy the morale of a nation or a class, to undercut its solidarity. Its method is the random murder of innocent people. Randomness is the crucial feature of terrorist activity. If one wishes fear to spread and intensify over time, it is not desirable to kill specific people identified in some particular way with a regime, a party, or a policy. Death must come by chance to individual Frenchmen, or Germans, to Irish Protestants, or Jews, simply because they are Frenchmen or Germans, Protestants, or Jews, until they feel themselves fatally exposed and demand that their governments negotiate for their safety. In war, terrorism is a way of avoiding engagement with the enemy army. It represents an extreme form of the strategy of the indirect approach, one it is so indirect that many soldiers have refused to call it war at all. This is a matter as much of professional pride as of moral judgment. Consider the statement of a British admiral in World War II, protesting the terror bombing of German cities: "We are a hopelessly unmilitary nation to imagine that we can win the war by bombing German women and children instead of defeating their army and navy too." The key word here is unmilitary. The admiral rightly sees terrorism as a civilian strategy. One might say that it represents the continuation of war by political means. Terrorizing ordinary men and women is first of all the work of domestic tyranny. As Aristotle wrote, the first aim and end of tyrants is to break the spirit of their subjects. 3. The British described the aim and end of terror bombing in the same way: what they sought was the destruction of civilian morale. Tyrants taught the method to soldiers, and soldiers to modern revolutionaries. That is a crude history. I offer it only in order to make a more precise historical point, that terrorism in the strict sense, the random murder of innocent people, emerged as a strategy of revolutionary struggle only in the period after World War II, that is, only after it had become a feature of conventional war. In both cases, in war and revolution, a kind of warrior honor stood in the way of this development, especially among professional officers and professional revolutionaries. The increasing use of terror by far-left and ultranationalist movements represents the breakdown of a political code first worked out in the second half of the 19th century and roughly analogous to the laws of war worked out at the same time. Adherence to this code did not prevent revolutionary militants from being called terrorists, but in fact the violence they committed bore little resemblance to contemporary terrorism. It was not random murder but assassination, and it involved the drawing of a line that we will have little difficulty recognizing as the political parallel of the line that marks off combatants from non-combatants. The Russian populists, the IRA, and the Stern Gang. I can best describe the revolutionary code of honor by giving some examples of so-called terrorists who acted or tried to act in accordance with its norms. I have chosen 3 historical cases. The first will be readily recognizable, for Albert Camus made it the basis of his play The Just Assassins. 1. In the early 20th century, a group of Russian revolutionaries decided to kill a Tsarist official, the Grand Duke Sergei, a man personally involved in the repression of radical activity. They planned to blow him up in his carriage, and on the appointed day one of their number was in place along the Grand Duke's usual route. As the carriage drew near, the young revolutionary, a bomb hidden under his coat, noticed that his victim was not alone. On his lap he held 2 small children. The would-be assassin looked, hesitated, then walked quickly away. He would wait for another occasion. Camus has one of his comrades say, accepting this decision, even in destruction, there's a right way and a wrong way and there are limits for. 2. During the years 1938 to 39, the Irish Republican Army waged a bombing campaign in Britain. In the course of this campaign, a Republican militant was ordered to carry a preset time bomb to a Coventry power station. He traveled by bicycle, the bomb in his basket, took a wrong turn, and got lost in a maze of streets. As the time for the explosion drew near, he panicked, dropped his bike, and ran off. The bomb exploded, killing 5 passers-by. No one in the IRA, as it was then, thought this a victory for the cause. The men immediately involved were horrified. The campaign had been carefully planned, according to a recent historian, so as to avoid the killing of innocent bystanders. 5. 3. In November 1944, Lord Moyne, British Minister of State in the Middle East, was assassinated in Cairo by 2 members of the Stern Gang, a right-wing Zionist group. The 2 assassins were caught, minutes later, by an Egyptian policeman. One of them described the capture at his trial: "We were being followed by the constable on his motorcycle. My comrade was behind me. I saw the constable approach him. I would have been able to kill the constable easily, but I contented myself with shooting several times into the air. I saw my comrade fall off his bicycle. The constable was almost upon him. Again, I could have eliminated the constable with a single bullet, but I did not. Then I was caught." 6. What is common to these cases is a moral distinction, drawn by the terrorists, between people who can and people who cannot be killed. The first category is not composed of men and women bearing arms, immediately threatening by virtue of their military training and commitment. It is composed instead of officials, the political agents of regimes thought to be oppressive. Such people, of course, are protected by the War Convention and by positive international law. Characteristically, and not foolishly, lawyers have frowned on assassination, and political officials have been assigned to the class of non-military persons, who are never the legitimate objects of attack. 7 But this assignment only partially represents our common moral judgments. For we judge the assassin by his victim, and when the victim is Hitler-like in character, we are likely to praise the assassin's work, though we still do not call him a soldier. The second category is less problematic: ordinary citizens, not engaged in political harming, that is, in administering or enforcing laws thought to be unjust, are immune from attack whether or not they support those laws. Thus the aristocratic children, the Coventry pedestrians, even the Egyptian policemen, who had nothing to do with British imperialism in Palestine, these people are like civilians in wartime. They are innocent politically as civilians are innocent militarily. It is precisely these people, however, that contemporary terrorists try to kill. The War Convention and the political code are structurally similar, and the distinction between officials and citizens parallels that between soldiers and civilians, though the two are not the same. What lies behind them both, I think, and lends them plausibility, is the moral difference between aiming and not aiming, or, more accurately, between aiming at particular people because of things they have done or are doing, and aiming at whole groups of people, indiscriminately, because of who they are. The first kind of aiming is appropriate to a limited struggle directed against regimes and policies. The second reaches beyond all limits: it is infinitely threatening to whole peoples, whose individual members are systematically exposed to violent death at any and every moment in the course of their, largely innocuous, lives. A bomb planted on a street corner, hidden in a bus station, thrown into a cafe or pub — this is aimless killing, except that the victims are likely to share what they cannot avoid, a collective identity. Since some of these victims must be immune from attack, unless liability follows from original sin, any code that directs and controls the fire of political militants is going to be at least minimally appealing. It is so much of an advance over the willful randomness of terrorist attacks. One might even feel easier about killing officials than about killing soldiers, since the state rarely conscripts its political, as it does its military, agents. They have chosen officialdom as a career. Soldiers and officials are, however, different in another respect. The threatening character of the soldiers' activities is a matter of fact, the unjust or oppressive character of the officials' activities is a matter of political judgment. For this reason, the political code has never attained to the same status as the war convention. Nor can assassins claim any rights, even on the basis of the strictest adherence to its principles. In the eyes of those of us whose judgments of oppression and injustice differ from their own, political assassins are simply murderers, exactly like the killers of ordinary citizens. The case is not the same with soldiers, who are not judged politically at all and who are called murderers only when they kill non-combatants. Political killing imposes risks quite unlike those of combat, risks whose character is best revealed by the fact that there is no such thing as benevolent quarantine for the duration of the political struggle. Thus the young Russian revolutionary, who eventually killed the Grand Duke, was tried and executed for murder, as were the Stern gang assassins of Lord Moyne. All three were treated exactly like the IRA militants, also captured, who were held responsible for the deaths of ordinary citizens. That treatment seems to me appropriate, even if we share the political judgments of the men involved and defend their resort to violence. On the other hand, even if we do not share their judgments, these men are entitled to a kind of moral respect not due to terrorists, because they set limits to their actions. The Viet Cong assassination campaign. The precise limits are hard to define, as in the case of non-combatant immunity. But we can perhaps move toward a definition by looking at a guerrilla war in which officials were attacked on a large scale. Beginning at some point in the late 1950s, the NLF waged a campaign aimed at destroying the governmental structure of the South Vietnamese countryside. Between 1960 and 1965, some 7,500 village and district officials were assassinated by Viet Cong militants. An American student of the Viet Cong, describing these officials as the natural leaders of Vietnamese society, argues that by any definition this NLF action amounts to genocide. 8. This assumes that all Vietnam's natural leaders were government officials, but then, who was leading the NLF, and hence that government officials were literally indispensable to national existence. Since these assumptions are not remotely plausible, it has to be said that by any definition the killing of leaders is not the same as the destruction of entire peoples. Terrorism may foreshadow genocide, but assassination does not. On the other hand, the NLF campaign did press against the limits of the notion of officialdom as I have been using it. The front tended to include among officials anyone who was paid by the government, even if the work he was doing as a public health officer, for example, had nothing to do with the particular policies the NLF opposed. 9. And it tended to assimilate into officialdom people like priests and landowners who used their non-governmental authority in specific ways on behalf of the government. They did not kill anyone, apparently, just because he was a priest or a landowner. The assassination campaign was planned with considerable attention to the details of individual action, and a concerted effort was made to ensure that there were no unexplained killings. 10. Still, the range of vulnerability was widened in disturbing ways. One might argue, I suppose, that any official is by definition engaged in the political efforts of the, putatively, unjust regime, just as any soldier, whether he is actually fighting or not, is engaged in the war effort. But the variety of activities sponsored and paid for by the modern state is extraordinary, and it seems intemperate and extravagant to make all such activities into occasions for assassination. Assuming that the regime is in fact oppressive, one should look for agents of oppression and not simply for government agents. As for private persons, they seem to me immune entirely. They are subject, of course, to the conventional forms of social and political pressure, which are conventionally intensified in guerrilla wars, but not to political violence. Here the case is the same with citizens as with civilians. If their support for the government or the war were allowable as a reason for killing them, the line that marks off immune from vulnerable persons would quickly disappear. It is worth stressing that political assassins generally don't want that line to disappear. They have reasons for taking careful aim and avoiding indiscriminate murder. We were told, a Viet Cong guerrilla reported to his American captors, that in Singapore the rebels on certain days would dynamite every 67th streetcar. The next day it might be every 30th, and so on, but that this hardened the hearts of the people against the rebels because so many people died needlessly. 11. I have avoided noticing until now that most political militants don't regard themselves as assassins at all but rather as executioners. They are engaged, or so they regularly claim, in a revolutionary version of vigilante justice. This suggests another reason for killing only some officials and not others, but it is entirely a self-description. Vigilantes in the usual sense apply conventional conceptions of criminality, though in a rough and ready way. Revolutionaries champion a new conception, about which there is unlikely to be wide agreement. They hold that officials are vulnerable because or insofar as they are actually guilty of crimes against the people. The more impersonal truth is that they are vulnerable, or more vulnerable than ordinary citizens, simply because their activities are open to such descriptions. The exercise of political power is a dangerous business. Saying this, I do not mean to defend assassination. It is most often a vile politics, as vigilante justice is most often a bad kind of law enforcement. Its agents are usually gangsters, and sometimes madmen, in political dress. And yet just assassinations are at least possible, and men and women who aim at that kind of killing and renounce every other kind need to be marked off from those who kill at random, not as doers of justice, necessarily, for one can disagree about that, but as revolutionaries with honor. They do not want the revolution, as one of Camus' characters says, to be loathed by the whole human race. However the political code is specified, terrorism is the deliberate violation of its norms. For ordinary citizens are killed and no defense is offered, none could be offered in terms of their individual activities. The names and occupations of the dead are not known in advance, they are killed simply to deliver a message of fear to others like themselves. What is the content of the message? I suppose it could be anything at all, but in practice terrorism, because it is directed against entire peoples or classes, tends to communicate the most extreme and brutal intentions, above all, the tyrannical repression, removal, or mass murder of the population under attack. Hence contemporary terrorist campaigns are most often focused on people whose national existence has been radically devalued, the Protestants of Northern Ireland, the Jews of Israel, and so on. The campaign announces the devaluation. That is why the people under attack are so unlikely to believe that compromise is possible with their enemies. In war, terrorism is associated with the demand for unconditional surrender and, in similar fashion, tends to rule out any sort of compromise settlement. In its modern manifestations, terror is the totalitarian form of war and politics. It shatters the war convention and the political code. It breaks across moral limits beyond which no further limitation seems possible, for within the categories of civilian and citizen, there isn't any smaller group for which immunity might be claimed, except children, but I don't think children can be called immune if their parents are attacked and killed. Terrorists anyway make no such claim, they kill anybody. Despite this, terrorism has been defended, not only by the terrorists themselves, but also by philosophical apologists writing on their behalf. The political defenses mostly parallel those that are offered whenever soldiers attack civilians. They represent one or another version of the argument from military necessity. It is said, for example, that there is no alternative to terrorist activity if oppressed peoples are to be liberated. And it is said, further, that this has always been so. Terrorism is the only means, and so it is the ordinary means of destroying oppressive regimes and founding new nations. Point 12. The cases I have already worked through suggest the falsity of these assertions. Those who make them, I think, have lost their grip on the historical past. They suffer from a malign forgetfulness, erasing all moral distinctions along with the men and women who painfully worked them out. Violence and Liberation. Jean-Paul Sartre and the Battle of Algiers. But there is another argument which, because of the currency it has gained, must be taken up here, even though it has no immediate analogue in wartime debates. It has been put forward in its starkest form by Sartre in a justification of FLN terrorism in Algeria, published as a preface to Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth. The summary lines of Sartre's argument are these: 13. To shoot down a European is to kill two birds with one stone, to destroy an oppressor and the man he oppresses at the same time. there remains a dead man and a free man. In his usual fashion, with a certain zest for Hegelian melodrama, Sartre is here describing what he takes to be an act of psychological liberation. Only when the slave turns on his master, physically confronts him and kills him, does he create himself as a free human being. The master dies, the slave is reborn. Even if this were a believable picture of the terrorist act, the argument is not persuasive, it is open to two obvious and crippling questions. First, is the one-to-one relation necessary? Did it take one dead European to make one free Algerian? If so, there were not enough Europeans living in Algeria, more would have had to be brought over if the Algerian people were to free themselves by Sartrean means. If not, it must follow that someone else besides the man who kills can be liberated. How? By watching? By reading about the murder in the newspaper? It is hard to see how vicarious experience can play an important part in a process of personal liberation, as described by an existentialist philosopher. The second question raises more familiar issues: will any European do? Unless Sartre thinks all Europeans, including children, are oppressors, he cannot believe that. But if it is only liberating to attack and kill an agent of oppression, we are back with the political code. From Sartre's perspective, that cannot be right, since the men and women he is defending had explicitly rejected that code. They killed Europeans at random, as in the well-known scene from the, historically accurate, film The Battle of Algiers, in which a bomb is set off in a milk bar where French teenagers are drinking and dancing. 14. Milk bar. Explosion. Outside. Day. The jukebox is flung into the middle of the street. There is blood, strips of flesh, material. The white smoke and shouts, weeping, hysterical girls' screams. One of them no longer has an arm and runs around howling despairingly. It is impossible to control her. The sound of sirens is heard. The ambulances arrive. Such an event is not easily reconstructed as an existentialist encounter between masters and slaves. Certainly, there are historical moments when armed struggle is necessary for the sake of human freedom. But if dignity and self-respect are to be the outcomes of that struggle, it cannot consist of terrorist attacks upon children. One can argue that such attacks are the inevitable products of oppression, and in a sense, I suppose, that is right. Hatred, fear, and the lust for domination are the psychological marks of oppressed and oppressor alike, and their acting out, on either side, can be said to be radically determined. The mark of a revolutionary struggle against oppression, however, is not this incapacitating rage and random violence, but restraint and self-control. The revolutionary reveals his freedom in the same way as he earns it, by directly confronting his enemies and refraining from attacks on anyone else. It was not only to save the innocent that revolutionary militants worked out the distinction between officials and ordinary citizens, but also to save themselves from killing the innocent. Whatever its strategic value, the political code is intrinsically connected to psychological liberation. Among men and women trapped in a bloody struggle, it is the key to self-respect. The same thing can be said of the war convention. In the context of a terrible coerciveness, soldiers most clearly assert their freedom when they obey the moral law. Among revolutionaries as among government officials, this argument often slides from an analysis of particular cases of duress and necessity, which are rarely convincing, to the general claim that war is hell and anything goes. General Sherman's view is upheld, for example, by the Italian leftist Franco Salinas, who wrote the screenplay for Pontecorvo's The Battle of Algiers and defended the terrorism of the Algerian FLN. For centuries they've tried to prove that war is fair play, like duels, but war isn't, and therefore any method used to fight it is good. It's not a question of ethics or fair play. What we must attack is war itself and the situations that lead to it. The Battle of Algiers, edited and translated by Pier Nico Salinas, New York, 1973, pages 195-96. Compare the same argument made by American officials in defense of the bombing of Hiroshima, Chapter 16. 13. Reprisals. Deterrence without retribution. When the British imposed their blockade of Germany in 1916, they called it a reprisal. When the Germans began the systematic bombing of London in 1940, they defended themselves in the same way. No part of the war convention is so open to abuse, is so openly abused, as the doctrine of reprisals. For the doctrine is, or once was thought to be, permissive with regard to all the rest of the convention. It legitimates actions otherwise criminal, if these actions are undertaken in response to crimes previously committed by the enemy. Reprisals, writes a pacifist critic of the rules of war, mean doing what you think wrong on the plea that someone else did it first. And, he goes on, someone else will always do it first. Hence reprisals create a chain of wrongdoing at the end of which every responsible actor can point to some other actor and say tu quoque. It is the explicit purpose of reprisals, however, to break off the chain, to stop the wrongdoing here, with this final act. Sometimes, though it has to be said, not often that purpose is realized. I want to begin with a case in which it was realized, so that we can at least make sense of what was for many years the conventional opinion as stated, for example, by a 19th-century French lawyer. Reprisals are a means of preventing war from becoming entirely barbarous too. The FFI prisoners at Annecy. In the summer of 1944, much of France was a battleground. Allied armies were fighting in Normandy, partisan groups, organized now into the French forces of the interior and in touch with both the Allies and the Gaullist Provisional Government in Algeria, operated on a large scale in many parts of the country. They wore insignias of battle, they bore their arms openly. It is clear that the 1940 armistice had effectively been voided, and the military struggle resumed. Nevertheless, the German authorities continued to treat captured partisans as war traitors or war rebels, subject to summary execution. On the day after the Allied landings, for example, 15 partisans captured at Caen were immediately shot. 3 And the executions continued, as the pace of the fighting increased, during the next months. The FFI complained of these executions to the provisional government, which in turn sent a formal protest to the Germans. Since they did not recognize the government, the Germans refused to accept the protest. In their note, the French had threatened reprisals against German prisoners. The continued killing did not, however, elicit any such response, perhaps because troops directly subject to the provisional government, recruited outside occupied France, were regularly accorded prisoner of war status by the Germans. In August 1944, large numbers of German soldiers in southern France began surrendering to partisan groups, and the FFI leadership was suddenly in a position to carry out the government's threat. When it became known that the Germans had executed 80 French prisoners, and that further executions were imminent, the FFI command at Annecy decided that 80 of the prisoners in its hands would in turn be shot. At this point the Red Cross intervened, won a postponement of the executions, and sought from the Germans an agreement henceforth to treat captured partisans as prisoners of war. The partisans waited 6 days, and then, the Germans not replying, the 80 prisoners were shot. The effects of the reprisal are not easy to make out, for the German army was hard pressed, and many other factors must have figured in its decisions. It is apparently true, however, that no partisans were executed after the Annecy shootings. Now, in one sense, this case is easy to judge. The Geneva Convention of 1929, which the French had signed and the FFI itself reaffirmed, explicitly barred reprisals against prisoners of war. 5 No other group of innocent men and women was granted a similar immunity. Prisoners were singled out because of the contract implied by surrender, in which they are promised life and benevolent quarantine. Killing them would be a breach of faith as well as a violation of the positive laws of war. But I shall not focus on this exception to the general rule of reprisals, for it does not open up the larger question, whether the deliberate killing of innocent men and women should ever be declared lawful or morally justified. And I doubt very much that we will want to say, in answer to that question, that some innocent people can be killed and others not. The case of the FFI prisoners is useful because it provides a classic example of reprisal, and one in which our sympathies are likely to be engaged, at least initially, on the side of the reprisers. Reprisals of this sort have as their purpose the enforcement of the War Convention. In international society, as in Locke's state of nature, every individual member, every belligerent power, claims the right to enforce the law. The content of this right is the same as it is in domestic society. It is first of all a right of retribution, to punish guilty men and women. It is secondly a right of deterrence, to protect oneself and others against criminal activity. In domestic society, these two most often go together. Criminal activity is deterred by punishing or threatening to punish guilty individuals. That, at least, is the commonly accepted doctrine. In international society, however, and especially in wartime, the two rights are not equally enforceable. It is often impossible to get at guilty individuals, but it's always possible to prevent or try to prevent further criminal activity by responding in kind as the French partisans did, that is, by punishing innocent people. The result might be described as a one-sided sort of law enforcement, deterrence without retribution. It might also be described as a prime example of radical utilitarianism, indeed, of a utilitarianism so radical that utilitarian philosophers have been concerned to deny its existence. Yet it is common enough in the theory as well as in the practice of war. One of the criticisms most frequently leveled against utilitarianism is that its calculations would under certain circumstances require the authorities to punish an innocent person, to kill or imprison him, under cover of punishment. The usual response has been to adjust the calculations so that they yield different and more conventionally acceptable results. 6 But in the history of international law and in debates over wartime behavior, the effort at adjustment has mostly been foregone. Reprisals have been defended, with admirable directness, on strictly utilitarian grounds. Under the special conditions of combat, at least, utilitarian calculations have indeed required the punishing of innocent people. The political or military leaders of belligerent powers have commonly invoked the requirement, claiming that no other means were available to check the criminal excesses of their opponents. And detached observers, students of the law, and venerable doctors have generally accepted this as a possible argument in extreme cases. The cases, of course, are often disputed. Hence it is a principle of war law, according to a leading authority, for every offense punish someone, the guilty, if possible, but someone. 7. This is not an attractive principle, and it would not be accurate to explain the traditional acceptance of reprisals by reference to it alone. In wartime, after all, innocent people are often attacked and killed in the name of utility, in order, it is said, to shorten the war, save lives, and so on. But such attacks don't have the same status as reprisals. It is not their utility, assuming now that they are in fact useful, that makes reprisals different, but some other quality. This quality is misunderstood, I think, by those writers who describe reprisal as the most primitive feature of the War Convention, a survival of the ancient lex talionis. 8 For the talion is a return of evil for evil, and what is crucial about reprisal is precisely that evil, though it may be repeated, is not returned. The new crime has a new victim, who is not the original criminal, though he probably has the same nationality. The particular choice is, so far as utility goes, quite impersonal. In this sense, reprisal is chillingly modern. Something, however, of the talion survives, not the idea of return, but the idea of response. Reprisal is characterized by a certain posture of looking back, acting after, which implies a willingness not to act at all, to abide by some set of restraints. They did it first. This sentence carries a moral argument. I do not believe that it is a very strong argument or one that will take us far. But it serves to mark off reprisal from other, equally useful violations of the War Convention. There is no right to commit crimes in order to shorten a war, but there is a right, so it was once thought, to commit crimes, or rather, acts that would otherwise be called crimes, in order to cope with the previous criminal activity of one's enemies. The backward-looking character of reprisals is confirmed by the rule of proportionality that restrains them. The rule is quite different and far more precise than that which figures, for example, in the doctrine of double effect. The partisan commanders at Annecy acted in strict accordance with its provisions when they decided to kill 80 Germans in response to the killing of 80 Frenchmen. Reprisals are limited with reference to previous crimes, not with reference to the crimes they are designed to deter, not with reference to their effects or their hoped for effects. This point has sometimes been disputed by writers committed to utilitarian modes of thought. Thus McDougall and Feliciano argue, in characteristic style, that the kind and amount of permissible violence is that which is reasonably designed so to affect the enemy's expectations about the costs and gains of reiteration or continuation of his initial criminal act as to induce the termination of and future abstention from such act. 9. They admit that the amount of violence, so determined, may be greater than that originally inflicted by the enemy. In the Annecy case, it might well have been less. The shooting of 40 Germans, or 20, or 10, might have had the same effect as the shooting of 80. But however the calculations work out, this kind of forward-looking proportionality has never been accepted either by the general run of theorists writing about war or by ordinary practitioners. During World War II, to be sure, the Germans often responded to partisan activity in the occupied states of Europe by shooting 10 hostages for every German killed. 10. This proportion may have reflected a peculiar notion about the relative value of German lives, or it may have been reasonably designed so to affect the enemy's expectations, etc. In any case, the practice was universally condemned. It was condemned, of course, not only because of the actual disproportion involved, but also because the previous partisan activity was in many cases not thought to violate the war convention. Hence the German response was simply utilitarian deterrence, not law enforcement. It is another feature of the backward-looking character of reprisals that the acts to which they respond must be crimes, violations of the recognized rules of war. Moreover, the rules must be commonly recognized, on both sides of the battle line, if the special character of reprisals is to be maintained. When the British Army resorted to reprisals during the War of 1812, an opposition member of the House of Commons, who thought such conduct barbarous, asked why His Majesty's soldiers didn't scalp their captives when they fought with the American Indians or enslave them in their wars with the Barbary Corsairs. 11. I suppose the answer is that scalping and enslavement were not thought illegitimate by the Indians and the Corsairs. And so the imitation of these practices by the British would not have been understood as law enforcement, nor would it have had any deterrent effect. It would only have confirmed their enemies' notions of appropriate wartime behavior. Reprisals may involve deterrence without retribution, but this must nevertheless be a reactive deterrence, and what it reacts to is a violation of the war convention. If there is no convention, there can be no reprisal. At the same time, we are uneasy about reprisals precisely because there is a convention, and one that categorically rules out the acts that reprisal usually requires. If it is wrong, and for the deepest reasons, to kill innocent people, how can it be right to kill them? In treatises on international law, the defense of reprisal is always qualified, first by a great show of reluctance and anxiety, and secondly by some words about the extremity of the case. 12. It is not easy to know what this last qualification means, however, and it appears in fact that any violation of the rules is sufficiently extreme to justify a proportionate response. Backward-looking proportionality is a genuine limit. It would have barred, for example, the two so-called reprisals with which I began this chapter. But extremity is not a limit at all. It is certainly not true that reprisals are undertaken only when the enemy's crimes pose a drastic danger to the war effort as a whole or to the cause for which the war is being fought. For the purpose of reprisal is not to win the war or prevent the defeat of the cause, but simply to enforce the rules. Perhaps the meaning of the appeal to extremity is like that of the show of reluctance, both suggest a view of reprisal as a last resort. In practice, again, the only action required before one reaches this last resort is a formal protest, such as the French delivered to the Germans in 1944, and a threat to respond in kind if this or that criminal activity is continued. But one might require much more than that, both in the way of law enforcement and in the way of military action. The FFI might, for example, have announced that they would treat German soldiers involved in the execution of captured partisans as war criminals. They might even have begun to publish the names of those who would be accused. Given the military situation of the German army in 1944, such an announcement could well have had a significant effect. Or the partisans might have attempted to raid the prisons or camps where their comrades were being held. Such raids were not impossible, though they would have involved risks entirely absent when one shoots down captured soldiers. If the notion of last resort were taken seriously, it would limit reprisal in a radical way. But suppose that the partisans had issued the announcement and undertaken the raids without stopping the German executions. Would they then have been justified in shooting their prisoners? A reckless enemy often leaves his opponent no other means of securing himself against the repetition of barbarous outrage. 13 But the truth is that there are always other means, more or less dangerous, more or less effective. To argue against the executions isn't to deny the partisans a last resort. It is only to say, for example, that military raids are their last resort. If the raids fail, they can only be tried again, there is nothing more to be done. Reprisals might fail, too they usually do, and what comes after that? This is the conclusion that I want to defend, and I will defend it, once again, by reflecting on the status and character of the German prisoners. Who are these men? Once they were soldiers, now they are disarmed and helpless. Perhaps some of them are war criminals, perhaps some of them were involved in the murder of captured partisans. Then, surely, they should be put on trial, not shot out of hand. We will want to hear the evidence against them and make sure that we punish the right ones. Only a trial can signal our own commitment to the rules of war. But here, let us assume, are ordinary prisoners who neither made nor carried out criminal decisions. Their day-to-day activities were very much like those of their enemies. How can they be shot out of hand, treated more cruelly than we would treat suspected criminals? It seems incredible that some number of them should be arbitrarily separated from the rest and then killed, simply so that we can announce their deaths, and all this for the sake of justice. Killing them would be murder, the name is exact, no matter what crimes we hope to avoid by becoming murderers. For these men are not mere material out of whose lives we can fashion a deterrent strategy. Even as prisoners, or precisely as prisoners, they have rights against us. The current thrust of international law is to condemn reprisals against innocent people, and for essentially the reasons that I have suggested. The helplessness of the victims rules them out as objects of military attack, and their non-involvement in criminal activity rules them out as objects of retributive violence. The Geneva Convention of 1929, as we have seen, declared prisoners immune. The 1949 conventions did the same for wounded, sick, and shipwrecked members of the armed forces and for civilian persons in occupied territory. 14 This last provision effectively bars the killing of hostages, the paradigm case of using innocent people for one's own military purposes. The only class of disengaged men and women against whom reprisals are still legally defensible is the civilian population of the enemy country. Its members can still be held hostage, though only at a distance, for the good behavior of their government and army. It has been argued that this way of judging reprisals is a logical extension of the general principle that persons whose usefulness as bases of enemy power is precluded by belligerent control or capture cease to be legitimate objects of violence. 15 But this is to misstate the general principle. It would allow not only reprisals but also first strikes against enemy civilians. However peaceful their pursuits, after all, these civilians remain a significant base of enemy power, providing political and economic support to the armed forces. Even children are not precluded from serving that power, they will grow up to be soldiers, munitions workers, and so on. Yet such people are protected by the War Convention, they are admitted, along with prisoners and wounded soldiers, to the class of the innocent. The underlying purpose of recent developments in the law is not to extend a general principle, which is already, in principle, fully extended, but to prohibit its violation in the special circumstances once thought to justify reprisals. And if there are good reasons for doing that, there would seem to be no good reasons for drawing the line as it has currently been drawn. B. So the necessary judgment is readily summed up: we must condemn all reprisals against innocent people, whether these people are subject to belligerent control or not. This is to set radical limits to a practice that once was commonly defended, and not with casual or inconsequential arguments. But I don't want to claim that those old arguments have no force at all. They correctly point to a certain moral difference between the initial crime and the reprisal response. From a position of great detachment, these two may seem to constitute a vicious circle, and a circle fully accounted for by the pious maxim that violence breeds violence. The maxim, however, is sometimes wrong, and, what is more important, it fails to distinguish violence that is responsive and restrained from violence that is neither. Stand beside the French commanders at Annecy and the circle looks different. German guilt in this case is greater than that of the French, because the Germans acted first, breaking the conventional rules for some military advantage. The French reacted, repeating the violations for the declared purpose of re-establishing the rules. I don't know how to measure the difference between them, perhaps it isn't great, but it is worth stressing that there is a difference, even as we give their crimes a common name. With regard to the most important of the rules of war, the violation of the rules for the sake of law enforcement is ruled out. The doctrine of reprisal, then, refers only to the lesser parts of the War Convention, where the rights of the innocent are not at stake. Consider, for example, the ban on the use of poison gas. Winston Churchill was entirely justified when he warned the German government, early in World War II, that the use of gas by its armies would bring an immediate Allied reprisal. 16 For soldiers have only a war right, and no more basic right, to be attacked with certain weapons and not with others. The rule about poison gas is legally established, but it is not morally required. Hence, when it is violated, parallel and proportionate violations, narrowly aimed at re-establishing the rule and at no larger military purpose, are morally permissible. They are permissible because the people against whom they are directed are already the legitimate objects of military attack. The case is the same with all those informal agreements and reciprocal arrangements that limit the extent and intensity of warfare. Here the threat of reprisal is the major means of enforcement, and there is no reason to hesitate about making the threat or carrying it out. It might be argued that when restraints of this sort are violated, they simply disappear, and then there is no reason to limit one's own violations by attending to the proportionality rule. But that is true only if reprisal fails to restore the old limits. One must aim first at restoration. In that sense, we still use reprisals as a bar to the barbarism of war. The problem of peacetime reprisals. But all this assumes that warfare of the ordinary sort is already in progress. What is at issue is the mode or means of attack. In the case of peacetime reprisals, what is at issue is the attack itself. It has come from across the border, a raid of one sort or another. The victim state responds with a second raid, which isn't aimed at reaffirming the rules of war but at re-establishing the broken peace. The crime that is repeated is the act of force, the violation of sovereignty. It will be called aggression and justified as self-defense talked about, that is, in the language of jus ad bellum, but it remains a military measure short of war as long as the restraints appropriate to reprisals, established by the theory of jus in bello, are maintained. And so it is best discussed here, with reference to those restraints. 17. The attack on Kibi and the Beirut raid. The term peacetime reprisals is not entirely accurate. The legal handbooks divide their subject into war and peace, but much of history is a demi-monde that neither word adequately describes. It is to this demi-monde that reprisals most commonly pertain. They are a form of action appropriate to periods of insurgency, border strife, ceasefire, and armistice. Now it is a feature of such periods that acts of force are not always acts of state in any simple sense. They are not the work of recognized officials and of soldiers acting on official orders, but, often, of guerrilla bands and terrorist organizations tolerated, perhaps patronized by the officials, but not directly subject to their control. Thus Israel, since its founding in 1948, has repeatedly been attacked by Palestinian guerrillas and terrorists operating out of the neighboring Arab states but not formally affiliated with their armies. In response to these attacks, the Israeli authorities have tried over the years virtually every conceivable form of counterattack, testing out, as it were, the politics and morality of reprisal. It is a grim and unusual history, providing the theorist with all the examples he could want, and more. And if it doesn't suggest that peacetime reprisals make for peace, it also doesn't point to any alternative response to illegitimate attacks. Most of the Palestinian raids have been the work of terrorists, not guerrillas, that is, following the argument of the last two chapters, they have been directed randomly against civilian targets, against farmers working near the border, buses on country roads, village schools and houses, and so on. Hence there is no question about their illegitimacy, whatever one thinks of the larger Arab-Israeli conflict. Nor can there be any question that the Israelis have a right to respond in some way. The right exists in the case of any across-the-border raid, but it is especially clear when the raid is aimed at civilians, who can offer no immediate resistance. Nevertheless, particular Israeli responses have indeed been questionable, for it is a hard matter to know what to do in such cases. Terrorists harbored by neighboring states with which one is not openly at war do not provide an easy target. Any military response will be marked by a kind of asymmetry characteristic of peacetime reprisal. The initial foray is unofficial, the counterattack is the act of a sovereign state, challenging the sovereignty of another state. How do we judge such challenges? What are the rules that govern peacetime reprisals? The first rule is a familiar one. Though the terrorist raid is aimed at civilians, the reprisal must not be so aimed. Moreover, the reprisers must take care that civilians are not the incidental victims of their attack. With regard to its conduct, peacetime reprisal is exactly like war itself, and so certain of our judgments are obvious enough. Consider, for example, the Israeli raid on Kibbutz 18. Following the killing of a woman and her two children in a village near Lod Airport, the Israelis launched a night attack against the Jordanian village of Kibbutz on October 14, 1953. They fought their way into the village, rounded up the inhabitants, and blew up 45 houses. Not all the houses were cleared beforehand, and more than 40 villagers were buried under the rubble. The brutality of the raid led to sharp protests in Israel and abroad. These killings probably cannot be called unintended, and it certainly cannot be said that due care was taken to avoid them, so the protests were justified, the killings were criminal. But what if no civilians had died, or, as in most on-the-ground Israeli reprisals, only a small number, killed in the course of a firefight with Jordanian regulars? What are we to say of the raid itself, of the Jordanian soldiers killed in its course, who had no part in the murder of Israeli civilians, of the houses destroyed? This is not a standard military operation, though it is the most common form of peacetime reprisal. Its purpose is coercive, to force the officials of a neighboring state to keep the peace and to repress guerrillas and terrorists on their own side of the border. But it is not directly or continuously coercive, otherwise it would require a full-scale invasion. Reprisals have the form of a warning: if our villages are attacked, yours will also be attacked. Hence they must always respond to previous raids. And they are governed, after the rule of non-combatant immunity, by the rule of backward-looking proportionality. Though life cannot be balanced against life, the second raid must be similar in character and scope to the first. I am inclined to defend counterattacks of this sort, when these two restraints are accepted. The defense, I should stress, doesn't depend in any way upon the notions of extremity or last resort. In peacetime, war is the last resort, and a long series of terrorist raids might justify a war, if no other means seemed likely to end the series. Reprisal is a first resort to force, once diplomacy has proven ineffective. It is, again, a military measure short of war, an alternative to war, and that description is an important argument in its favor. But the general argument remains a difficult one, as we can see if we turn to another historical example, where, in contrast to Kibbe, the rules of immunity and proportionality were scrupulously respected. In 1968, the focus of Palestinian terrorism shifted from Israel itself to the Israeli national airline and its passengers. On December 26 of that year, 2 terrorists attacked an Israeli plane preparing for takeoff at Athens Airport. 19 Some 50 people were aboard at the time and, although only one was killed, it was clearly the purpose of the terrorists to kill as many as possible. They aimed their guns at the windows of the plane, at seat level. The 2 men were captured by Athenian police, and it was discovered that they were members of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, an organization with headquarters in Beirut. They were traveling on Lebanese documents. Repeatedly over the previous months, Israel had warned the Lebanese government that it could not escape responsibility for its support of groups like the PFLP. Now the Israelis undertook a dramatic reprisal. 2 days after the Athens attack, Israeli commandos landed by helicopter at Beirut airport and destroyed 13 planes belonging to civilian airlines licensed in Lebanon. According to an Israeli news release, the commandos, at great risk to themselves, exercised the strictest precautions to prevent civilian casualties. The planes were emptied of passengers and ground crews, and people in the vicinity were led away to safety. Whatever the extent of the risks involved, no one was killed. Lebanese authorities later claimed that 2 Israeli soldiers were wounded during the attack. From a military point of view, the raid was a spectacular success and, I think, from a moral point of view too. It was clearly responsive to the incident at Athens, it was parallel and proportionate in its means, for one can destroy a great deal of property in answer to the destruction of human life, and it was carried out so as to avoid civilian deaths. Despite all this, the Beirut raid was much criticized at the time, and condemned at the UN, above all, because of the seriousness of the attack upon Lebanese sovereignty. It is the attack upon Jordanian sovereignty that would stand out in the Kibbe case, too, had civilian lives been spared. The killing of civilians is an affront to humanity, but attacks on military installations and the destruction of civilian property pose a more narrow and direct challenge to the state. Indeed, that is the purpose of the attacks, and the vulnerability of soldiers, on the one hand, and of airplanes, boats, buildings, and so on the other, hangs on the vulnerability of the sovereign state. Soldiers are vulnerable, if the state is, because they are the visible symbols and the active agents of its authority. And civilian property is vulnerable because the innocence of its owners extends only to their persons, not, or not necessarily, to their possessions. The value we attach to human life is such that rights to life are forfeit only when particular men and women are actually engaged in war-making or national defense. But the lesser value of property is such that property rights are forfeit whenever the state that protects property, and taxes it, is itself subject to attack. Individuals can be taxed without becoming legitimate targets, but property, or certain sorts of property, may be a legitimate target even if its owners are not. See, but this argument hangs on the liability of the state, and that remains a matter of dispute. The Israeli argument followed the pattern of positive law, or at least of positive law before the era of the UN. Israel insisted that the Lebanese government had an obligation to prevent the use of its territory as a base for terrorist raids. No one seems to deny the reality of the obligation, but it was argued on behalf of the Lebanese, though not by them, that the government in Beirut was in fact incapable of honoring it. Events since 1968 may seem to have borne out that claim, and if it is right, the Israeli attack would be difficult to defend. It is surely wrong to destroy the property of innocent people so as to bring pressure on other people who are in any case unable to act differently from the way they are acting. But one should never be too quick to deny the competence of an established government, for a certain loss of sovereignty is the legal and moral result of political powerlessness. If a government literally cannot control the inhabitants of the territory over which it supposedly presides, or police its borders, and if other countries suffer because of this incapacity, then surrogate controlling and policing are clearly permissible. And these may well go beyond the limits commonly accepted for reprisal raids. At this point, reprisal is like retributive punishment in domestic society. As punishment assumes moral agency, so reprisal assumes political responsibility. Both assumptions are worth holding onto, for as long as possible. The critical question is whether one sovereign state can be forced by another to fulfill its obligations. It is the official position of the UN that this kind of law enforcement, even when it is restrained by the rules of war, is illegal. 20 This position rests not only on the general claim of the UN to declare the positive law, but also on its readiness and ability, at least some of the time, to enforce the law itself. But the World Organization was clearly not ready or able to enforce the law in 1968, nor has it been ready or able to do so at any time since. Nor is there any evidence that individual members of the UN, however they vote on ritual occasions, are prepared to renounce reprisals when the lives of their own citizens are at stake. Reprisals are clearly sanctioned by the practice of nations, and the moral reason behind the practice seems as strong as ever. Nothing the UN has actually done, no effects it can presently have, suggests a centralization of legal or moral authority in international life. But the sheer unreality of the UN position doesn't by itself establish the legitimacy of peacetime reprisals. In his edition of Kelson's Principles of International Law, Robert Tucker has insisted that anyone defending reprisals must show that more often than not the independent use of force by states has served the purposes of law. 21 This is to shift the ground from the effectiveness of the UN to the utility of reprisal itself and to invite a historical examination, the results of which are not likely to favor the reprisers in any decisive way. But the ground of reprisal is not its overall effectiveness. It is the right, in the difficult conditions of the demi-monde, to seek certain effects. So long as the conditions exist, the right must also exist, even if those same conditions, as in Locke's state of nature, make it unlikely that rightful action will have entirely satisfactory consequences. If, in a particular case, reprisal is certain to fail, then obviously it should not be tried. But whenever there is some substantial chance of success, it is the legitimate resort of a victim state, for no state can be required passively to endure attacks upon its citizens. Reprisal is a practice carried over from the War Convention to the world of peacetime, because it provides an appropriately limited form of military action. It is better, I think, to defend the limits than to try to abolish the practice. Soldiers engaged in a reprisal raid will cross over an international boundary, but they will quickly cross back. They will act destructively, but only up to a point. They will violate sovereignty, but they will also respect it. And finally, they will attend to the rights of innocent people. Reprisals are always limited responses to particular transgressions, crimes against the rules of war, small-scale breaches of the peace. Though they have often been used, they cannot rightly be used, as a cover for invasions or interventions or assaults upon innocent life. It may be that there are moments of extremity and crisis when states' rights and human rights have to be violated, but such moments are not generated by the particular crimes of our enemies, and the violations are not usefully called reprisals. None of the cases of reprisal that I have come across in the law books and the military histories are extreme cases in any meaningful sense of that term. Nor does the War Convention provide for extreme cases. Extremity lies, so to speak, beyond the reach of conventional provision. I will consider its character and provenance in Part 4 of this book. The analysis of reprisals concludes the discussion of the ordinary means of war. I must turn now to those extraordinary means that the moral urgency of our ends seems sometimes to require. I have never understood why, in cases like this one, the men are not simply hidden away when their deaths are announced. Why must they actually be killed? Since deceit of various sorts is accepted under the War Convention, it certainly should not be ruled out here. but I have been unable to find any case in which such a ruse was tried. It is not difficult, however, to account for the present legal situation. The threat to take reprisals against enemy civilians is a crucial feature of the contemporary system of nuclear deterrence, and statesmen and soldiers are not prepared solemnly to denounce that system. Moreover, though nuclear deterrence rests only on threats, and the acts threatened are of such a nature that moral men and women might well refuse at the final moment to carry them out, no one is prepared in advance to admit to inhibitions. Any act of cruelty to the innocent, wrote an American jurist of the pre-atomic age, any act, especially, by which non-combatants are made to feel the stress of war, is what brave men shrink from, although they may feel obliged to threaten it. T.D. Woolsey, Introduction to the Study of International Law, New York, 1908, p. 211. But can they threaten it effectively if it is known in advance that they will shrink from acting? I will take up the problems of nuclear deterrence in Chapter 17. This is probably what the lawyers have in mind when they argue that, in cases of reprisal, the private citizen is held to be identified with his state. The identification is by no means total, it does not obliterate personal rights. Nor, I think, does the effect extend to private homes, which seem to share in the innocence of their inhabitants, unless they have been used as terrorist bases. With regard to the routine UN condemnations of Israeli reprisals, Richard Falk has written, one may argue against the fairness of such constraints upon Israel's discretion in these circumstances, but it is essentially an extra-legal appeal as the organs of the UN have the procedural capacity to authorize or prohibit specific uses of force, and it is the exercise of this capacity that most clearly distinguishes what is legal from what is illegal. In international society, I am not sure that any legislative body, domestic or international, can abolish self-help unless it provides alternative means of help, but I will leave such matters to the lawyers. Assuming Falk is right, it must be said that the extra-legal appeal is a moral appeal, the success of which probably will and certainly should undermine the newly enacted law. See International Law and the U.S. Role in Vietnam, a response, in Falk, ed., The Vietnam War and International Law, Princeton, 1968, p. 493. Part 4. Dilemmas of War. 14. Winning and Fighting Well. Asinine Ethics. Chairman Mao and the Battle of the River Hung. In the year 638 BC, during the period of China's history known as the Spring and Autumn Era, the two feudal states of Sung and Chu fought a battle at the Hung River in central China. 1. The army of Sung, led by its ruler Duke Shang, was drawn up in battle formation on the river's northern bank. The Chu army had to ford the stream. When its soldiers were halfway across, one of Shang's ministers came to him and said, "They are many, and we are few. Pray let us attack them before they are all crossed over." The Duke refused. When the enemy army had reached the northern bank but had not yet reformed its lines, the minister again asked leave to begin the fight. Again the Duke refused. Only after the Chu soldiers were properly marshaled did he signal the attack. And then, in the ensuing battle, the Duke himself was wounded and his army put to flight. According to the chronicles, the people of Sung blamed their ruler for the defeat, but he said, "The superior man does not inflict a second wound, and does not take prisoner anyone of gray hairs." When the ancients had their armies in the field, they would not attack an enemy when he was in a defile, and though I am but the poor representative of a fallen dynasty, I will not sound my drums to attack an unformed host. This is the code of a feudal warrior, an obscure warrior in this case, until Mao Zedong drew his story out of the chronicles in order to make a modern point. "We are not the Duke of Sung," he declared in one of his lectures on protracted war, 1938, and we have no use for his asinine ethics too. Mao's lecture was an innovative discussion of guerrilla tactics. His argument against the Duke of Sung, however, was familiar enough, and to Chinese as well as Western readers. It is an argument common among practical men, like Shang's minister, to whom winning is always more important than aristocratic honor. but it enters significantly into the theory of war only when winning is seen to be morally important, that is, only when the outcome of the struggle is conceived in terms of justice. Some 200 years after the battle at the River Hung, more than 2 millennia before the Communist Revolution, the philosopher Walzer perfectly described Mao's case, as he himself must understand it. Point 3. Suppose there is a country which is being persecuted and oppressed by its rulers, and a sage, in order to rid the world of this pest, raises an army and sets out to punish the evildoers. If, when he has won a victory, he conforms to the doctrine of the Confucians, he will issue an order to his troops saying, fugitives are not to be pursued, an enemy who has lost his helmet is not to be shot at, if a chariot overturns, you are to help the occupants to right it. If this is done, the violent and the disorderly will escape with their lives and the world will not be rid of its pest. Walzer believed in the doctrine of righteous war. Mao Zedong has introduced into China the Western theory of the just war. No doubt, there are fine points of difference between these two ideas, which I cannot pursue here. But they are not different in any major way. They set up the tension between winning and fighting well in similar fashion, and for Walzer and Chairman Mao they point to the same resolution: the feudal rules for fighting well are simply cast aside. The tension is overcome as soon as it is recognized. That doesn't mean that there are no rules of engagement at all. I have already cited Mao's 8 points for attention, which recapitulate in democratic style the old chivalric code. But for Mao himself the 8 points apparently reflect only the utilitarian requirements of guerrilla war, and they cannot stand against the higher utility of winning, which he is likely to describe in extravagant terms, a combination of Wilsonian idealism and Marxist apocalypse. The aim of war is to eliminate war. Mankind's era of wars will be brought to an end by our own efforts, and beyond doubt the war we wage is part of the final battle. For and in the final battle, no one will insist upon the 8 points. Exceptions will readily be made whenever the conflict seems critical. Consider, for example, the last of the 8, do not ill-treat captives. Mao has also argued that guerrilla bands on the move cannot take prisoners. It is best first to require the prisoners to hand over their weapons and then to disperse them or execute them. 5. Since prisoners are not conceived as men with rights, the choice between dispersal and execution is purely tactical, and to insist in all cases upon the rule against ill-treatment would presumably be an example of asinine ethics. Nor were rights thought to be at stake in the old warrior codes. Duke Shang believed it unworthy and demeaning to strike a wounded soldier or attack an unformed host. Combat was only possible between peers, otherwise war would not be an occasion for the display of aristocratic virtue. It is not hard to understand why anyone convinced of the moral urgency of victory would be impatient with such notions. Of what use is the undoubted virtue of the Duke of Sung if the world is ruled by violence and aggression? Indeed, a war in which the Duke's virtue was more important than a military triumph would seem to be a very unimportant war. Thus the argument of Shang's minister after the defeat of the Sung army: if we grudge a second wound, it would be better not to wound at all. If we would spare the gray-haired, we had better submit to the enemy. 6. Either fight all out or not at all. This argument is often said to be typical of American thought, but in fact it is universal in the history of war. Once soldiers are actually engaged, and especially if they are engaged in a righteous war or a just war, a steady pressure builds up against the war convention and in favor of particular violations of its rules. And then, more often than the belligerent powers are prepared to admit itself a matter of interest, the rules are broken. They are not broken for the sake of military necessity alone. That argument justifies too much, and it does so without reference to the cause for which the war is being fought. The rules are broken for the sake of the cause. It is with some version of the argument for justice that the violations are defended. On this view, the rules have no standing in any war that is worth fighting. They are at most rules of thumb, general precepts of honor, or utility, to be observed only until observing them comes into conflict with the requirements of victory. But this is to misunderstand the status of the war convention. If we consider non-combatant immunity rather than warrior honor, and the protection of human rights rather than the expediencies of guerrilla war. That is, if we attend to what is really fundamental in the rules of war, the conflict between winning and fighting well is not so easily resolved. If we recognize, for example, that the protection afforded by the 8 points is morally required, and that men and women are rightly indignant if they are robbed and ravaged by guerrilla bands, then Mao's rules take on a greater significance than their author attributes to them. They cannot simply be set aside, nor can they be balanced, in utilitarian fashion, against this or that desirable outcome. For the rights of innocent people have the same moral effectiveness in the face of just as in the face of unjust soldiers. And yet the case for breaking the rules and violating those rights is made sufficiently often, and by soldiers and statesmen who cannot always be called wicked, so that we have to assume that it isn't pointless. Anyway, we know its point all too well. We know how high the stakes sometimes are in war and how urgent victory can be. For there are peoples, as Simone Weil has written, who have never recovered after having once been conquered. 7 The very existence of a community may be at stake, and then how can we fail to consider possible outcomes in judging the course of the fighting? At this point, if at no other, the restraint on utilitarian calculation must be lifted. Even if we are inclined to lift it, however, we cannot forget that the rights violated for the sake of victory are genuine rights, deeply founded and in principle inviolable. And there is nothing asinine about this principle. The very lives of men and women are at stake. So the theory of war, when it is fully understood, poses a dilemma, which every theorist, though not, fortunately, every soldier, must resolve as best he can. And no resolution is serious unless it recognizes the force of both jus ad bellum and jus in bello. The sliding scale and the argument from extremity. The immediate issue is whether we should discriminate between soldiers fighting a just war and soldiers fighting an unjust war. It is, of course, those who claim membership in the first group who raise the issue, making what might be called an appeal against combatant equality. Though such appeals are particular in character, they have a general form. They all involve the claim that the equality I have been defending is merely conventional and that the truth about war rights is best expressed in terms of a sliding scale: the more justice, the more right. Something like this appears to be what the philosopher John Rawls has in mind when he says, even in a just war, certain forms of violence are strictly inadmissible, and when a country's right to war is questionable and uncertain, the constraints on the means it can use are all the more severe. Acts permissible in a war of legitimate self-defense, when these are necessary, may be flatly excluded in a more doubtful situation. 8 The greater the justice of my cause, the more rules I can violate for the sake of the cause, though some rules are always inviolable. The same argument can be put in terms of outcomes: the greater the injustice likely to result from my defeat, the more rules I can violate in order to avoid defeat, though some rules, and so on. The value of this position is that it grants the existence of rights, of some sort, while still opening the way for soldiers resisting aggression to do some of the things they believe necessary for victory. It allows the justice of one's cause to make a difference in the way one fights. Exactly how much of a difference is allowed, however, is radically unclear, and so is the status of the men and women who are now drawn into the hell of war so that justice can triumph. The practical effects of the argument are probably more far-reaching than its proponents would like, but I will say nothing about these effects until I can look at a number of historical cases. First, however, something more must be said about the structure of the argument. According to the War Convention as I have described it, there is no range of actions, over which the sliding scale might move, between legitimate combat and inadmissible violence. There is only a line, not entirely distinct but meant simply to mark off the one from the other. Given this view, the argument quoted from Rawls might be taken to mean that borderline cases should be decided systematically against that country whose right to war is questionable, or even that the military and political leaders of that country should keep some distance away from the border, never doubling the doubtfulness of their cause with the doubtfulness of their methods. This last would simply be a plea for scrupulousness, which is always a good thing. But there is another meaning that can be drawn out of Rawls' argument, though I don't think it is his own meaning that the class of strictly inadmissible acts should be kept very small, and space should be opened up within the rules of war where the sliding scale might be applied. The effect of sliding the scale to point X within this space, it should be said, is not to remove all restraints on military action up to that point, but rather to leave only the restraints of usefulness and proportionality. The sliding scale makes way for those utilitarian calculations that rules and rights are intended to bar. It creates a new class of generally inadmissible acts and of quasi-rights, subject to piecemeal erosion by soldiers whose cause is just or by soldiers who believe that their cause is just. And so it enables those soldiers to do terrible things and to defend in their own consciences and among their associates and followers the terrible things they do. Now, the extreme form of the sliding scale argument is the claim that soldiers fighting a just war can do anything at all that is useful in the fighting. This effectively annuls the war convention and denies or suspends the rights that the convention was designed to protect. The war rights of the just are total, and any blame their actions entail falls upon the leaders of the other side. General Sherman took this view of war, as we have seen, and I have called it the war is hell doctrine. It is not so much a resolution of the tension between winning and fighting well as a denial of its moral significance. The only kind of justice that matters is jus ad bellum. Beyond that there are only such considerations as rational men will always attend to. They will not waste their substance in useless killing of the innocent, though they will kill them readily enough if victory seems to require it. It may be that this is what the sliding scale comes to in any case, but its advocates at least claim to recognize the existence of rules and rights, and so their argument requires a separate analysis. The only alternative to the sliding scale, it is often said, is a position of moral absolutism. To resist the slide, one must hold that the rules of war are a series of categorical and unqualified prohibitions, and that they can never rightly be violated even in order to defeat aggression. 9 But that is a hard line to take, and especially so in the modern age, when aggression has assumed such frightening forms. Perhaps the Duke of Sung was right not to break the warrior code for the sake of his dynasty. But if what is being defended is the state itself and the political community it protects and the lives and liberties of the members of that community. Fiat justitiaruit caelum, do justice even if the heavens fall, is not for most people a plausible moral doctrine. There is an alternative doctrine that stops just short of absolutism and that I shall try to defend in the chapters that follow. It might be summed up in the maxim, do justice unless the heavens are, really, about to fall. This is the utilitarianism of extremity, for it concedes that in certain very special cases, though never as a matter of course even in just wars, the only restraints upon military action are those of usefulness and proportionality. Throughout my discussion of the rules of war, I have been resisting this view and denying its force. I have argued, for example, against the notion that civilians can be locked into a besieged city or reprisals taken against innocent people in extreme cases. For the idea of extremity has no place in the making of the war convention, or if it is said that combat is always extreme, then the idea is naturalized within the convention. The rules are adjusted to the everyday extremities of war. No further adjustment is possible if we are to have any rules at all, and if we are to attend to the rights of the innocent. But now the question is not one of rule-making, but of rule-breaking. We know the form and substance of the moral code. We must decide, at a moment of desperation and looming disaster, whether to live, and perhaps to die, by its rules. The sliding scale erodes the convention bit by bit, and so it eases the way for the decision-maker who believes himself forced to violate human rights. The argument from extremity permits, or requires, a more sudden breach of the convention, but only after holding out for a long time against the process of erosion. The reasons for holding out have to do with the nature of the rights at issue and the status of the men and women who hold them. These rights, I shall argue, cannot be eroded or undercut. Nothing diminishes them, they are still standing at the very moment they are overridden. That is why they have to be overridden. 10 Hence breaking the rules is always a hard matter, and the soldier or statesman who does so must be prepared to accept the moral consequences and the burden of guilt that his action entails. At the same time, it may well be that he has no choice but to break the rules. He confronts at last what can meaningfully be called necessity. The tension between the rules of war and the theory of aggression, between jus in bello and jus ad bellum, can be dealt with in 4 different ways. The war convention is simply set aside, derided as asinine ethics, under the pressure of utilitarian argument. The convention yields slowly to the moral urgency of the cause, the rights of the righteous are enhanced, and those of their enemies devalued. The convention holds and rights are strictly respected, whatever the consequences, and the convention is overwritten, but only in the face of an imminent catastrophe. The second and fourth of these are the most interesting and the most important. They explain how it is that morally serious men and women, who have some sense of what rights are, come nevertheless to violate the rules of war, escalate its brutality and extend its tyranny. The fourth seems to me the right argument. It provides the best account of the 2 kinds of justice and most fully recognizes the force of each. I shall focus on it in the chapters that follow, but try at the same time to suggest the inadequacies and dangers of the sliding scale. I will look first at a number of cases involving the practice of neutrality, perhaps the most disputed feature of the war convention. Since neutral rights constitute a kind of non-combatant immunity, they might have been taken up earlier on. The disputes they have generated, however, raise questions less about the content than about the force and endurance of rights in war. How long must one wait before breaking the rules? The answer I want to defend is best expressed by reversing Chairman Mao's dictum, with reference to our own conventions, and until the very last minute, we are all the Duke of Sung. 15. Aggression and neutrality. The doctrine of neutrality has a twofold form, which is best expressed, and which is conventionally expressed, in the language of rights. States possess, first, a right to be neutral, which is simply an aspect of their sovereignty. In any prospective or ongoing conflict between 2 other states, they are free to opt for what might be called the condition of thirdness. And if they do that, they then possess neutral rights, specified at great length in positive international law. As with the war convention generally, the initial right and the subsequent rights exist without reference to the moral character of the belligerent powers or to the probable outcome of the war. The more convinced we are, however, that one of the belligerents is an aggressor or that the outcome is going to be disastrous, the more likely we are to deny the very possibility of non-involvement. How can the rest of us respect its right to stand and watch if, by violating that right, we might avert the destruction? These questions have been posed with a special insistence in the years since World War II, but in fact the argument implicit in them is an old one. Consider, for example, a British proclamation issued in 1793, the political and military policies of the revolutionary government of France, it was said, involved all the surrounding powers in one common danger. Giving them the right, imposing on them the duty, to stop the progress of an evil which exists only by the successive violation of all law and property. The practical consequence of this sort of thing is obvious. If states don't do their duty, they can be forced to do it. One asserts the urgency of the struggle, and one erodes or denies the right to be neutral, in order to pave the way for the violation of neutral rights. The history of neutrality provides many examples of such violations, defended with some version of the argument from extremity or with the sliding scale, and I shall refer to that history in order to analyze those defenses. But first I must say something about the nature of neutrality itself and its place in the war convention. The right to be neutral. Neutrality is a collective and voluntary form of non-combatancy. It is collective in that its benefits obtain for all the members of a political community without reference to the status of individuals. Soldiers and civilians are alike protected, so long as their state is not engaged in war-making. The rights of disengagement distribute equally to all citizens. Neutrality is voluntaristic in that it can be assumed at will by any state with regard to a war or a prospective war between any other states. Individuals can be conscripted, but states cannot. They may ask that other powers formally acknowledge their neutrality, but the condition is unilaterally assumed and the acknowledgement unnecessary. The scrap of paper that Germany brushed aside when it invaded Belgium in 1914 did not establish Belgian neutrality, the Belgians themselves did that. And had the Germans formally renounced their guarantee or waited for its expiration, their invasion would still have been the crime it was said to be at the time. It would have been a crime, that is, as long as the Belgians not only claimed the rights but also observed the duties of a neutral state. These duties can be summed up very simply: although international law on this subject is elaborate and detailed, they require a strict impartiality toward the belligerents, without reference to the justice of their cause or to any sentiments of neighborliness, cultural affinity, or ideological agreement to it. Is not only fighting on one or another side that is prohibited, but every sort of official discrimination. This rule is very strict. If it is violated, neutral rights are forfeit, and the neutral state is subject to reprisals from whichever belligerent is injured by the violations. The rule applies, however, only to state action. Private citizens remain free to choose sides in a variety of ways, to campaign politically, raise money, even raise volunteers, though they cannot launch forays across the border. What is more important, normal patterns of trade may be maintained with both belligerents. Hence the neutrality of any given state is likely to be more helpful to one side than to the other. So far as the warring powers are concerned, neutrality is rarely a matter of equal benefit, for neither the balance of private sympathy and effort nor the balance of trade is likely to be even between them. But neither can complain of the unofficial help the other receives. This is a help that cannot be helped. It derives from the very existence of the neutral state, its geography, economy, language, religion, and so on, and could only be interdicted by the most rigorous coercion of its citizens. But the neutral state is not required to coerce its own citizens. So long as it takes no positive action to help one side or the other, it has fulfilled its duty not to get involved, and then it is automatically entitled to the full enjoyment of its right not to get involved. The moral basis of the right is not entirely clear, however, in large part because its domestic analog is so unappealing. In both political and moral life, the neuter is not a person one instinctively likes. Perhaps he has a right to avoid if he can the quarrels of his neighbors, but what about their troubles? We have to ask again, can he stand and watch a neighbor being assaulted on the street? Might not the neighbor say at such a time, "You're either for me or against me"? As a revolutionary slogan, that sentence suggests, perhaps, an unwarranted pressure and a threat of retaliations to come. But in the case at hand, its message is simpler and less objectionable. Surely a strict neutrality here, a refusal to discriminate in any way in favor of the victim, would be disquieting and strange. Neighbors are not mere spectators, studying one another's misfortunes from some great distance. The social life they share entails a degree of mutual concern. On the other hand, if I am obligated to be for my neighbor, I am not obligated to rush to his rescue first, because that may not be an effective way of being for him, and second, because it may be disastrous for me. I have a right to weigh the risks of joining the battle. But let's assume that the risks are minor. There are a large number of us watching, and I can count on the support of the others if I take the lead, or there is a policeman around the corner, and I can count on him to take the lead. Then I have no right to be neutral, and any efforts on my part to escape, make excuses, bury my head in the sand, are sure to be thought reprehensible. But the right of a state is different, and not only because there is no policeman around the corner. For there may well be a majority of states and an overwhelming predominance of force at least potentially available on behalf of a state under attack, thought to be the victim of aggression. All that stands in the way of mobilizing this force, it may be, is the war convention and the right of neutrality. Even in such a case, the right holds, because risk in war is very different from what it is in domestic fighting. Years ago, John Westlake argued that neutrality is not morally justifiable unless intervention in the war is unlikely to promote justice or could do so only at a ruinous cost to the neutral. 3. Ruination is to be avoided, but is this only the ruination of states? When a state joins a war, it risks its survival to this or that degree, depending on the nature of the conflict, the power of its allies, and the readiness and fighting capacity of its army, and these risks may be acceptable or not. But at the same time, it condemns an indefinite number of its citizens to certain death. It does this, to be sure, without knowing which citizens those are. But the decision itself is irrevocable. Once fighting begins, it is certain that soldiers, and probably civilians, too, will die. The right of neutrality follows from this fact. Like other provisions of the War Convention, it represents a limit on the coerciveness of war. At least this group of men and women, citizens of the neutral state, who do not choose to risk their lives, will be protected from having to do so. But why should these men and women be immune and free when so many others are driven into battle? In what possible way are they entitled to their neutrality? The question is especially important if we imagine a situation where a particular state's decision to be neutral means that more people will be killed than would be killed if it joined the war, for the participation of its armies might turn the tide and shorten the fighting by so many weeks or months. But the leaders of such a state are not required to calculate as if every human life carried the same moral weight for every decision-maker at every moment in time. Their people's lives are not international resources to be distributed in war so as to balance the risks or reduce the losses of other people. These are innocent lives. With reference to the soldiers of the neutral state, that means only that they have not yet been attacked and forced to fight. Still, they are disengaged, and no one has a right to challenge their disengagement. Perhaps that disengagement is a matter of luck. It is often, in cases of successful neutrality, a matter of geography. But people are entitled to their good fortune in such matters, as states are, or are presumed to be, entitled to their geographic locations. B. So neutral citizens are immune from attack. The coerciveness of war can never willfully be extended beyond the limits fixed by the material causes of the conflict and the military organization of the states involved. The leaders of a neutral state are entitled to maintain that immunity. Indeed, they may be bound to do so, given the consequences of its loss for their fellow citizens. The same solidarity that makes non-involvement at home morally questionable may well make it obligatory in the international arena. This group of men and women must save one another's lives first. They cannot do this by killing other people, unless those others are attacking them. The rules of neutrality suggest, however, that they can do it by allowing other people to die rather than dying themselves. If they have incurred obligations toward some of those people for the sake, perhaps, of collective security, then, of course, they cannot allow them to die. Otherwise, the right holds, even if its assertion seems ignoble. But there is one sort of case in which this right might be denied. Imagine, what is easily imaginable, that some great power launches a campaign of conquest, aimed not merely at this or that state but at some larger ideological or imperial goal. Why should such a campaign be resisted only by its first victims, when in fact many other states will be threatened if the initial resistance fails? Or consider the common argument that aggression anywhere threatens everyone. Aggression is like crime. If one does not stamp it out, it will spread. Then again, there is no reason for the immediate victims to fight alone. They are fighting on behalf of future victims, that is, of all other states, and the others will reap the benefits of their fighting and dying. How can they stand aside? President Wilson took this position in his war message of April 2, 1917, neutrality is no longer feasible or desirable when the peace of the world is involved and the freedom of its peoples, for he presumably meant morally feasible, since a practical alternative to war, namely continued neutrality, clearly existed. The argument against that alternative must go something like this. If one imagines a particular aggressor moving on from one triumph to another, or if one imagines a radical increase in the incidence of aggression as a result of this particular triumph, then it has to be said that peace and freedom are in general danger. And then continued neutrality is not morally feasible, for while a neutral state has or may have a right to let others die in quarrels of their own, it cannot let them die on its behalf. Any danger that is shared by all the members of international society is morally coercive, even if it is not yet materially present, for all of them. This argument, however, rests uneasily on imaginings about which there is no general agreement and which often look painfully implausible after the fact. It seems very strange today, for example, that any conceivable outcome of World War I could have been thought to pose a universal threat to peace and freedom, or a greater threat than was posed by the actual outcome. And this is so even if one grants that the war began with an act or a series of acts of aggression. The mere recognition of a criminal attack, without some profoundly pessimistic or, as in this case, highly extravagant view of its likely consequences, does not require the leaders of a neutral state to draw President Wilson's conclusions. They can always refuse to do so, imagining in their turn that their own country and the whole world are in no real danger. That is a unilateral view of the situation, to be sure, and one can argue, as I would often be inclined to do, with the leaders who put it forward. But they and their people are entitled to act on it. That is the real right of neutrality. The nature of necessity, too. At this point, however, the crucial moral decision may not lie with the neutral state. The belligerents also have a choice, to respect neutral rights or not. Violations of those rights are usually thought to be an especially bad kind of aggression on the principle, I suppose, that it is worse to strike out at uninvolved states than at states with which one has been quarreling. Unless we take a rather permissive view of the initial resort to violence, this seems a dubious principle. On the other hand, attacks on neutrals are usually an especially clear kind of aggression, whereas responsibility for the war itself may be difficult to assess. When armies move across the frontier of a state that has maintained a strict impartiality, we have little difficulty in recognizing the move as a criminal act. Violations short of armed attack are harder to recognize but almost equally reprehensible, for they invite and justify military responses from the other side. If neutrality collapses and the war is extended to new territory and people, the crime is that of the first violator, assuming a proportionate response from the second. But what if neutrality is violated for a good cause, for the sake of national survival and the defeat of aggression, or, more largely, for the sake of civilization as we know it or the peace and freedom of the whole world? Here is the paradigmatic form of the collision between jus ad bellum and jus in bello. The belligerent power believes itself pressed by the exigencies of a just war. The neutral state is firm in its rights, its citizens are not bound to sacrifice themselves to someone else's exigencies. The belligerent power talks of the vital importance of the ends for which it is fighting, the neutral state invokes the rules of war. Neither side is entirely convincing, though in particular cases we must choose between them. I have tried to make the strongest possible case for neutral rights. Their violation almost certainly entails the killing, or the causing to be killed, of innocent people, and so it is not a casual matter even when the end in view is very important. Indeed, we are likely to recognize good men fighting for important ends by their reluctance to invade neutral states and force their citizens to fight. The value of that reluctance will be apparent if we look at two cases in which neutral rights were wrongly violated, first, on the plea of necessity, and second, with the argument more justice, more right. The first is the most famous violation of neutrality since the Athenian attack on Melos, and I have given it the name originally assigned in wartime propaganda: the rape of Belgium. The German attack on Belgium in August 1914 is unusual in that it was openly and honestly described by the Germans themselves as a violation of neutral rights. The speech of Chancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg to the Reichstag on August 4 deserves to be remembered. 5. Gentlemen, we are now in a state of necessity, and necessity knows no law. Our troops have already entered Belgian territory. Gentlemen, that is a breach of international law. It is true that the French government declared at Brussels that France would respect Belgian neutrality as long as her adversary respected it. We know, however, that France stood ready for an invasion. France could wait, we could not. A French attack on our flank on the Lower Rhine might have been disastrous. Thus we were forced to ignore the rightful protests of the government of Belgium. The wrong I speak openly, the wrong we thereby commit we will try to make good as soon as our military aims have been attained. He who is menaced as we are and is fighting for his highest possession can only consider how he is to hack his way through, Durkhaven. This is frank talk, though it is not quite like the frankness of the Athenian generals at Melos. For the Chancellor does not step outside the moral world when he defends the German invasion. He grants that a wrong has been done, and he promises to make it good after the fighting is over. That promise was not taken seriously by the Belgians. Their neutrality having been violated and their borders crossed, they had no reason to expect anything good from the invaders, nor did they believe that their independence would be respected. They chose to resist the invasion, and once their soldiers were fighting and dying, it is hard to see how the wrong the Germans had done could ever be made good. The force of von Bethmann-Hollweg's argument lies not in the promise of reparation, but in the plea of necessity. This will be a useful occasion to consider again what the plea might mean and to suggest that here, as in military history generally, it means a great deal less than it appears to do. We can see clearly in the Chancellor's speech the two levels at which the concept works. First, there is the instrumental or strategic level. The attack on Belgium was necessary, it is being argued, if German defeat was to be avoided. But that is an improbable argument. The attack had long seemed to the General Staff the most expedient way of striking a hard blow against the French and winning a quick victory in the West, before Germany was fully engaged with the Russians on the Eastern Front. Point 6 By no means, however, was it the only way of defending German territory. A French invasion along the Lower Rhine, after all, could only outflank the German army if the Germans were mobilized for action further north, along the Belgium frontier. The Chancellor's actual claim was that the odds of victory would be improved and German lives saved if the Belgians were sacrificed. But that expectation, which turned out to be wrong, had nothing to do with necessity. The second level of the argument is moral. Not only is the attack necessary to win, but winning itself is necessary, since Germany is fighting for its highest possession. I don't know what von Bethmann-Hollweg thought Germany's highest possession was. Perhaps he had in mind some notion of honor or military glory, which could only be upheld by victory over the nation's enemies. But honor and glory belong to the realm of freedom, not necessity. We are likely to think that Germany's victory was morally necessary, essential, required, only of its survival as an independent nation, or the very lives of its people were at stake. And on the best construction of the German cause, that was certainly not the case. What was at stake was Alsace-Lorraine, Germany's African colonies, and so on. So the argument fails on both levels. It would have to succeed on both, I think, before the violation of Belgian neutrality could be defended. The German Chancellor puts forward exactly the sort of argument that would be appropriate at a time of genuine extremity. He rejects every kind of deceitfulness. He does not pretend that the Belgians have failed in their duty of impartiality. He does not claim that the French have already violated Belgian neutrality or even that they are threatening to do so. He does not argue that Belgium cannot rightly stand aside in the presence of French aggression. He recognizes the force of the War Convention and hence of the right of neutrality, and he makes the case for overriding that right. He wants to override it, however, not at the last minute but at the very first, and not when Germany's survival is in danger but when the dangers are of a more ordinary kind. So his is not a plausible case. Its structure is right, but not its content. Nor was it thought plausible at the time. The German invasion was almost universally condemned, by many Germans, too. It was an important reason for the determination and high morale with which Britain entered the war and for the sympathy with which the Allied cause was viewed in other neutral countries. The United States, above all. 7 Even Lenin, who led the leftist opposition to the war, thought the defense of Belgium a reason to fight. Let us suppose that all the states interested in the observation of international treaties declared war on Germany, with the demand for the liberation and indemnification of Belgium. In such a case, the sympathies of socialists would, of course, be on the side of Germany's enemies. 8. But, he went on, that is not what the war is really about. He was right, the war as a whole does not lend itself to an easy description in terms of justice and injustice. But the attack on Belgium does. We must turn now, and at much greater length, to a harder case. The sliding scale. Winston Churchill and Norwegian neutrality. The day after Britain and France declared war on Germany in 1939, King Haakon VII formally proclaimed Norway's neutrality. The policy of the king and his government was not founded on political or ideological indifference. We never had neutrality of thought in Norway, the foreign minister wrote, and I never wanted it. Norway's political and cultural ties were with the Allies, and there seems no reason to doubt what historians of the period tell us. The Norwegians firmly believed in the high ideals of democracy, individual freedom, and international justice. 9. They were not, however, prepared to fight for those ideals. The war was a struggle among the great powers of Europe, and Norway was very much a small power, traditionally disengaged from European Machtpolitik, and now virtually disarmed. Whatever the moral importance of the issues over which the war was being fought, the Norwegian government could hardly intervene in any decisive way. Nor could it intervene at all without accepting great risks. Its first task was to make sure that Norway was still intact and its citizens alive at the end. With this purpose in mind, the government adopted a strict policy of neutrality indeed. On balance, this policy favored the Germans, even though most of Norway's normal trade was with the Allied powers, especially Britain. For the Germans depended on Norway for a very large part of their iron ore supply. The ore was mined at Gällivare in northern Sweden, and during the summer months it was shipped out of the Swedish town of Luleå on the Baltic Sea. But in the winter, the Baltic froze, then the ore was moved by rail to Narvik on the Norwegian coast, the nearest warm water port. Their German ships picked it up and carried it down the coast, keeping within Norwegian territorial waters so as to avoid the British Navy. The German ore supply was thus protected by Norwegian, and Swedish, neutrality, and for this reason the invasion of Norway was no part of Hitler's original strategic plan. Instead, he emphasized repeatedly that in his opinion the most desirable attitude for Norway as well as for the rest of Scandinavia would be one of complete neutrality. 10. The British view was very different. During the long months of the phony war, Scandinavian neutrality was a constant topic of cabinet discussion. Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, proposed one plan after another to interdict the shipments of iron ore. Here was a chance, he argued, here was the only chance, to strike a quick blow against Germany. Instead of waiting for a German attack in France and the Low Countries, the Allies could force Hitler to disperse his armies and to fight. Churchill never doubted that the Germans would fight for their ore supply in a part of the world where the strength of the British Navy could most effectively be brought to bear. 11. The French were also disinclined to wait for an attack on their own soil. Sir Edward Spears writes of Prime Minister Daladier that his views on military matters were confined to keeping warlike operations as remote from France as possible. 12. The Norwegian Prime Minister no doubt had a parallel idea in mind. But there is this difference: the war which the Norwegians wished to see fought in France, and which the French were ready to fight in Norway, was France's and not Norway's war. Churchill confronted the same difficulty. Norwegian neutrality was a bar to each of his plans. It was only a moral and legal bar, perhaps, for he did not expect the Norwegians to fight very hard for their neutrality, but it was an important bar nonetheless, since the British were inclined to distinguish themselves from their enemies by their respect for international law and justice. All the cards are against us in playing with these neutrals, General Ironside, chief of the Imperial General Staff, confided to his diary. Germany does not mean to respect them if it so suits her, and we must respect them. 13. The case was especially difficult because it did in fact suit the Germans, but not the British, to respect Norway's neutral rights. The Russo-Finnish War opened a new possibility for Allied strategists and moralists. The League of Nations, which had said nothing about the German attack on Poland, now condemned the Russians for waging an aggressive war. Churchill, who sympathized ardently with the Finns, proposed to send troops to Finland in fulfillment of Britain's obligations under the Covenant and to send them via Narvik, Gallivare, and Luleå. Under the plan drawn up by the General Staff, only a battalion of soldiers would actually have reached Finland, while 3 divisions would have guarded the lines of communication across Norway and Sweden, not only stopping the shipments of iron ore, but seizing it at its source and digging in for an expected German response in the spring. 14. It was a bold plan which would almost certainly have led to a German invasion of Sweden and Norway and to large-scale military operations in the two countries. We have more to gain than to lose, Churchill argued, by a German attack on Norway. One immediately wants to ask whether the Norwegians had more to gain than to lose. Apparently they did not think so, for they rejected repeated requests that they permit the free passage of British troops. The cabinet decided in favor of the expedition anyway, but the instructions prepared for its commander would have allowed him to proceed only in the face of token opposition. General Ironside worried that the political will necessary for success did not exist. We must remain quite cynical about anything except stopping the iron ore. 15. The cabinet seems to have been cynical enough about its Finnish cover. As it turned out, however, the members were unwilling to do without it, and when the Finns sued for peace in March 1940, the plan was shelved. Churchill now pressed a more modest proposal. He urged the mining of Norwegian territorial waters, so as to force German merchant ships out into the Atlantic where the British Navy could capture or sink them. It was a proposal he had made immediately after the war began and that he brought forward whenever his larger plans seemed in danger. Even this genteel little act of bellicosity, however, encountered opposition. Though the cabinet seemed favorable to Churchill's original presentation, in September 1939, the Foreign Office arguments about neutrality were weighty, and I could not prevail. I continued to press my point by every means and on all occasions. It is interesting to note, as Liddell Hart does, that a similar project had been brought forward in 1918 and rejected by the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Beatty. He said it would be most repugnant to the officers and men in the Grand Fleet to steam in overwhelming strength into the waters of a small but high-spirited people and coerce them. If the Norwegians resisted, as they probably would, blood would be shed. This, said the Commander-in-Chief, would constitute a crime as bad as any that the Germans had committed elsewhere. 16. The words have a somewhat archaic ring, and it should be said that Beatty's last line, repeated in 1939-40, would not have been true, but many Englishmen still felt a similar repugnance. These were more likely to be professional diplomats and soldiers than civilian politicians. General Ironside, for example, not always the cynic he pretended to be, wrote in his diary that the mining of Norwegian waters, though it could be described as a reprisal for the way Germany had treated neutral ships, may well start off some form of totalitarian war. 17. Churchill presumably believed that Britain was in for that kind of war anyway, given the political character of its enemy. He defended his proposal with a moral argument focusing on the nature and long-term goals of the Nazi regime. It is not merely that he did not sympathize with Beatty's repugnance, he told the cabinet that such feelings courted disaster, not for Britain alone but for all Europe. 18. We are fighting to re-establish the reign of law and to protect the liberties of small countries. Our defeat would mean an age of barbaric violence, and would be fatal, not only to ourselves, but to the independent life of every small country in Europe. Acting in the name of the Covenant, and as virtual mandatories of the League and all it stands for, we have a right, indeed are bound in duty, to abrogate for a space some of the conventions of the very laws we seek to consolidate and reaffirm. Small nations must not tie our hands when we are fighting for their rights and freedom. The letter of the law must not in supreme emergency obstruct those who are charged with its protection and enforcement. It would not be right or rational that the aggressive power should gain one set of advantages by tearing up all laws, and another set by sheltering behind the innate respect for law of its opponents. Humanity, rather than legality, must be our guide. This is a powerful argument, though its rhetoric is sometimes misleading, it requires close examination. I want to begin by accepting Churchill's description of the British as defenders of the rule of law. Indeed, they vindicated their claim to that title by refusing for months to adopt his proposals. It may even be accurate to talk of Britain as the virtual mandatory of the League of Nations, so long as one understands that phrase to mean that it was not the actual mandatory. The British decision to invade Norwegian waters was as unilateral as was Norway's decision to stay out of the war. The problem lies in the consequences Churchill believes to follow from the justice of Britain's cause. He puts forward a version of what I have called the sliding scale argument: the greater the justice of one's cause, the more rights one has in battle. C. But Churchill pretends that these are rights against the Germans. The British, he says, are entitled to violate those legal conventions behind which Germany is sheltering. Legal conventions, however, have, or sometimes have, their moral reasons. The purpose of the laws of neutrality is not primarily to protect belligerent powers but to save the lives of neutral citizens. It was in fact the Norwegians who were sheltered by the letter of the law, the Germans were only its secondary beneficiaries. This ordering suggests the crucial difficulty with the sliding scale. However much the rights of the British are enhanced by the justice of their cause, they can hardly acquire a title to kill Norwegians or to put their lives at risk unless Norwegian rights are somehow simultaneously diminished. The sliding scale argument presupposes and requires some such symmetry, but I do not see how it can be generated. It is not enough to argue that the just side can do more. Something must be said about the objects as well as the subjects of this military doing. Who is being done to? In this case, the objects are Norwegian citizens, who are in no sense responsible for the war into which they are to be dragged. They have not challenged the rule of law or the peace of Europe. How have they become liable to attack? There is an implicit answer to this question in Churchill's cabinet memorandum. He obviously believes that the Norwegians ought to be involved in the struggle against Germany, not only because their involvement would be good for Britain, but also because, if Britain and France were forced into a shameful peace, they would certainly be among the next victims. Neutral rights fade away, he argues, when brought up against aggression and illegal violence on the one hand and legitimate resistance on the other. Or at least, they fade away whenever the aggressor poses a general threat to the rule of law, the independence of small nations, and so on. Britain is fighting on behalf of Germany's future victims, and they must sacrifice their rights rather than hinder the struggle. Taken as moral exhortation, this seems to me, in the circumstances of 1939–40, entirely justified. But it remains a question whether the sacrifice is to be required because the Norwegians recognize the German threat or because the British do. Churchill is repeating Wilson's argument of 1917, neutrality is not morally feasible. But this is a dangerous argument when made not by the leader of a neutral state but by a leader of one of the belligerents. It is not a question now of the voluntary surrender of neutral rights, but of their abrogation for a time. And even that phrase is a euphemism. Since human life is at stake, the abrogation is not temporary, unless Churchill plans to raise the dead after the war is over. In most wars, it can plausibly be said that one side fights justly, or probably does, or fights with greater justice than the other, and in all these cases the enemy against which it fights may well pose a general threat. The right of third parties to be neutral is a moral entitlement to ignore those distinctions and to recognize or not to recognize that threat. It may well be that they have to fight if they do recognize a danger to themselves, but they cannot rightly be forced to fight if they do not. They may be morally blind, or obtuse, or selfish, but these faults do not turn them into the resources of the righteous. This is, however, exactly the effect of Churchill's argument. The sliding scale is a way of transferring the rights of third parties to the citizens and soldiers of a state whose war is, or is said to be, just. But there is another argument in Churchill's memorandum which does not require the application of the sliding scale. It is most clearly suggested by the phrase supreme emergency. In an emergency, neutral rights can be overridden, and when we override them we make no claim that they have been diminished, weakened, or lost. They have to be overridden, as I have already said, precisely because they are still there, in full force, obstacles to some great, necessary, triumph for mankind. To British strategists, Norwegian neutrality was an obstacle of just this sort. It appears now that they greatly exaggerated the effects they could have had on Germany's war effort by cutting off the ore shipments. But their estimates were honestly made, and they were shared by Hitler himself. "We can under no circumstances afford to lose the Swedish ore," he told General Falkenhorst in February 1940. "If we do, we will soon have to wage war with wooden stakes." 19 That attractive prospect must have weighed heavily with the British cabinet. They had available to them a simple utilitarian argument, backed up by a theory of justice, for violating Norway's neutral rights. The violations were militarily necessary to defeat Nazism, and it was morally essential that Nazism be defeated. Here again is the two-level argument, and in this case the argument works on the second level. The moral necessity is clear. I will try to explain why this is so in the next chapter. That is why we are likely to be far more sympathetic to Churchill's than to von Bethmann-Hollweg's position. But the instrumental or strategic claim is as questionable in the Norwegian as in the Belgian example. The Allied armies had not yet fought a single battle, the force of the German blitzkrieg had not yet been felt in the West, the military significance of the airplane was not yet understood. The British still had full confidence in the Royal Navy. The First Lord of the Admiralty certainly had such confidence. All his Norwegian plans depended upon naval power. Only a Churchill, having called the situation at the beginning of 1940 a supreme emergency, could still find words to describe Britain's danger 6 months later. The truth is that when the British finally decided to sail in overwhelming strength into the waters of a small but high-spirited people and coerce them, they were not thinking of avoiding defeat but, like the Germans in 1914, of winning a quick victory. So the British move is another example of overriding at the first minute rather than the last. We judge it less harshly than the German attack on Belgium, not only because of what we know of the character of the Nazi regime, but also because we look back on the events of the next months which so quickly brought Britain to the brink of national disaster. But it has to be stressed again that Churchill had no foresight of that disaster. To understand and weigh the actions he advocated, we must stand beside him in those early months of the war and try to think as he did. Then the question is simply this: can one do anything, violating the rights of the innocent, in order to defeat Nazism? I am going to argue that one can indeed do what is necessary, but the violation of Norwegian neutrality was not necessary in April 1940, it was only a piece of expediency. Can one then reduce the risks of fighting Nazism, at the expense of the innocent? Surely one cannot do that, however just the struggle. Churchill's argument hangs on the reality and the extremity of the crisis, but here, in his own view, there was no crisis. The phony war was not yet a supreme emergency. The emergency came on unexpectedly, as emergencies are likely to do, its dangers first revealed by the fighting in Norway. The final British decision was made late in March, and the leads were mined on April 8. The next day, the Germans invaded Norway. Eluding the British Navy, they landed troops all along the coast, even as far north as Narvik. It was a response not so much to the actual laying of the mines as to the months of plans, arguments, and hesitations, none of which were concealed from Hitler's agents and strategic analysts. It was also the response Churchill had expected and hoped for, though it came too soon and with complete surprise. The Norwegians fought bravely and briefly, the British were tragically unready to defend the country they had made vulnerable to attack. There were a number of counter-landings by British troops, Narvik was captured and held for a short time, but the navy was ineffective against the German Air Force, and Churchill, still First Lord of the Admiralty, presided over a series of humiliating evacuations. 20 Germany's ore supply was safe for the duration of the war, as it would have been had Norway's neutrality been respected. Norway was an occupied country, with a fascist government, many of its soldiers were dead, the phony war was over. At Nuremberg in 1945, German leaders were charged with having planned and carried out an aggressive war against Norway. Liddell Hart finds it hard to understand how the British and French governments had the face to approve this charge. 21. His indignation derives from his belief that neutral rights are equally invulnerable to the claims of just and unjust belligerents. So they are, and it would have been better if after the war the British had acknowledged that the mining of the leads had been a breach of international law and that the Germans were entitled, if not to invade and conquer Norway, at least to respond in some military way. I do not want to deny the anomaly of the argument that Hitler's Germany could have any rights at all in its wars of conquest. German entitlements, however, came by way of Norwegian rights, and so long as one recognizes the practice of neutrality, there is no way around them. In a supreme emergency, indeed, it may be necessary to hack one's way through, but it is no virtue to be too eager to do that or to do it too soon, for it is not the opposing army that is hacked through in such a case, but innocent men and women, whose rights are intact, whose lives are at stake. Neutral states have sometimes sought a more perfect neutrality by embargoing all trade with belligerent powers. But this does not seem a plausible course. For if the normal balance of trade favors one belligerent, a total embargo is likely to favor the other. There is no 0 point, the status quo ante bellum seems the only reasonable norm. But this argument doesn't seem to work with reference to the property and prosperity, rather than the lives, of the citizens. If a state can discriminate economically against an aggressor, even if the costs to itself are considerable, it seems bound to do so, unless the discrimination is likely to involve it in the fighting. Aggressor states, of course, have a right to respond to discriminatory measures, by force if necessary. But they won't always be in a position to respond, and if they are not, the measures may be morally required. When the League of Nations invoked economic sanctions against Italy in the Ethiopian War of 1936, it made the requirement legal as well. But I should think that the moral obligation would have held had there been only an Ethiopian appeal and no League resolution. In any case, the example suggests the relative status of property rights in the theory of war. Hugo Grotius, who generally favors the sliding scale, is particularly clear on the question of neutrality. From what has been said we can understand how it is permissible for one who is waging a just war to take possession of a place situated in a country free from hostilities. He sets 3 conditions, the first of which does not quite fit the Norwegian case, that there is not an imaginary but a real danger that the enemy will seize the place and cause irreparable damage. But Churchill might have argued that the Germans enjoyed all the benefits of seizure without the effort. See of the Law of War and Peace, Book 2, Chapter 2, Section X. 16. Supreme Emergency. The Nature of Necessity, 3. Everyone's troubles make a crisis. Emergency and crisis are cant words, used to prepare our minds for acts of brutality. And yet there are such things as critical moments in the lives of men and women and in the history of states. Certainly, war is such a time, every war is an emergency, every battle a possible turning point. Fear and hysteria are always latent in combat, often real, and they press us toward fearful measures and criminal behavior. The war convention is a bar to such measures, not always effective, but there nevertheless. In principle at least, as we have seen, it resists the ordinary crises of military life. Churchill's description of Britain's predicament in 1939 as a supreme emergency was a piece of rhetorical heightening designed to overcome that resistance. But the phrase also contains an argument, that there is a fear beyond the ordinary fearfulness, and the frantic opportunism, of war, and a danger to which that fear corresponds, and that this fear and danger may well require exactly those measures that the war convention bars. Now, a great deal is at stake here, both for the men and women driven to adopt such measures and for their victims, so we must attend carefully to the implicit argument of supreme emergency. Though its use is often ideological, the meaning of the phrase is a matter of common sense. It is defined by 2 criteria, which correspond to the 2 levels on which the concept of necessity works. The first has to do with the imminence of the danger and the second with its nature. The 2 criteria must both be applied. Neither one by itself is sufficient as an account of extremity or as a defense of the extraordinary measures extremity is thought to require. Close but not serious, serious but not close, neither one makes for a supreme emergency. But since people at war can rarely agree on the seriousness of the dangers they face, or pose for one another, the idea of closeness is sometimes made to do the job alone. Then we are offered what might best be called the back-to-the-wall argument, that when conventional means of resistance are hopeless or worn out, anything goes, anything that is necessary to win. Thus British Prime Minister Stanley Baldwin, writing in 1932 about the dangers of terror bombing 1. Will any form of prohibition of bombing, whether by convention, treaty, agreement, or anything you like, be effective in war? Frankly, I doubt it, and in doubting it, I make no reflection on the good faith of either ourselves or any other country. If a man has a potential weapon and has his back to the wall and is going to be killed, he will use that weapon, whatever it is and whatever undertaking he has given about it. The first thing that has to be said about this statement is that Baldwin does not mean his domestic analogy to be applied literally. Soldiers and statesmen commonly say that their backs are to the wall whenever military defeat seems imminent, and Baldwin is endorsing this view of extremity. The analogy is from survival at home to victory in the international sphere. Baldwin claims that people will necessarily, inevitably, adopt extreme measures if such measures are necessary, essential, either to escape death or to avoid military defeat. But the argument is wrong at both ends. It is simply not the case that individuals will always strike out at innocent men and women rather than accept risks for themselves. We even say, very often, that it is their duty to accept risks, and perhaps to die, and here as in moral life generally, ought implies can. We make the demand knowing that it is possible for people to live up to it. Can we make the same demand on political leaders, acting not for themselves but for their countrymen? That will depend upon the dangers their countrymen face. What is it that defeat entails? Is it some minor territorial adjustment, a loss of face, for the leaders, the payment of heavy indemnities, political reconstruction of this or that sort, the surrender of national independence, the exile or murder of millions of people? In such cases, one's back is always to the wall, but the dangers one confronts take very different forms, and the different forms make a difference. If we are to adopt or defend the adoption of extreme measures, the danger must be of an unusual and horrifying kind. Such descriptions, I suppose, are common enough in time of war. One's enemies are often thought to be, at least they are often said to be, unusual and horrifying. Point 2. Soldiers are encouraged to fight fiercely if they believe that they are fighting for the survival of their country and their families, that freedom, justice, civilization itself are at risk. But this sort of thing is only sometimes plausible to the detached observer, and one suspects that its propagandistic character is also understood by many of the participants. War is not always a struggle over ultimate values, where the victory of one side would be a human disaster for the other. It is necessary to be skeptical about such matters, to cultivate a wary disbelief of wartime rhetoric, and then to search for some touchstone against which arguments about extremity might be judged. We need to make a map of human crises and to mark off the regions of desperation and disaster. These and only these constitute the realm of necessity, truly understood. Once again, I am going to use the experience of World War II in Europe to suggest at least the rough contours of the map. For Nazism lies at the outer limits of exigency, at a point where we are likely to find ourselves united in fear and abhorrence. That is what I am going to assume, at any rate, on behalf of all those people who believed at the time and still believe a third of a century later that Nazism was an ultimate threat to everything decent in our lives, an ideology and a practice of domination so murderous, so degrading even to those who might survive, that the consequences of its final victory were literally beyond calculation, immeasurably awful. We see it, and I don't use the phrase lightly, as evil objectified in the world, and in a form so potent and apparent that there could never have been anything to do but fight against it. I obviously cannot offer an account of Nazism in these pages. But such an account is hardly necessary. it is enough to point to the historical experience of Nazi rule. Here was a threat to human values so radical that its imminence would surely constitute a supreme emergency, and this example can help us understand why lesser threats might not do so. In order to get the map right, however, we must imagine a Nazi-like danger somewhat different from the one the Nazis actually posed. When Churchill said that a German victory in World War II would be fatal, not only to ourselves, but to the independent life of every small country in Europe, he was speaking the exact truth. The danger was a general one. But suppose it had existed for Britain alone. Can a supreme emergency be constituted by a particular threat, by a threat of enslavement or extermination directed against a single nation? Can soldiers and statesmen override the rights of innocent people for the sake of their own political community? I am inclined to answer this question affirmatively, though not without hesitation and worry. What choice do they have? They might sacrifice themselves in order to uphold the moral law, but they cannot sacrifice their countrymen. Faced with some ultimate horror, their options exhausted, they will do what they must to save their own people. That is not to say that their decision is inevitable, I have no way of knowing that, but the sense of obligation and of moral urgency they are likely to feel at such a time is so overwhelming that a different outcome is hard to imagine. Still, the question is difficult, as its domestic analog suggests. Despite Baldwin, it is not usually said of individuals in domestic society that they necessarily will or that they morally can strike out at innocent people. Even in the supreme emergency of self-defense. 3 They can only attack their attackers. But communities, in emergencies, seem to have different and larger prerogatives. I am not sure that I can account for the difference, without ascribing to communal life a kind of transcendence that I don't believe it to have. Perhaps it is only a matter of arithmetic. Individuals cannot kill other individuals to save themselves, but to save a nation we can violate the rights of a determinate but smaller number of people. But then large nations and small ones would have different entitlements in such cases, and I doubt very much that this is true. We might better say that it is possible to live in a world where individuals are sometimes murdered, but a world where entire peoples are enslaved or massacred is literally unbearable. For the survival and freedom of political communities whose members share a way of life, developed by their ancestors, to be passed on to their children are the highest values of international society. Nazism challenged these values on a grand scale, but challenges more narrowly conceived, if they are of the same kind, have similar moral consequences. They bring us under the rule of necessity, and necessity knows no rules. I want to stress again, however, that the mere recognition of such a threat is not itself coercive. It neither compels nor permits attacks on the innocent, so long as other means of fighting and winning are available. Danger makes only half the argument, imminence makes the other half. Now let us consider a time when the two halves came together, the terrible 2 years that followed the defeat of France, from the summer of 1940 to the summer of 1942, when Hitler's armies were everywhere triumphant, overriding the rules of war. The decision to bomb German cities. There have been few decisions more important than this one in the history of warfare. As a direct result of the adoption of a policy of terror bombing by the leaders of Britain, some 300,000 Germans, most of them civilians, were killed and another 780,000 seriously injured. No doubt, these figures are low when compared to the results of Nazi genocide, but they were, after all, the work of men and women at war with Nazism, who hated everything it stood for and who were not supposed to imitate its effects, even at lagging rates. And the British policy had further consequences. It was the crucial precedent for the firebombing of Tokyo and other Japanese cities, and then for Harry Truman's decision to drop atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The civilian death toll from Allied terrorism in World War II must have exceeded 500,000 men, women, and children. How could the initial choice of this ultimate weapon ever have been defended? The history is a complex one, and it has already been the subject of several monographic analyses. 4 I can review it only briefly, attending especially to the arguments put forward at the time by Churchill and other British leaders, and always remembering what sort of a time it was. The decision to bomb cities was made late in 1940. A directive issued in June of that year had specifically laid down that targets had to be identified and aimed at. Indiscriminate bombing was forbidden. In November, after the German raid on Coventry, Bomber Command was instructed simply to aim at the center of a city. What had once been called indiscriminate bombing, and commonly condemned, was now required, and by early 1942, aiming at military or industrial targets was barred. The aiming points are to be the built-up areas, not, for instance, the dockyards or aircraft factories. 5. The purpose of the raids was explicitly declared to be the destruction of civilian morale. Following the famous Minute of Lord Cherwell in 1942, the means to this demoralization were specified. Working-class residential areas were the prime targets. Cherwell thought it possible to render a third of the German population homeless by 1943.6. Before Cherwell provided his scientific rationale for the bombing, a number of reasons had already been offered for the British decision. From the beginning, the attacks were defended as reprisals for the German Blitz. This is a very problematic defense, even if we leave aside the difficulties of the doctrine of reprisals, which I have already canvassed. First of all, it appears possible, as one scholar has recently argued, that Churchill deliberately provoked the German attacks on London by bombing Berlin in order to relieve pressure on RAF installations. Until then the major Luftwaffe target. 7 Nor was it Churchill's purpose, once the Blitz began, to deter the German attacks or to establish a policy of mutual restraint. 8 We ask no favor of the enemy. We seek from them no compunction. On the contrary, if tonight the people of London were asked to cast their votes whether a convention should be entered into to stop the bombing of all cities, the overwhelming majority would cry, "No, we will mete out to the Germans the measure, and more than the measure, that they have meted out to us." Needless to say, the people of London were not in fact asked to vote on such a convention. Churchill assumed that the bombing of German cities was necessary to their morale and that they wanted to hear, what he told them in a radio broadcast of 1941, that the British Air Force was making the German people taste and gulp each month a sharper dose of the miseries they have showered upon mankind. 9 This argument has been accepted by many historians. There was a popular clamor for revenge, one of them writes, which Churchill had to satisfy if he was to maintain a fighting spirit among his own people. It is especially interesting to note, then, that a 1941 opinion poll showed that the most determined demand for reprisal raids came from Cumberland, Westmoreland, and the North Riding of Yorkshire, rural areas barely touched by bombing, where some 3/4 of the population wanted them. In central London, conversely, the proportion was only 45%. 10 men and women who had experienced terror bombing were less likely to support Churchill's policy than those who had not. A heartening statistic, and one which suggests that the morale of the British people, or perhaps better, their conventional morality, allowed for political leadership of a different sort than Churchill provided. The news that Germany was being bombed was certainly glad tidings in Britain, but as late as 1944, according to other opinion surveys, the overwhelming majority of Britishers still believed that the raids were directed solely against military targets. Presumably, that is what they wanted to believe. There was by then quite a bit of evidence to the contrary. But that says something, again, about the character of British morale. It should also be said that the campaign against terror bombing, run largely by pacifists, attracted very little popular support. Reprisal was a bad argument, revenge was a worse one. We must concentrate now on the military justifications for terror bombing, which were presumably paramount in Churchill's mind, whatever he said on the radio. I can discuss these only in a general way. There was a great deal of dispute at the time, some of it technical, some of it moral in character. The calculations of the Cherwell Minute, for example, were sharply attacked by a group of scientists whose opposition to terrorism may well have had moral grounds, but whose position, to the best of my knowledge, was never stated in moral terms. 11 Explicit moral disagreement developed most importantly among the professional soldiers involved in the decision-making process. These disagreements are described, in characteristic fashion, by a strategic analyst and historian who has studied the British escalation. The debate had been beclouded by emotion on one side of the argument, on the part of those who as a matter of moral principle objected to making war on civilians. 12. The focus of these objections seems to have been some version of the doctrine of double effect. The arguments had, to the mind of the strategic analyst, a curiously scholastic flavor. At the height of the Blitz, many British officers still felt strongly that their own air attacks should be aimed to minimize civilian casualties. They did not want to imitate Hitler, but to differentiate themselves from him. Even officers who accepted the desirability of killing civilians still sought to maintain their professional honor. Such deaths, they insisted, were desirable only insofar as they remained a byproduct of the primary intention to hit a military target. 13. A tendentious argument, no doubt, yet one that would drastically have limited the British offensive against cities. But all such proposals ran up against the operational limits of the bomber technology then available. Early in the war, it became clear that British bombers could fly effectively only at night and, given the navigational devices with which they were equipped, that they could reasonably aim at no target smaller than a fairly large city. A study made in 1941 indicated that of those planes that actually succeeded in attacking their target, about 2/3 of the attacking force, only 1/3 dropped their bombs within 5 miles of the point aimed at. 14. Once this was known, it would seem dishonest to claim that the intended target was, say, this aircraft factory and that the indiscriminate destruction around it was only an unintended, if foreseeable, consequence of the justified attempt to stop the production of planes. What was really unintended but foreseeable was that the factory itself would probably escape harm. If any sort of strategic bombing offensive was to be maintained, one would have to plan for the destruction that one could and did cause. Lord Cherwell's minute was an effort at such planning. In fact, of course, navigational devices were rapidly improved as the war went on, and the bombing of specific military targets was an important part of Britain's total air offensive, receiving top priority at times, before the June 1944 invasion of France, for example, and cutting into the resources allowed for attacks on cities. Today many experts believe that the war might have ended sooner had there been a greater concentration of air power against targets such as the German oil refineries. 15 But the decision to bomb cities was made at a time when victory was not in sight and the specter of defeat ever present. And it was made when no other decision seemed possible if there was to be any sort of military offensive against Nazi Germany. Bomber command was the only offensive weapon available to the British in those frightening years, and I expect there is some truth to the notion that it was used simply because it was there. It was the only force in the West, writes Arthur Harris, Chief of Bomber Command from early 1942 until the end of the war, which could take offensive action. Against Germany, our only means of getting at the enemy in a way that would hurt at all. 16 Offensive action could have been postponed until, or in hope of, some more favorable time. That is what the war convention would require, and there was also considerable military pressure for postponement. Harris was hard-pressed to keep his command together in the face of repeated calls for tactical air support which would have been coordinated with ground action largely defensive in character, since the German armies were still advancing everywhere. Sometimes, in his memoirs, he sounds like a bureaucrat defending his function and his office, but obviously he was also defending a certain conception of how the war might best be fought. He did not believe that the weapons he commanded should be used because he commanded them. He believed that the tactical use of bombers could not stop Hitler and that the destruction of cities could. Later in the war, he argued that only the destruction of cities could bring the fighting to a quick conclusion. The first of these arguments, at least, deserves a careful examination. It was apparently accepted by the Prime Minister. The bombers alone, Churchill had said as early as September 1940, provide the means of victory. 17. The bombers alone that poses the issue very starkly, and perhaps wrongly, given the disputes over strategy to which I have already referred. Churchill's statement suggested a certainty to which neither he nor anyone else had any right. but the issue can be put so as to accommodate a degree of skepticism and to permit even the most sophisticated among us to indulge in a common and a morally important fantasy. Suppose that I sat in the seat of power and had to decide whether to use Bomber Command, in the only way that it could be used systematically and effectively, against cities. Suppose further that unless the bombers were used in this way, the probability that Germany would eventually be defeated would be radically reduced. It makes no sense at this point to quantify the probabilities. I have no clear notion what they actually were or even how they might be calculated given our present knowledge, nor am I sure how different figures, unless they were very different, would affect the moral argument. But it does seem to me that the more certain a German victory appeared to be in the absence of a bomber offensive, the more justifiable was the decision to launch the offensive. It is not just that such a victory was frightening, but also that it seemed in those years very close. It is not just that it was close, but also that it was so frightening. Here was a supreme emergency, where one might well be required to override the rights of innocent people and shatter the war convention. Given the view of Nazism that I am assuming, the issue takes this form: should I wager this determinate crime, the killing of innocent people, against that immeasurable evil, a Nazi triumph? Obviously, if there is some other way of avoiding the evil or even a reasonable chance of another way, I must wager differently or elsewhere. But I can never hope to be sure. A wager is not an experiment. Even if I wager and win, it is still possible that I was wrong, that my crime was unnecessary to victory. But I can argue that I studied the case as closely as I was able, took the best advice I could find, sought out available alternatives. And if all this is true, and my perception of evil and imminent danger not hysterical or self-serving, then surely I must wager. There is no option, the risk otherwise is too great. My own action is determinate, of course, only as to its direct consequences, while the rule that bars such acts is founded on a conception of rights that transcends all immediate considerations. It arises out of our common history, it holds the key to our common future. But I dare to say that our history will be nullified and our future condemned unless I accept the burdens of criminality here and now. This is not an easy argument to make, and yet we must resist every effort to make it easier. Many people undoubtedly found some comfort in the fact that the cities being bombed were German and some of the victims Nazis. In effect, they applied the sliding scale and denied or diminished the rights of German civilians so as to deny or diminish the horror of their deaths. This is a tempting procedure, as we can see most clearly if we consider again the bombing of occupied France. Allied flyers killed many Frenchmen, but they did so while bombing what were, or were thought to be, military targets. They did not deliberately aim at the built-up areas of French cities. Suppose such a policy had been proposed. I am sure that we would all find the wager more difficult to undertake and defend if, through some strange combination of circumstances, it required the deliberate slaughter of Frenchmen. For we had special commitments to the French, we were fighting on their behalf, and sometimes the bombers were flown by French pilots. But the status of the civilians in the two cases is no different. The theory that distinguishes combatants from non-combatants does not distinguish Allied from enemy non-combatants, at least not with regard to the question of their murder. I suppose it makes sense to say that there were more people in German than in French cities who were responsible, in some fashion, for the evil of Nazism, and we may well be reluctant to extend to them the full range of civilian rights. But even if that reluctance is justified, there is no way for the bombers to search out the right people. And for all the others, terrorism only reiterates the tyranny that the Nazis had already established. It assimilates ordinary men and women to their government as if the two really made a totality, and it judges them in a totalitarian way. If one is forced to bomb cities, it seems to me, it is best to acknowledge that one has also been forced to kill the innocent. Once again, however, I want to set radical limits to the notion of necessity even as I have myself been using it. For the truth is that the supreme emergency passed long before the British bombing reached its crescendo. The greater number by far of the German civilians killed by terror bombing were killed without moral, and probably also without military, reason. The decisive point was made by Churchill in July of 1942:18. In the days when we were fighting alone, we answered the question, how are you going to win the war, by saying, we will shatter Germany by bombing. Since then the enormous injuries inflicted on the German army and manpower by the Russians, and the accession of the manpower and munitions of the United States, have rendered other possibilities open. Surely, then, it was time to stop the bombing of cities and to aim, tactically and strategically, only at legitimate military targets. But that was not Churchill's view. All the same, it would be a mistake to cast aside our original thought that the severe, ruthless bombing of Germany on an ever-increasing scale will not only cripple her war effort, but will create conditions intolerable to the mass of the German population. So the raids continued, culminating in the spring of 1945 when the war was virtually won in a savage attack on the city of Dresden in which something like 100,000 people were killed. 19 Only then did Churchill have second thoughts. It seems to me that the moment has come when the question of bombing German cities simply for the sake of increasing the terror, though under other pretexts, should be reviewed. The destruction of Dresden remains a serious query against the conduct of Allied bombing. 20 Indeed it does, but so does the destruction of Hamburg and Berlin and all the other cities attacked simply for the sake of terror. The argument used between 1942 and 1945 in defense of terror bombing was utilitarian in character, its emphasis not on victory itself but on the time and price of victory. The city raids, it was claimed by men such as Harris, would end the war sooner than it would otherwise end and, despite the large number of civilian casualties they inflicted, at a lower cost in human life. Assuming this claim to be true, I have already indicated that precisely opposite claims are made by some historians and strategists. It is nevertheless not sufficient to justify the bombing. It is not sufficient, I think, even if we do nothing more than calculate utilities. For such calculations need not be concerned only with the preservation of life. There is much else that we might plausibly want to preserve, the quality of our lives, for example, our civilization and morality, our collective abhorrence of murder, even when it seems, as it always does, to serve some purpose. Then the deliberate slaughter of innocent men and women cannot be justified simply because it saves the lives of other men and women. I suppose it is possible to imagine situations where that last assertion might prove problematic, from a utilitarian perspective, where the number of people involved is small, the proportions are right, the events hidden from the public eye, and so on. Philosophers delight in inventing such cases in order to test out our moral doctrines. But their inventions are somehow put out of our minds by the sheer scale of the calculations necessary in World War II. To kill 278,966 civilians, the number is made up, in order to avoid the deaths of an unknown but probably larger number of civilians and soldiers is surely a fantastic, godlike, frightening, and horrendous act. I have said that such acts can probably be ruled out on utilitarian grounds, but it is also true that utilitarianism as it is commonly understood, indeed, as Sidgwick himself understands it, encourages the bizarre accounting that makes them, morally, possible. We can recognize their horror only when we have acknowledged the personality and value of the men and women we destroy in committing them. It is the acknowledgement of rights that puts a stop to such calculations and forces us to realize that the destruction of the innocent, whatever its purposes, is a kind of blasphemy against our deepest moral commitments. This is true even in a supreme emergency, when we cannot do anything else. But I want to look at one more case before concluding my argument, a case where the utilitarian accounting, however bizarre, seemed so radically clear-cut to the decision-makers as to leave them, they thought, no choice but to attack the innocent. The limits of calculation. Hiroshima. They all accepted the assignment and produced the bomb, Dwight MacDonald wrote in August 1945 of the atomic scientists. Why? It is an important question, but MacDonald poses it badly and then gives the wrong answer. Because they thought of themselves as specialists, technicians, and not as complete men. 21 In fact, they did not accept the assignment, they sought it out, taking the initiative, urging upon President Roosevelt the critical importance of an American effort to match the work being done in Nazi Germany. And they did this precisely because they were complete men, many of them European refugees, with an acute sense of what a Nazi victory would mean for their native lands and for all mankind. They were driven by a deep moral anxiety, not most crucially, by any kind of scientific fascination. They were certainly not servile technicians. On the other hand, they were men and women without political power or following, and once their own work was done, they could not control its use. The discovery in November 1944 that German scientists had made little progress ended their own supreme emergency, but it did not end the program they had helped to launch. If I had known that the Germans would not succeed in constructing the atom bomb, Albert Einstein said, I would never have lifted a finger. 22 By the time he found that out, however, the scientists had largely finished their work. Now indeed technicians were in charge, and the politicians in charge of them. And in the event, the bomb was not used against Germany, or to deter its use by Hitler, which is what men like Einstein had in mind, but against the Japanese, who had never posed such a threat to peace and freedom as the Nazis had. Be. Still, it was an important feature of the American decision that the president and his advisers believed the Japanese to be fighting an aggressive war and, moreover, to be fighting it unjustly. Thus Truman's address to the American people on August 12, 1945. We have used the bomb against those who attacked us without warning at Pearl Harbor, against those who have starved and beaten and executed American prisoners of war, against those who have abandoned all pretense of obeying international laws of warfare. We have used it in order to shorten the agony of war. Here again, the sliding scale is being used to open the way for utilitarian calculations. The Japanese have forfeited some of their rights, and so they cannot complain about Hiroshima so long as the destruction of the city actually does, or could reasonably be expected to, shorten the agony of war. But had the Japanese exploded an atomic bomb over an American city, killing tens of thousands of civilians and thereby shortening the agony of war, the action would clearly have been a crime, one more for Truman's list. This distinction is only plausible, however, if one renders a judgment not only against the leaders of Japan but also against the ordinary people of Hiroshima and insists at the same time that no similar judgment is possible against the people of San Francisco, say, or Denver. I can find, as I have said before, no way of defending such a procedure. How did the people of Hiroshima forfeit their rights? Perhaps their taxes paid for some of the ships and planes used in the attack on Pearl Harbor. Perhaps they sent their sons into the Navy and Air Force with prayers for their success. Perhaps they celebrated the actual event, after being told that their country had won a great victory in the face of an imminent American threat. Surely there is nothing here that makes these people liable to direct attack. It is worth noting, though the fact is not relevant in judging the Hiroshima decision, that the raid on Pearl Harbor was directed entirely against naval and army installations. Only a few stray bombs fell on the city of Honolulu. 23. But if Truman's argument on August 12 was weak, there was a worse one underlying it. He did not intend to apply the sliding scale with any precision, for he seems to have believed that, given Japanese aggression, the Americans could do anything at all to win, and shorten the agony of war. Along with most of his advisers, he accepted the war is hell doctrine. It is a constant allusion in defenses of the Hiroshima decision. Thus Henry Stimson 24. As I look back over the 5 years of my service as Secretary of War, I see too many stern and here trending decisions to be willing to pretend that war is anything else but what it is. The face of war is the face of death. Death is an inevitable part of every order that a wartime leader gives. And James Burns, Truman's friend and his Secretary of State 25. War remains what General Sherman said it was. And Arthur Compton, Chief Scientific Advisor to the government 26. When one thinks of the mounted archers of Genghis Khan, the 30 Years' War, the millions of Chinese who died during the Japanese invasion, the mass destruction of Western Russia, one realizes that in whatever manner it is fought, War is precisely what General Sherman called it. And Truman himself 27. Let us not become so preoccupied with weapons that we lose sight of the fact that war itself is the real villain. War itself is to blame, but also the men who begin it. While those who fight justly merely participate in the hell of war, choicelessly, and there are no moral decisions for which they can be called to account. This is not, or not necessarily, an immoral doctrine, but it is radically one-sided. It evades the tension between jus ad bellum and jus in bello, it undercuts the need for hard judgments, it relaxes our sense of moral restraint. When he was choosing a target for the first bomb, Truman reports, he asked Stimson which Japanese cities were devoted exclusively to war production. 28. The question was reflexive. Truman did not want to violate the laws of war. But it wasn't serious. Which American cities were devoted exclusively to war production? It is possible to ask such questions only when the answer doesn't matter. If war is hell however it is fought, then what difference can it make how we fight it? And if war itself is the villain, then what risks do we run, aside from the strategic risks, when we make decisions? The Japanese, who began the war, can also end it, only they can end it, and all we can do is fight it, enduring what Truman called the daily tragedy of bitter war. I don't doubt that that was really Truman's view, it was not a matter of convenience but of conviction. But it is a distorted view. It mistakes the actual hellishness of war, which is particular in character and open to precise definition, for the limitless pains of religious mythology. The pains of war are limitless only if we make them so, only if we move, as Truman did, beyond the limits that we and others have established. Sometimes, I think, we have to do that, but not all the time. Now we must ask whether it was necessary to do it in 1945. The only possible defense of the Hiroshima attack is a utilitarian calculation made without the sliding scale, a calculation made, then, where there was no room for it, a claim to override the rules of war and the rights of Japanese civilians. I want to state this argument as strongly as I can. In 1945, American policy was fixed on the demand for the unconditional surrender of Japan. The Japanese had by that time lost the war, but they were by no means ready to accept this demand. The leaders of their armed forces expected an invasion of the Japanese main islands and were preparing for a last-ditch resistance. They had over 2 million soldiers available for the fighting, and they believed that they could make the invasion so costly that the Americans would agree to a negotiated peace. Truman's military advisors also believed that the costs would be high, though the public record does not show that they ever recommended negotiations. They thought that the war might continue late into 1946 and that there would be as many as 1 million additional American casualties. Japanese losses would be much higher. The capture of Okinawa in a battle lasting from April to June of 1945 had cost almost 80,000 American casualties, while virtually the entire Japanese garrison of 120,000 men had been killed. Only 10,600 prisoners were taken. Point 29. If the main islands were defended with a similar ferocity, hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions, of Japanese soldiers would die. Meanwhile, the fighting would continue in China and in Manchuria, where a Russian attack was soon due. And the bombing of Japan would also continue, and perhaps intensify, with casualty rates no different from those anticipated from the atomic attack. For the Americans had adopted in Japan the British policy of terrorism. A massive incendiary raid on Tokyo early in March 1945 had set off a firestorm and killed an estimated 100,000 people. Against all this was set, in the minds of American decision-makers, the impact of the atomic bomb, not materially more damaging but psychologically more frightening, and holding out the promise, perhaps, of a quick end to the war. To avert a vast, indefinite butchery. At the cost of a few explosions, wrote Churchill in support of Truman's decision, seemed, after all our toils and perils, a miracle of deliverance. 30. A vast indefinite butchery involving quite probably the deaths of several million people, surely this is a great evil, and if it was imminent, one could reasonably argue that extreme measures might be warranted to avert it. Secretary of War Stimson thought it was the sort of case I have already described, where one had to wager, there was no option. No man, in our position and subject to our responsibilities, holding in his hand a weapon of such possibilities for saving those lives, could have failed to use it. 31. This is by no means an incomprehensible or, on the surface at least, an outrageous argument. But it is not the same as the argument I suggested in the case of Britain in 1940. It does not have the form, if we don't do X, bomb cities, they will do Y, win the war, establish tyrannical rule, slaughter their opponents. What Stimson argued is very different. Given the actual policy of the US government, it amounts to this: if we don't do X, we will do Y. The 2 atomic bombs caused many casualties, James Burns admitted, but not nearly so many as there would have been had our Air Force continued to drop incendiary bombs on Japan's cities. 32. Our purpose, then, was not to avert a butchery that someone else was threatening, but one that we were threatening, and had already begun to carry out. Now, what great evil, what supreme emergency, justified the incendiary attacks on Japanese cities? Even if we had been fighting in strict accordance with the war convention, the continuation of the struggle was not something forced upon us. It had to do with our war aims. The military estimate of casualties was based not only on the belief that the Japanese would fight almost to the last man, but also on the assumption that the Americans would accept nothing less than unconditional surrender. The war aims of the American government required either an invasion of the main islands, with enormous losses of American and Japanese soldiers and of Japanese civilians trapped in the war zones, or the use of the atomic bomb. Given that choice, one might well reconsider those aims. Even if we assume that unconditional surrender was morally desirable because of the character of Japanese militarism, it might still be morally undesirable because of the human costs it entailed. But I would suggest a stronger argument than this. The Japanese case is sufficiently different from the German so that unconditional surrender should never have been asked. Japan's rulers were engaged in a more ordinary sort of military expansion, and all that was morally required was that they be defeated, not that they be conquered and totally overthrown. Some restraint upon their war-making power might be justified, but their domestic authority was a matter of concern only to the Japanese people. In any case, if killing millions, or many thousands, of men and women was militarily necessary for their conquest and overthrow, then it was morally necessary in order not to kill those people to settle for something less. I have made this argument before, in Chapter 7, here is a further example of its practical application. If people have a right not to be forced to fight, they also have a right not to be forced to continue fighting beyond the point when the war might justly be concluded. Beyond that point, there can be no supreme emergencies, no arguments about military necessity, no cost accounting in human lives. To press the war further than that is to recommit the crime of aggression. In the summer of 1945, the victorious Americans owed the Japanese people an experiment in negotiation. To use the atomic bomb, to kill and terrorize civilians, without even attempting such an experiment, was a double crime. 33. These, then, are the limits of the realm of necessity. Utilitarian calculation can force us to violate the rules of war only when we are face to face not merely with defeat but with a defeat likely to bring disaster to a political community. But these calculations have no similar effects when what is at stake is only the speed or the scope of victory. They are relevant only to the conflict between winning and fighting well, not to the internal problems of combat itself. Whenever that conflict is absent, calculation is stopped short by the rules of war and the rights they are designed to protect. Confronted by those rights, we are not to calculate consequences, or figure relative risks, or compute probable casualties, but simply to stop short and turn aside. George Orwell has suggested an alternative utilitarian rationale for the bombing of German cities. In a column written for the leftist journal Tribune in 1944, he argued that the bombing brought the true character of contemporary combat home to all those people who supported the war, even enjoyed it, only because they never felt its effects. It shattered the immunity of civilians, one of the things that have made war possible, and so it made war less likely in the future. See the collected essays, journalism, and letters of George Orwell, ed. Sonia Orwell and Ian Angus, New York, 1968, Volume 3, pages 151 to 152. Orwell assumes that civilians had really been immune in the past, which is false. In any case, I doubt that his argument would lead anyone to begin bombing cities. It is an apology after the fact, and not a convincing one. In his novel The New Man, C.P. Snow describes the discussions among atomic scientists as to whether or not the bomb should be used. Some of them, his narrator says, answered that question with an absolute no, feeling that if the weapon were used to kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people, neither science nor the civilization of which science is bone and fiber, would be free from guilt again. But the more common view was the one I have been defending. Many, probably the majority, gave a conditional no with much the same feeling behind it, but if there were no other way of saving the war against Hitler, they would be prepared to drop the bomb. The New Man, New York, 1954, p. 177, Snow's emphasis. 17. Nuclear deterrence. The problem of immoral threats. Truman used the atomic bomb to end a war that seemed to him limitless in its horrors. And then, for a few minutes or hours in August 1945, the people of Hiroshima endured a war that actually was limitless in its horrors. In this last great action of the Second World War, wrote Stimson, we were given final proof that war is death. One final proof is exactly the wrong phrase, for war had never been like that before. A new kind of war was born at Hiroshima, and what we were given was a first glimpse of its deadliness. Though fewer people were killed than in the firebombing of Tokyo, they were killed with monstrous ease. One plane, one bomb, with such a weapon the 350 planes that raided Tokyo would virtually have wiped out human life on the Japanese islands. Atomic war was death indeed, indiscriminate and total, and after Hiroshima, the first task of political leaders everywhere was to prevent its recurrence. The means they adopted is the promise of reprisal in kind. Against the threat of an immoral attack, they have put the threat of an immoral response. This is the basic form of nuclear deterrence. In international as in domestic society, deterrence works by calling up dramatic images of human pain. In the groves of their academy, wrote Edmund Burke of the liberal theorists of crime and punishment, at the end of every vista, you see nothing but the gallows. Too, the description is uncomplimentary, for Burke believed that domestic peace must rest upon some other foundation. But there is this much to be said for the gallows: in principle, at least, only guilty men need fear the death it brings. About the theorists of deterrence, however, it must be said, in the groves of their academy, at the end of every vista, you see nothing but the mushroom cloud, and the cloud symbolizes indiscriminate slaughter, the killing of the innocent, as in Hiroshima, on a massive scale. No doubt, the threat of such slaughter, if it is believed, makes nuclear attack a radically undesirable policy. Doubled by a potential enemy, the threat produces a balance of terror. Both sides are so terrified that no further terrorism is necessary. But is the threat itself morally permissible? The question is a difficult one. It has generated in the years since Hiroshima a significant body of literature exploring the relation between nuclear deterrence and just war. 3 This has been the work mostly of theologians and philosophers, but some of the strategists of deterrence have also been involved. They worry about the act of terrorizing much as conventional soldiers worry about the act of killing. I cannot review this literature here, though I shall draw upon it freely. The argument against deterrence is familiar enough. Anyone committed to the distinction between combatants and non-combatants is bound to be appalled by the specter of destruction evoked, and purposely evoked, in deterrence theory. How can a nation live with its conscience, John Bennett has asked, and know that it is preparing to kill 20 million children in another nation if the worst should come to the worst? And yet, we have lived with that knowledge, and with our consciences too, for several decades now. How have we managed? The reason for our acceptance of deterrence strategy, most people would say, is that preparing to kill, even threatening to kill, is not at all the same thing as killing. Indeed it is not, but it is frighteningly close, else deterrence wouldn't work, and it is in the nature of that closeness that the moral problem lies. The problem is often misdescribed as in the following analogy for nuclear deterrence, first suggested by Paul Ramsey and frequently repeated since 5. Suppose that one Labor Day weekend no one was killed or maimed on the highways, and that the reason for the remarkable restraint placed on the recklessness of automobile drivers was that suddenly every one of them discovered he was driving with a baby tied to his front bumper. That would be no way to regulate traffic, even if it succeeds in regulating it perfectly, since such a system makes innocent human lives the direct object of attack and uses them as a mere means for restraining the drivers of automobiles. No one, of course, has ever proposed regulating traffic in this ingenious way, while the strategy of deterrence was adopted with virtually no opposition at all. That contrast should alert us to what is wrong with Ramsey's analogy. Though deterrence turns American and Russian civilians into mere means for the prevention of war, it does so without restraining any of us in any way. Ramsey reproduces the strategy of the German officers during the Franco-Prussian War who forced civilians to ride on military trains in order to deter saboteurs. By contrast with those civilians, however, we are hostages who lead normal lives. It is in the nature of the new technology that we can be threatened without being held captive. That is why deterrence, while in principle so frightening, is so easy to live with. It cannot be condemned for anything it does to its hostages. It is so far from killing them that it does not even injure or confine them, it involves no direct or physical violation of their rights. Those critics of deterrence who are also committed consequentialists have had to imagine psychic injuries. Thus Erich Fromm, writing in 1960, to live for any length of time under the constant threat of destruction creates certain psychological effects in most human beings: fright, hostility, callousness, and a resulting indifference to all the values we cherish. Such conditions will transform us into barbarians. 6. But I don't know of any evidence that bears out either the assertion or the prediction. Surely we are no more barbarians now than we were in 1945. In fact, for most people, the threat of destruction, though constant, is invisible and unnoticed. We have come to live with it casually, as Ramsey's babies, traumatized for life in all probability, could never do, and as hostages in conventional wars have never done. If deterrence were more painful, we might have found other means of avoiding nuclear war, or we might not have avoided it. If we had to keep millions of people under restraint in order to maintain the balance of terror, or if we had to kill millions of people, periodically, in order to convince our adversaries of our credibility, deterrence would not be accepted for long. 7. The strategy works because it is easy. Indeed, it is easy in a double sense. Not only don't we do anything to other people, we also don't believe that we will ever have to do anything. The secret of nuclear deterrence is that it is a kind of bluff. Perhaps we are only bluffing ourselves, refusing to acknowledge the real terrors of a precarious and temporary balance. But no account of our experience is accurate which fails to recognize that, for all its ghastly potential, deterrence has so far been a bloodless strategy. So far as consequences go, then, deterrence and mass murder are very far apart. Their closeness is a matter of moral posture and intention. Once again, Ramsey's analogy misses the point. His babies are not really the direct object of attack, for whatever happens on that Labor Day weekend, no one will deliberately set out to kill them. But deterrence depends upon a readiness to do exactly that. It is as if the state should seek to prevent murder by threatening to kill the family and friends of every murderer, a domestic version of the policy of massive retaliation. Surely that would be a repugnant policy. We would not admire the police officials who designed it or those pledged to carry it out, even if they never actually killed anybody. I don't want to say that such people would necessarily be transformed into barbarians. They might well have a heightened sense of how awful murder is and a heightened desire to avoid it, They might loathe the work they were pledged to do and fervently hope that they never had to do it. Nevertheless, the enterprise is immoral. The immorality lies in the threat itself, not in its present or even its likely consequences. Similarly with nuclear deterrence, it is our own intentions that we have to worry about and the potential, since there are no actual victims of those intentions. Here Ramsey has put the case very well: whatever is wrong to do is wrong to threaten, if the latter means mean to do. If counterpopulation warfare is murder, then counterpopulation deterrent threats are murderous. 8. No doubt, killing millions of innocent people is worse than threatening to kill them. It is also true that no one wants to kill them, and it may well be true that no one expects to do so. Nevertheless, we intend the killings under certain circumstances. That is the stated policy of our government, and thousands of men, trained in the techniques of mass destruction and drilled in instant obedience, stand ready to carry it out. And from the perspective of morality, the readiness is all. We can translate it into degrees of danger, high and low, and worry about the risks we are imposing on innocent people, but the risks depend on the readiness. What we condemn in our own government, as in the police in my domestic analogy, is the commitment to murder. But this analogy, too, can be questioned. We don't prevent murder any more than we control traffic in these bizarre and inhuman ways. But we do deter or seek to deter our nuclear adversaries. Perhaps deterrence is different because of the danger its advocates claim to avoid. Traffic deaths and occasional murders, however much we deplore them, do not threaten our common liberties or our collective survival. Deterrence, so we have been told, guards us against a double danger: first, of atomic blackmail and foreign domination, and second, of nuclear destruction. The two go together, since if we did not fear the blackmail, we might adopt a policy of appeasement or surrender and so avoid the destruction. Deterrence theory was worked out at the height of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, and those who worked it out were concerned above all with the political uses of violence which are not relevant in either the traffic or police analogies. Underlying the American doctrine, there seemed to lurk some version of the slogan "better dead than red." I don't know the Russian parallel. Now that is not really a believable slogan. It is hard to imagine that a nuclear holocaust was really thought preferable to the expansion of Soviet power. What made deterrence attractive was that it seemed capable of avoiding both. We need not dwell on the nature of the Soviet regime in order to understand the virtues of this argument. Deterrence theory doesn't depend upon a view of Stalinism as a great evil, though that is a highly plausible view, in the same way that my argument about terror bombing depended upon an assertion about the evils of Nazism. It requires only that we see appeasement or surrender to involve a loss of values central to our existence as an independent nation-state. For it is not tolerable that advances in technology should put our nation, or any nation, at the mercy of a great power willing to menace the world or to press its authority outwards in the shadow of an implicit threat. The case here is very different from that which arises commonly in war, where our adherence to the war convention puts us, or would put us, at a disadvantage vis-a-vis them. For disadvantages of that sort are partial and relative. Various countermeasures and compensating steps are always available. But in the nuclear case, the disadvantage is absolute. Against an enemy actually willing to use the bomb, self-defense is impossible, and it makes sense to say that the only compensating step is the immoral threat to respond in kind. No country capable of making such a threat is likely to refuse to make it. What is not tolerable won't be tolerated. Hence, any state confronted by a nuclear adversary, it makes little difference what the adversary relationship is like or what ideological forms it assumes, and capable of developing its own bomb, is likely to do so, seeking safety in a balance of terror. Mutual disarmament would clearly be a preferable alternative, but it is an alternative available only to the two countries working closely together, whereas deterrence is the likely choice of either one of them alone. They will worry about one another's readiness to attack, they will each assume their own commitment to resist, and they will realize that the greatest danger of such a confrontation would not be the defeat of one side or the other but the total destruction of both and possibly of everyone else too. This in fact is the danger that has faced mankind since 1945, and our understanding of nuclear deterrence must be worked out with reference to its scope and imminence. Supreme emergency has become a permanent condition. Deterrence is a way of coping with that condition, and though it is a bad way, there may well be no other that is practical in a world of sovereign and suspicious states. We threaten evil in order not to do it, and the doing of it would be so terrible that the threat seems in comparison to be morally defensible. Limited nuclear war. If the bomb were ever used, deterrence would have failed. It is a feature of massive retaliation that while there is or may be some rational purpose in threatening it, there could be none in carrying it out. Were our bluff ever to be called and our population centers suddenly attacked, the resulting war could not, in any usual sense of the word, be won. We could only drag our enemies after us into the abyss. The use of our deterrent capacity would be an act of pure destructiveness. For this reason, massive retaliation, if not literally unthinkable, has always seemed undoable, and this is a source of considerable anxiety for military strategists. Deterrence only works, they argue, if each side believes that the other might actually carry out its threat. But would we carry it out? George Kennan has recently given what must be the moral response. 9. Let us suppose there were to be a nuclear attack of some sort on this country and millions of people were killed and injured. Let us further suppose that we had the ability to retaliate against the urban centers of the country that had attacked us. Would you want to do that? I wouldn't. I have no sympathy with the man who demands an eye for an eye in a nuclear attack. A humane position, though one that should probably be whispered, rather than published, if the balance of terror is to be sustained. But the argument might look very different if the original attack or the planned response avoided cities and people. If a limited nuclear war were possible, wouldn't it also be doable? And might not the balance of terror then be re-established on the basis of threats that were neither immoral nor unconvincing? Over a brief time span, in the late 1950s and the early 1960s, these questions were answered with an extraordinary outpouring of strategic arguments and speculations, overlapping in important ways with the moralizing literature I described earlier. Point 10 For the debate among the strategists focused on the attempt, though this was rarely made explicit, to fit nuclear war into the structure of the war convention, to apply the argument for justice as if this sort of conflict were like any other sort. The attempt involved, first, a defense of the use of tactical nuclear weapons in deterring and, if that failed, in resisting conventional or small-scale nuclear attacks, and it involved, secondly, the development of a counter-force strategy directed at the enemy's military installations and also at major economic targets, but not at entire cities. These two had a similar purpose. By holding out the promise of a limited nuclear war, they made it possible to imagine actually fighting such a war. They made it possible to imagine winning it, and so they strengthened the intention that lay behind the deterrent threat. They transformed the bluff into a plausible option. Until the late 1950s, the tendency of most people was to regard the atomic bomb and its thermonuclear successors as forbidden weapons. They were treated on analogy with poison gas, though the prohibition on their use was never legally established. Ban the bomb was everyone's policy, and deterrence was simply a practical way of enforcing the ban. But now the strategists suggested, rightly, that the crucial distinction in the theory and practice of war was not between prohibited and acceptable weapons but between prohibited and acceptable targets. Massive retaliation was painful and difficult to contemplate because it was modeled on Hiroshima. The people we were planning to kill were innocent, militarily uninvolved, as removed from and ignorant of the weapons with which their leaders threatened us as we were of the weapons with which our leaders threatened them. But this objection would disappear if we could deter our adversaries by threatening a limited and morally acceptable destruction. Indeed, it might disappear so entirely that we would be tempted to give up deterrence and initiate the destruction ourselves whenever it seemed to our advantage to do so. This was certainly the tendency of much strategic argument, and several writers painted rather attractive pictures of limited nuclear war. Henry Kissinger likened it to war at sea, the very best kind of war, since no one lives in the sea. The proper analogy is not traditional land warfare, but naval strategy, in which self-contained, highly mobile units with great firepower gradually gain the upper hand by destroying their enemy counterparts without physically occupying territory or establishing a front line. 11. The only difficulty is that Kissinger imagined fighting a war like that in Europe. C. Tactical and counter-force warfare meets the formal requirements of jus in bello, and it was seized upon eagerly by certain moral theorists. That is not to say, however, that it makes moral sense. There remains the possibility that the new technology of war simply doesn't fit and cannot be made to fit within the old limits. This proposition can be defended in two different ways. The first is to argue that the collateral damage likely to be caused even by a legitimate use of nuclear weapons is so great that it would violate both of the proportionality limits fixed by the theory of war. The number of people killed in the war as a whole would not be warranted by the goals of the war, particularly since the dead would include many if not most of the people for whose defense the war was being fought, and the number of people killed in individual actions would be disproportionate, under the doctrine of double effect, to the value of the military targets directly attacked. The disproportion between the cost of such hostilities and the results they could achieve, wrote Raymond Aron, thinking of a limited nuclear war in Europe, would be colossal. 12. It would be colossal even if the formal limits on targeting were in fact observed. But the second argument against limited nuclear war is that these limits would almost certainly not be observed. At this point, of course, one can only guess at the possible shape and course of the battles. There is no history to study. Neither moralists nor strategists can refer to cases, instead they design scenarios. The scene is empty, one can fill it in very different ways, and it is not impossible to imagine that limits might be maintained even after nuclear weapons had been used in battle. The prospect that they would be maintained and the war extended over time is so frightening to those countries on whose soil such wars are likely to be fought that they have generally opposed the new strategies and insisted upon the threat of massive retaliation. Thus, as André Beaufret has written, Europeans would prefer to risk general war in an attempt to avoid war altogether rather than have Europe become the theater of operations for limited war. 13. In fact, however, the risks of escalation will be great whatever limits are adopted, simply because of the immense destructive power of the weapons involved. Or rather, there are two possibilities: either nuclear weapons will be held at such low levels that they won't be significantly different from or of greater military utility than conventional explosives, in which case there is no reason to use them at all, or their very use will obliterate the distinction between targets. Once a bomb has been aimed at a military target but has, as a side effect, destroyed a city, the logic of deterrence will require the other side to aim at a city, for the sake of its seriousness and credibility. It is not necessarily the case that every war would become a total war, but the danger of escalation is so great as to preclude the first use of nuclear weapons except by someone willing to face their final use. Who would even launch such hostilities, Aaron has asked, unless he was determined to persist to the bitter end. 14. But such a determination is not imaginable in a sane human being, let alone in a political leader responsible for the safety of his own people. It would involve nothing less than national suicide. These two factors, the extent even of limited destruction and the dangers of escalation, seem to rule out any sort of nuclear war between the great powers. They probably rule out large-scale conventional war, too, including the particular conventional war about which the strategists of the 1950s and 1960s were most concerned, a Russian invasion of Western Europe. The spectacle of a large Soviet field army crashing across the line into Western Europe in the hope and expectation that nuclear weapons would not be used against it, thereby putting itself and the USSR totally at risk while leaving the choice of weapons to us, would seem to be hardly worth a second thought. 15. It is important to stress that the bar lies in the totality of the risk, not in the possibility of what the strategists called a flexible response, finely adjusted to the scope of the attack, but in the stark reality of ultimate horror should the adjustments fail. It may well be that flexible response enhanced the value of a counter-population deterrent by making it possible to reach that final point in easy stages, but it is also and more importantly true that we have never begun the staged escalation and are never likely to begin it, because of what lies at the end. Hence the persistence of counter-population deterrence, and hence also the virtual end of the strategic debate, which petered out in the middle 1960s. At that point, I think, it became clear that given the existence of large numbers of nuclear weapons and their relative invulnerability, and barring major technological breakthroughs, any imaginable strategy is likely to deter a central war between the great powers. The strategists helped us to understand this, but once it was understood it became unnecessary to adopt any of their strategies or at least, any particular one of them. We continue to live, then, with the paradox that pre-existed the debate: nuclear weapons are politically and militarily unusable only because and insofar as we can plausibly threaten to use them in some ultimate way. And it is immoral to make threats of that kind. The argument of Paul Ramsey. Before deciding, or refusing, to live with this paradox, I want to consider in some detail the work of the Protestant theologian Paul Ramsey, who has over a period of years argued that there exists a justifiable deterrent strategy. From the beginning of the moral and strategic debates, Ramsey has been a sharp opponent of the advocates of counter-city deterrence and also of those of its critics who think that it is the only form of deterrence and therefore opt for nuclear disarmament. He has condemned both these groups for the all-or-nothing character of their thinking, either total and immoral destruction or a kind of pacifistic inertia. He argues that these twin perspectives conform to the traditional American view of war as an all-out conflict, which must therefore be avoided whenever possible. Ramsey himself, I think, is a Protestant soldier in a different tradition. He would have Americans gird themselves for a long, continuous struggle with the forces of evil. 16. Now if there is to be a justified deterrent strategy, there must be a justified form of nuclear war, and Ramsey has conscientiously argued the case for making just war possible in the modern age. He takes a lively and well-informed interest in the strategic debates and has at various times defended the use of tactical nuclear weapons against invading armies and of strategic weapons against nuclear installations, conventional military bases, and isolated economic objectives. Even these targets are only conditionally permissible, since the proportionality rule would have to be applied in each case, and Ramsey does not believe that its standards will always be met. Like everyone, or almost everyone, who writes about these matters, he has no zest for nuclear combat. His main interest is in deterrence. But he needs at least the possibility of legitimate warfare if he is to maintain a deterrent posture without making immoral threats. That is his central purpose, and the effort to achieve it involves him in a highly sophisticated application of just war theory to the problems of nuclear strategy. In the best sense of the word, Ramsey is engaged with the realities of his world. But the realities in this case are intractable, and his way around them is finally too complex and too devious to provide a plausible account of our moral judgments. He multiplies distinctions like a Ptolemaic astronomer with his epicecles and comes very close at the end to what Gem Anscombe has called double think about double effect. 17. But his work is important. It suggests the outer limits of the just war and the dangers of trying to extend those limits. Ramsey's central claim is that it is possible to prevent nuclear attack without threatening to bomb cities in response. He believes that the collateral civilian damage that would result from counter-force warfare in its maximum form would be sufficient to deter potential aggressors. 18. Since the civilians likely to die in such a war would be the incidental victims of legitimate military strikes, the threat of counter-force warfare plus collateral damage is also morally superior to deterrence in its present form. These are not hostages whom we intend to murder, under certain circumstances. Nor are we planning their deaths. We are only pointing out to our possible enemies the unavoidable consequences even of a war justly fought, which is, we could honestly say, were we to adopt Ramsey's proposal, the only sort of war we were preparing to fight. Collateral damage is simply a fortunate feature of nuclear warfare. It serves no military purpose, and we would avoid it if we could, though it is clearly a good thing that we cannot. And since the damage is justifiable in prospect, it is also justifiable here and now to call that prospect to mind for the sake of its deterrent effects. But there are two problems with this argument. First, the danger of collateral damage is unlikely to work as a deterrent unless the damage expected is radically disproportionate to the ends of the war or the value of this or that military target. Hence Ramsey is driven to argue that the threat of something disproportionate is not always a disproportionate threat. 19 What that means is this: proportionality in combat is measured, let's say, against the value of a particular missile base, while proportionality in deterrence is measured against the value of world peace. So the damage may not be justifiable in prospect, under the doctrine of double effect, and yet the threat of such damage may still be morally permitted. Perhaps that argument is right, but I should stress that its result is to void the proportionality rule. Now there is no limit on the number of people whose deaths we can threaten, so long as those deaths are to be caused collaterally and not by taking direct aim. As we have seen before, the idea of proportionality, once it is worked on a bit, tends to fade away. And then the entire burden of Ramsey's argument falls on the idea of death by indirection. That is indeed an important idea, central to the permissions and restraints of conventional war. But its standing is undermined here by the fact that Ramsey relies so heavily on the deaths he supposedly doesn't intend. He wants, like other deterrent theorists, to prevent nuclear attack by threatening to kill very large numbers of innocent civilians, but unlike other deterrent theorists, he expects to kill these people without aiming at them. That may be a matter of some moral significance, but it does not seem significant enough to serve as the cornerstone of a justified deterrent. If counter-force warfare had no collateral effects, or had minor and controllable effects, then it could play no part in Ramsey's strategy. Given the effects it does have and the central part it is assigned, the word collateral seems to have lost much of its meaning. Surely anyone designing such a strategy must accept moral responsibility for the effects on which he is so radically dependent. But we have not yet seen the whole of Ramsey's design, for he doesn't pull back from the hardest questions. What if the likely collateral damage of a just nuclear war isn't great enough to deter a would-be aggressor? What if the aggressor threatens a counter-city strike? Surrender would be intolerable, and yet we cannot ourselves threaten mass murder in response. Fortunately, again, we don't have to. We do not need to threaten that we will use nuclear weapons in case of attack, Bernard Brodie has written. We do not need to threaten anything. Their being there is quite enough. 20 So it is, too, according to Ramsey, with counter-city strikes, the mere possession of nuclear weapons constitutes an implicit threat which no one actually has to make. If the immorality lies in uttering the threat, then it may in practice be avoided, though one may wonder at the ease of the solution. Nuclear weapons, Ramsey writes, have a certain inherent ambiguity. They may be used either against strategic forces or against centers of population, and that means that apart from intention, their capacity to deter cannot be removed from them. No matter how often we declare, and quite sincerely declare, that our targets are an enemy's forces, he can never be quite certain that in the fury or the fog of war his cities may not be destroyed. 21 Now, the possession of conventional weapons is both innocent and ambiguous in exactly the way Ramsey suggests. The fact that I am holding a sword or a rifle doesn't mean that I am going to use it against innocent people, though it is quite effective against them. It has the same dual use that Ramsey has discovered in nuclear weapons. But the bomb is different. In a sense, as Beaufort has said, it isn't designed for war at all. 22 It is designed to kill whole populations, and its deterrent value depends upon that fact, whether the killing is direct or indirect. It serves the purpose of preventing war only by virtue of the implicit threat it poses, and we possess it for the sake of that purpose. And men and women are responsible for the threats they live by, even if they don't speak them out loud. Ramsey presses on. Perhaps the mere possession of nuclear weapons won't be enough to deter some reckless aggressor. Then, he suggests, we must distinguish between the appearance and the actuality of being committed to go to city exchanges. In that case, only the appearance should be cultivated. 23. I am not sure exactly what that means, and Ramsey, for once, seems reluctant to say, but presumably it would allow us to hint at the possibility of massive retaliation without actually planning for it or intending to carry it out. Thus we are offered a continuum of increasing moral danger along which 4 points are marked out: the articulated prospect of collateral, and disproportionate, civilian deaths, the implicit threat of counter-city strikes, the cultivated appearance of a commitment to counter-city strikes, and the actual commitment. These may well be distinct points, in the sense that one can imagine policies focused around each of them, and these would be different policies. But I am inclined to doubt that the differences make a difference. To rule out the last for moral reasons, while permitting the first three, can only make people cynical about one's moral reasons. Ramsey aims to clear our intentions without prohibiting those policies that he believes necessary, and that probably are necessary under present conditions, for the dual prevention of war and conquest. But the unavoidable truth is that all these policies rest ultimately on immoral threats. Unless we give up nuclear deterrence, we cannot give up such threats, and it is best if we straightforwardly acknowledge what it is we are doing. The real ambiguity of nuclear deterrence lies in the fact that no one, including ourselves, can be sure that we will ever carry out the threats we make. In a sense, all we ever do is cultivate the appearance. We strain for credibility, but what we are putatively planning and intending remains incredible. As I have already suggested, that helps make deterrence psychologically bearable, and perhaps also it makes a deterrent posture marginally better from a moral standpoint. But at the same time, the reason for our hesitancy and self-doubt is the monstrous immorality that our policy contemplates, an immorality we can never hope to square with our understanding of justice in war. Nuclear weapons explode the theory of just war. They are the first of mankind's technological innovations that are simply not encompassable within the familiar moral world. Or rather, our familiar notions about jus in bello require us to condemn even the threat to use them. And yet there are other notions, also familiar, having to do with aggression and the right of self-defense, that seem to require exactly that threat. So we move uneasily beyond the limits of justice for the sake of justice, and of peace. According to Ramsey, this is a dangerous move. For if we become convinced, he writes, that in the matter of deterrence a number of things are wicked which are not, then, seeing no way of avoiding wickedness, we will set no limits on it. 24. Once again, this argument is precisely right with reference to conventional warfare. It catches the central error of what I have called the war is hell doctrine. But it is persuasive in the case of nuclear warfare only if one can describe plausible and morally significant limits, and that Ramsey has not done, nor have the strategists of flexible response been able to do it. All their arguments depend upon the ultimate wickedness of counter-city strikes. The pretense that this is not so carries with it dangers of its own. To draw insignificant lines, to maintain the formal categories of double effect, collateral damage, non-combatant immunity, and so on, when so little moral content remains, is to corrupt the argument for justice as a whole and to render it suspect even in those areas of military life to which it properly pertains. And those areas are wide. Nuclear deterrence marks their outer limits, forcing us to contemplate wars that can never be fought. Within those limits there are wars that can and will and perhaps even should be fought, and to which the old rules apply with all their force. The specter of a nuclear holocaust does not invite us to act wickedly in conventional wars. Indeed, it probably is a deterrent there, too. It is hard to imagine a repetition of Dresden or Tokyo in a conventional war between nuclear powers. For destruction on such a scale would invite a nuclear response and a drastic and unacceptable escalation of the struggle. Nuclear war is and will remain morally unacceptable, and there is no case for its rehabilitation. Because it is unacceptable, we must seek out ways to prevent it, and because deterrence is a bad way, we must seek out others. It is not my purpose here to suggest what the alternatives might look like. I have been more concerned to acknowledge that deterrence itself, for all its criminality, falls or may fall for the moment under the standard of necessity. But as with terror bombing, so here with the threat of terrorism, supreme emergency is never a stable position. The realm of necessity is subject to historical change. And, what is more important, we are under an obligation to seize upon opportunities of escape, even to take risks for the sake of such opportunities. So the readiness to murder is balanced, or should be, by the readiness not to murder, not to threaten murder, as soon as alternative ways to peace can be found. Would it make any difference if this commitment were mechanically fixed? Suppose we set up a computer which would automatically respond to any enemy attack by releasing our missiles. Then we informed our potential enemies that if they attacked our cities, theirs would be attacked. And they would be responsible for both attacks, we might say, since in the interval between the two, no political decision, no act of the will, would be possible on our side. I don't want to comment on the possible effectiveness, or the dangers, of such an arrangement. But it is worth insisting that it would not solve the moral problem. The men and women who designed the computer program or the political leaders who ordered them to do so would be responsible for the second attack, for they would have planned it and organized it and intended that it should occur, under certain conditions. This is obviously the grim logic of nuclear proliferation. So far as the moral question goes, each new balance of terror created by proliferation is exactly like the first one, justified, or not, in the same way. But the creation of regional balances may well have general effects upon the stability of the great power equilibrium, thereby introducing new moral considerations that I cannot take up here. Kissinger later moved away from these views, and they have pretty much dropped out of the strategic debates. But this picture of limited nuclear war is worked out in graphic detail in a novel by Joe Haldeman, The Forever War, New York, 1974, where the fighting goes on not at sea but in outer space. Many of the strategic speculations of the 1950s and 1960s have ended up as science fiction. Does this mean that the strategists had too much imagination or that the authors of science fiction have too little? Part 5. The question of responsibility. 18. The crime of aggression, political leaders and citizens. The assignment of responsibility is the critical test of the argument for justice. For if war is fought not under the aegis of necessity but, most often, of freedom, then soldiers and statesmen have to make choices that are sometimes moral choices. And if they do that, it must be possible to single them out for praise and blame. If there are recognizable war crimes, there must be recognizable criminals. If there is such a thing as aggression, there must be aggressors. It is not the case that for every violation of human rights in wartime we can name a guilty person or group of persons. The conditions of war supply a plethora of excuses: fear, coercion, ignorance, even madness. But the theory of justice should point us to the men and women from whom we can rightly demand an accounting, and it should shape and control the judgments we make of the excuses they offer, or that are offered on their behalf. It does not point to people by their proper names, of course, but by their offices and circumstances. We learn the names, sometimes, only as we work our way through cases, attending to the details of moral and military action. Insofar as we name the right names, or at least insofar as our assignments and judgments are in accordance with the actual experience of war, sensitive to all its painfulness, the argument for justice is greatly strengthened. There can be no justice in war if there are not, ultimately, responsible men and women. The question here is of moral responsibility. We are concerned with the blameworthiness of individuals, not their legal guilt or innocence. Much of the debate about aggression and war crimes, however, has focused on the latter issue, not the former. And as we read through these arguments, or listen to them, it often seems that what is being said is this: that if an individual is not legally liable for some particular act or omission but, as it were, merely immoral, not much can usefully be said about his guilt. For legal liability is a matter of definite rules, well-known procedures, and authoritative judges, while morality is nothing more than endless talk, where every talker has an equal right to his opinions. Consider, for example, the view of a contemporary law professor who believes that the essentials of the question of war crimes can be set forth with tolerable clarity and brevity, so long as one caveat is accepted. I shall make no attempt to say what is immoral, not because I believe morality unimportant, but because my views on it are entitled to no more weight than Jane Fonda's or Richard M. Nixon's, or yours. One, of course, morality is unimportant if all opinions are equal, because then no particular opinion has any force. Moral authority is no doubt different from legal authority, it is earned in different ways, but Professor Bishop is wrong to think that it doesn't exist. It has to do with the capacity to evoke commonly accepted principles in persuasive ways and to apply them to particular cases. No one can argue about justice and war, as I have been doing, without striving for an authoritative voice and laying claim to a certain weightiness. Moral argument is especially important in wartime because, as I have said before, and as Bishop's brevity makes clear, the laws of war are radically incomplete. Authoritative judges are rarely called to the business of judging. Indeed, there are often prudential reasons for not calling them, for even well-wrought judicial decisions are likely at certain moments in the history of international society to be understood only as acts of cruelty and vengeance. Trials like those that took place at Nuremberg after World War II seem to me both defensible and necessary. The law must provide some recourse when our deepest moral values are savagely attacked. But such trials by no means exhaust the field of judgment. We have more to do in these matters, and it is my purpose to do it here, to point at criminals and possible criminals across the whole range of wartime activity, though not to suggest, except tangentially, how we should deal with such people. Point 2. What is crucial is that they can be pointed at, we know where to look for them, if we are ready to look. The world of officials. I will begin with the assignments and judgments that are required by the crime of war itself. That is to begin with politics rather than combat, civilians rather than soldiers, for aggression is first of all the work of political leaders. We must, naively, imagine them sitting around the elegant table of an old-fashioned chancellery or in the electronic fastness of a modern command room plotting illegitimate attacks, conquests, interventions. No doubt it is not always like that, though recent history provides ample evidence of direct and open criminal planning. Statesmen are more devious, aiming at war only indirectly, like Bismarck in 1870, and taking a very complicated view of their own efforts. Then it is not easy, perhaps, to mark out aggressors, though I think we should start with the assumption that it is always possible. The men and women who lead their people into war owe them and us an accounting. For every person who is killed, every drop of blood that falls is a sore complaint 'gainst him whose wrongs gives edge unto the swords. Listening to the excuses and lies, and also to the true accounts, of political leaders, we search for the wrongs that lie behind the fighting and are its moral cause. The lawyers have not always encouraged this search. Until 1945, at least, they have held that acts of state cannot be the crimes of individual persons. The legal reasons for this denial lie in the theory of sovereignty, as it was once understood. Sovereign states by definition know no superiors, it was argued, and accept no external judgments, hence there is no way to prove the criminality of acts imputed to the state, that is, carried out by recognized authorities in the course of their official duties, unless domestic law provides procedures for bringing such proof to bear. Point 3. This argument is without moral effect, however, for in this regard states were never morally but only legally sovereign. All of us are capable of judging the acts of political leaders, and we commonly do so. Nor does legal sovereignty any longer provide protection against external judgments. Here Nuremberg is the decisive precedent. But there is another, more informal version of the act of state doctrine, which refers not to the sovereignty of the political community but to the representativeness of its leaders. We are often urged not to condemn the acts of statesmen, or not to be too quick to condemn them, since, after all, these people are not acting selfishly or for private reasons. They are, as Townsend Hoops wrote of America's leaders during the Vietnam War, struggling in good conscience to serve the broad national interest according to their lights. for they are acting for the sake of other people and in their name. The same assertion can be made on behalf of military officers, except when the crimes they commit are passionate or selfish. It might be made, too, on behalf of revolutionary militants who kill innocent people for the sake of the cause, not because of any personal grudge, even though the cause has no official but only a putative connection to the national interest. These are leaders, too. They may have risen to their offices by means not all that different from those adopted by more conventional officials, and they can sometimes say that acts of the movement or the revolution are as representative as acts of state. If this argument is acceptable in the case of statesmen and officers, I can see no reason to reject it in the case of revolutionaries. But it is a bad argument in all these cases, for it is false to suggest that representative functions are morally risk-free. They are instead peculiarly risky, precisely because statesmen, officers, and revolutionaries act for other people and with wide-ranging effects. They act sometimes so as to endanger the people they represent, sometimes so as to endanger the rest of us. They can hardly complain if we hold them subject to moral judgment. Political power is a good that people seek. They aspire to office, connive at control and leadership, compete for positions from which they can do evil as well as good. If they hope to be praised for the good they do, they cannot escape blame for the evil. Still, blame is always resented, even when we may think it well deserved, and it is important to try to say why this is so. Moral criticism goes very deep. It calls into question a leader's good faith and his personal rectitude. Since political leaders are rarely cynical about their work, and can never afford to appear to be cynical, they take such criticism seriously and dislike it intensely. Disagreement they can accept, if they are democratic leaders, but not accusations of criminality. Indeed, they are likely to treat all moral criticism as an illegitimate displacement of political controversy. I suppose they are right to recognize that morality is often a mask for politics. The case is the same with the law. Legal accusation can be a very powerful form of political attack, but though it is often used in that way, and often degraded in the use, it remains true nevertheless that political leaders are bound by the legal code and can rightly be charged and punished for criminal acts. Similarly with the moral code, though the terms of praise and blame are universally available and often misused, the code is still binding, and praise and blame are at least sometimes appropriate. The misuse of law and morality is common in wartime, and so we have to be careful not only in punishing political leaders for the wars they wage but also in stigmatizing them. They have no a priori claim to escape the stigma of aggression, however, when they violate the rights of another people and force its soldiers to fight. Acts of state are also acts of particular persons, and when they take the form of aggressive war, particular persons are criminally responsible. Just who those persons are, and how many they are, is not always apparent. But it makes sense to begin with the head of state, or the effective head, and the men and women immediately around him, who actually control the government and make key decisions. Their accountability is clear, like that of the commanders of a military campaign for the strategy and tactics they adopt, for they are the source rather than the recipients of superior orders. When they defend themselves, they don't look up the political hierarchy, but across the battle line, they blame their opponents for forcing them to fight. They point to the intricate complexity of the pre-war maneuvering and to the extravagant demands and harassing actions of their adversaries. They have long stories to tell. 5. Who first attacked? Who turned the other cheek? Aggression perpetrated is as soon denied, and insult rubbed into the injury, by cunning agents trained in these affairs. With whom it's touch and go, don't tread on me. I dare you to keep off and kiss my hand. Tempers could sharpen knives, and do we live in states provocative? In order to work our way through the claims and counterclaims, we need a theory such as I have attempted to set forth in part 2 of this book. Often enough, despite the cunning agents, the theory is readily applied. It is worth setting down some of the cases about which we have, I think, no doubts. The German attack on Belgium in 1914, the Italian conquest of Ethiopia, the Japanese attack on China, the German and Italian interventions in Spain, the Russian invasion of Finland, the Nazi conquests of Czechoslovakia, Poland, Denmark, Belgium, and Holland, the Russian invasions of Hungary and Czechoslovakia, the Egyptian challenge to Israel in 1967, and so on. The 20th century makes for easy listing. I have argued that the American war in Vietnam belongs to the same series. Sometimes, no doubt, the going is more muddy, political leaders are not always in control of their own provocations, and wars do break out without anyone planning or intending to violate anyone else's rights. But insofar as we can recognize aggression, there should be little difficulty in blaming heads of state. The hard and interesting problems arise when we ask how responsibility for aggression is diffused through a political system. At Nuremberg, the crime of aggression, crime against peace, was said to involve the planning, preparation, initiation, and waging of aggressive war. These four activities were distinguished from the planning and preparation of particular military campaigns and from the actual fighting of the war, which were, rightly, held to be non-criminal in character. Now, planning, preparation, initiation, and waging would appear to be the work of a fairly large number of people. But in fact the courts restricted the range of accountability so that convictions were obtained only against those officials who were part of Hitler's inner circle of advisors or who played such a major role in the making or execution of policy that their protests and refusals would have had a significant impact. 6 persons lower down the bureaucratic hierarchy, though their contribution was cumulatively significant, were not held individually responsible. It is not at all clear, however, just where we should draw that line, nor is it clear that we ought to assign blame in the same way as we assign legal culpability. The best way to deal with these issues is to turn immediately to a critical case. Nuremberg, the Ministry's case. In an important article on responsibility for crimes of war, Sanford Levinson has analyzed the Nuremberg verdicts, focusing especially on the trial of Ernst von Weizsäcker, who was State Secretary of the German Foreign Ministry from 1938 to 1943, second only to von Ribbentrop, one of the inner circle, in the foreign policy hierarchy. I want to follow Levinson's account, and then draw some conclusions from it. Von Weizsäcker was charged with crimes against the peace and initially convicted, but the conviction was reversed upon review. His defense emphasized 2 points: first, that he took no part in actual policy planning, and secondly, that within the foreign ministry he opposed Nazi aggression. He was also involved, at least marginally, in underground opposition to Hitler's regime. The review court accepted this defense, emphasizing its second part: von Weizsäcker's diplomatic activity, which aided and abetted German war plans, was so important that it would have been held against him had he not criticized Hitler's policies within his ministry and passed information to more active opponents outside. Thus the line of criminal responsibility was drawn so as to include officials like von Weizsäcker, while he himself was acquitted because, though he clearly played a part in preparing an aggressive war, he also opposed and objected to that war. The prosecution argued the insufficiency of this opposition. Since he knew of plans for aggression, it was said, he had a positive duty to reveal those plans to the potential victims. But the court rejected this argument because of the risks such action would have entailed and also because it might have led to greater German losses on the battlefield. 7. One may quarrel with, and oppose to the point of violence and assassination, a tyrant whose programs mean the ruin of one's country. But the time has not yet arrived when any man would view with satisfaction the ruin of his own people and the loss of its young manhood. To apply any other standard of conduct is to set up a test that has never yet been suggested as proper and which, assuredly, we are not prepared to accept as either wise or good. This is too strong, I think, for it is obviously not a question of viewing with satisfaction the battle losses of one's own side. One might be greatly saddened by them and still feel it morally right to protect the innocent people of the victim state. And surely we would think it both wise and good, indeed heroic, had some German opponent of Hitler warned the Danes or the Belgians or the Russians of the coming attacks. but there is probably no legal or moral obligation to act in this way. Not only the risk but also the inner pain that a man might feel at such a time is more than we require. On the other hand, von Weizsäcker's alternative actions, though they satisfied the judges, may have amounted to less than we require. For he continued to serve the regime whose policies he disapproved, he did not resign. The issue of resignation came up more directly in connection with charges that von Weizsäcker was guilty of war crimes and crimes against humanity, the latter relating to the extermination of the Jews. Here, too, he argued that minimal participation should be negated by the fact that he opposed what was being done. But in this case, intra-office opposition was not deemed sufficient. The SS had formally requested the Foreign Ministry's opinions in regard to its policy on the Jewish question. And von Weizsäcker, though he knew what that policy was, had voiced no objections. Apparently he thought his silence the price of his office, and he wanted to retain his office so that he might be in a position to initiate or aid in attempts to negotiate peace and so that he might continue to pass on information to Hitler's underground opponents. But the court held that one cannot give consent to the commission of murder because by so doing he hopes eventually to be able to rid society of the chief murderer. The first is a crime of imminent actuality while the second is but a future hope. The court did not believe that failure to resign was itself a matter of criminal liability. While it might be true that no decent man could continue to hold office under a regime which carried out wholesale barbarities of this kind, indecency is not a crime. But to hold office and keep silent was a punishable offense, and von Weizsäcker was sentenced to 7 years in prison. 8. Now, the criteria of significant contribution or the possibility of significant protests seem entirely appropriate in deciding upon trial and punishment. The standards of blame, however, are much more strict. We need to say more about indecency. If von Weizsäcker was bound to resign in protest, I don't see why lesser officials with similar knowledge were not similarly bound. In the United States during the Vietnam years, only a very small number of foreign policy officials resigned, most of them holding low-level positions, but those resignations were morally heartening, to those of us, at least, who knew their reasons, in a way which suggests that they should have been imitated. 9. The courage required to resign in Germany in the late 1930s or early 1940s was far greater than that required in the US 3 decades later, where opposition to the war was public and vociferous. But it was not a death-defying courage that was necessary even in Germany, but something less, well within the reach of ordinary people. Many officials who failed to resign offered excuses for not doing so, which suggests that they recognized the imperative, however dimly. These excuses were mostly like von Weizsäcker's, focused on distant goods. But there were also men who remained in office in order to engage, often at great personal risk, in concrete and immediate acts of benevolence or sabotage. The most extraordinary of these was the SS Lieutenant Kurt Gerstein, whose case has been carefully documented by Saul Friedlander. 10. Gerstein represented the type of man who, by virtue of his deepest convictions, disavowed the Nazi regime, even hated it inwardly, but collaborated with it in order to combat it from within and to prevent worse things from happening. I cannot retell Gerstein's story here. It is enough to say that it demonstrates that it was possible to live a moral life even in the SS, though at a cost in personal agony. Gerstein eventually committed suicide, which we can expect few people to pay. Resignation is much easier, and sometimes, I think, we must take it as the minimal sign of moral decency. Von Weizsäcker's case invites us to reflect on one further problem. The State Secretary was a diplomat who carried out negotiations with foreign countries under instructions from his superiors. But he was also an advisor to those superiors. His own views were frequently requested. Now advisors are in a curious position with regard to both legal and moral judgment. Their most important advice is often given orally, whispered in the ruler's ear. What is written down may be incomplete, tailored to the requirements of bureaucratic correspondence. We miss the nuances and qualifications, the subtle signs of doubt, the private emphases and hesitations. If sufficient documentation is available, we may go ahead and make judgments anyway. It's certainly not the case that only line and never staff officials can be held responsible for decisions made. But whispering in the ruler's ear is problematic. It is easier to suggest what should be said than what we should do if we suspect that it hasn't been said. What von Weizsäcker said was probably insufficient, for according to his own account he urged nothing more than the likelihood of German defeat. His opposition to Hitler's policies were always expressed in expediential terms. 11 Perhaps those were the only terms likely to be effective in Germany during those years. That is probably true in other cases, too, even with governments less openly committed to a program of conquest. But it is often important to use the language of morality, if only to break through the forms of euphemism and silence with which officials conceal even from themselves the extent and nature of the crimes they are committing. Sometimes the best way for an advisor to say no is simply to give an accurate name to the policy he is being asked to approve. This point is beautifully made in a speech in Shakespeare's King John. With hints and indirection, John had ordered the murder of his nephew Arthur, Duke of Brittany. Later he came to regret the murder and turned on his courtier, Hubert de Burgh, who had carried it out. 12. Hadst thou but shook thy head or made a pause, when I spoke darkly what I purposed, or turned an eye of doubt upon my face, as bid me tell my tale in express words, deep shame had struck me dumb, made me break off. But thou didst understand me by my signs, and didst in signs again parley with sin. Yea, without stop, didst let thy heart consent, and consequently thy rude hand to act the deed which both our tongues held vile to name. The speech is hypocritical, but it captures the common quality of bureaucratic acquiescence, and it suggests very forcefully that advisors and agents, when they have the opportunity, must speak out in express words, using the moral language that we all know. They may be judged insufficiently tough or hard-headed if they talk that way. But to be tough enough to carry out policies that are literally unmentionable is either to be very cowardly or very wicked. Democratic responsibilities. What about the rest of us citizens, let's say, of a state engaged in an aggressive war? Collective responsibility is a hard notion, though it is worth stressing at once that we have fewer problems with collective punishment. Resistance to aggression is itself punishing to the aggressor state and is often described in those terms. With reference to the actual fighting, as I have already argued, civilians on both sides are innocent, equally innocent, and never legitimate military targets. They are, however, political and economic targets once the war is over, that is, they are the victims of military occupation, political reconstruction, and the exaction of reparative payments. We may take the last of these as the clearest and simplest case of collective punishment. Reparations are surely due the victims of aggressive war, and they can hardly be collected only from those members of the defeated state who were active supporters of the aggression. Instead, the costs are distributed through the tax system, and through the economic system generally, among all the citizens, often over a period of time extending to generations that had nothing to do with the war at all. 13 In this sense, citizenship is a common destiny, and no one, not even its opponents, unless they become political refugees, which has its costs, too, can escape the effects of a bad regime, an ambitious or fanatic leadership, or an overreaching nationalism. But if men and women must accept this destiny, they can sometimes do so with a good conscience, for the acceptance says nothing about their individual responsibility. The distribution of costs is not the distribution of guilt. At least one writer has tried to argue that political destiny is a kind of guilt, existential, unavoidable, frightening. For the soldier or citizen of a state at war, writes J. Glenn Gray in his philosophical memoir of World War II, is the member of a coarse, vulgar, heedless, and violent community and, willy-nilly, a participant in an enterprise whose spirit is to win at any cost. He cannot cut himself loose. 14. He is bound to reflect that his nation has given him refuge and sustenance, provided him with whatever education and property he calls his own. He belongs and will always belong to it in some sense, no matter where he goes or how hard he seeks to alter his inheritance. The crimes, therefore, that his nation or one of its units commits cannot be indifferent to him. He shares the guilt as he shares the satisfaction in the generous deeds and worthy products of nation or army. Even if he did not consciously will them and was unable to prevent them, he cannot wholly escape responsibility for collective deeds. Maybe, but it is not an easy move from the ache of guilt, which Gray almost lovingly describes, to hard talk about responsibility. It might be better to say of loyal citizens who watch their government or army, or their comrades in battle, doing terrible things that they feel or should feel ashamed rather than responsible, unless they actually are responsible by virtue of their particular participation or acquiescence. Shame is the tribute we pay to the inheritance that Gray describes. A burning sense of shame at the deeds of his government and the acts of horror committed by German soldiers and police was the mark of a conscientious German at the close of the war. That is exactly right, but we won't ourselves blame that conscientious German or call him responsible, nor need he blame himself unless there was something he should have done, and could do, in the face of the horror. Perhaps it can always be said of such a person that he could have done more than he did do. Certainly conscientious men and women are likely to believe that of themselves. It is a sign of their conscientiousness. 15. On this or that occasion he has been silent when he should have spoken out. In his own smaller or larger circle of influence he has not made his whole weight felt. Had he brought forth the civil courage to protest in time, some particular act of injustice might have been avoided. Such reflections are endless and endlessly dispiriting. They lead Gray to argue that behind collective responsibility there lies metaphysical guilt, which derives from our failure as human beings to live in accordance with our potentialities and our vision of the good. But some of us, surely, fail more dismally than others, and it is necessary, with all due caution and humility, to mark out standards by which we can measure the respective failures. Gray suggests the right standard, though he goes on very quickly to insist that we can never apply it to anyone but ourselves. But that kind of self-regard is not possible in politics and morality. Judging ourselves, we necessarily judge other people, with whom we share a common life. And how is it possible to criticize and blame our leaders, as we sometimes must do, without involving their enthusiastic followers, our fellow citizens? Though responsibility is always personal and particular, moral life is always collective in character. This is Gray's principle, which I mean to adopt and expound. The greater the possibility of free action in the communal sphere, the greater the degree of guilt for evil deeds done in the name of everyone. 16. The principle invites us to focus our attention on democratic rather than authoritarian regimes. Not that free action is impossible even in the worst of authoritarian regimes. At the very least, people can resign, withdraw, flee. But in democracies there are opportunities for positive response, and we need to ask to what extent these opportunities fix our obligations, when evil deeds are committed in our name. The American people and the war in Vietnam. If the argument in chapters 6 and 11 is right, the American war in Vietnam was, first of all, an unjustified intervention, and it was, secondly, carried on in so brutal a manner that even had it initially been defensible, it would have to be condemned, not in this or that aspect but generally. I am not going to re-argue that description, but assume it, so that we can look closely at the responsibility of democratic citizens and at a particular set of democratic citizens, namely, ourselves. 17. Democracy is a way of distributing responsibility, just as monarchy is a way of refusing to distribute it. But that doesn't mean that all adult citizens share equally in the blame we assign for aggressive war. Our actual assignments will vary a great deal, depending on the precise nature of the democratic order, the place of a particular person in that order, and the pattern of his own political activities. Even in a perfect democracy, it cannot be said that every citizen is the author of every state policy, though every one of them can rightly be called to account. Imagine, for example, a small community where all the citizens are fully and accurately informed about public business, where all of them participate, argue, vote on matters of communal interest, and where they all take turns holding public office. Now this community, let us say, initiates and wages an unjust war against its neighbors for the sake of some economic advantage, perhaps, or out of zeal to spread its admirable political system. There is no question of self-defense, no one has attacked it or is planning to do so. Who is responsible for this war? Surely all those men and women who voted for it and who cooperated in planning, initiating, and waging it. The soldiers who do the actual fighting are not responsible as soldiers, but as citizens. They are, assuming that they were old enough to have shared in the decision to fight. All of them are guilty of the crime of aggressive war and of no lesser charge, and we would not hesitate in such a case to blame them publicly. Nor would it make any difference whether their motive was economic selfishness or a political zeal that appeared to them entirely disinterested. Either way, the blood of their victims would complain against them. Those who voted against the war or who refused to cooperate in the waging of it could not be blamed. But what would we think of a group of citizens that didn't vote? Had they voted, let's say, the war might have been avoided, but they were lazy, didn't care, or were afraid to come down on one side or the other of a hotly disputed issue. The day of the crucial decision was a day off from work, they spent it in their gardens. I am inclined to say that they are blameworthy, though they are not guilty of aggressive war. Surely those of their fellow citizens who went to the assembly and opposed the war can blame them for their indifference and inaction. This seems a clear counterexample to Gray's assertion that no citizen of a free land can justly accuse his neighbor of not having done as much as he should to prevent the state of war or the commission of this or that state crime. But each can accuse himself. 18. In a perfect democracy, we would know a great deal about one another's duties, and just accusations would not be impossible. Imagine now that the minority of citizens that was defeated could have won, and prevented the war, if instead of merely voting, they had held meetings outside the assembly, marched and demonstrated, organized for a second vote. Let's assume that none of this would have been terribly dangerous to them, but they chose not to take these measures because their opposition to the war wasn't all that strong. They thought it unjust but were not horrified by the prospect, they hoped for a quick victory, and so on. Then they are blameworthy, too, though to a lesser degree than those slothful citizens who did not even bother to go to the assembly. These last two examples resemble the Good Samaritan cases in domestic society, where we commonly say that if it is possible to do good, without risk or great cost, one ought to do good. But when the issue is war, the obligation is stronger, for it is not a question of doing good, but of preventing serious harm, and harm that will be done in the name of my own political community, hence, in some sense, in my own name. Here, assuming still that the community is a perfect democracy, it looks as if a citizen is blameless only if he takes back his name. I don't think this means that he must become a revolutionary or an exile, actually renouncing his citizenship or loyalty. But he must do all he can, short of accepting frightening risks, to prevent or stop the war. He must withdraw his name from this act, the war policy, though not necessarily from every communal action, for he may still value, as he probably should, the democracy he and his fellow citizens have achieved. This, then, is the meaning of Gray's maxim, the more one can do, the more one has to do. We can now drop the myth of perfection and paint a more realistic picture. The state that goes to war is, like our own, an enormous state, governed at a great distance from its ordinary citizens by powerful and often arrogant officials. These officials, or at least the leading among them, are chosen through democratic elections, but at the time of the choice very little is known about their programs and commitments. Political participation is occasional, intermittent, limited in its effects, and it is mediated by a system for the distribution of news which is partially controlled by those distant officials and which in any case allows for considerable distortions. It may be that a politics of this sort is the best we can hope for, though I don't believe that, once the political community reaches a certain size. Anyway, it is no longer as easy to impose responsibility as it is in a perfect democracy. One doesn't want to regard those distant officials as if they were kings, but for certain sorts of state action, secretly prepared or suddenly launched, they bear a kind of regal responsibility. When a state like this commits itself to a campaign of aggression, its citizens, or many of them, are likely to go along, as Americans did during the Vietnam War, arguing that the way may after all be just, that it is not possible for them to be sure whether it is just or not, that their leaders know best and tell them this or that, which sounds plausible enough, and that nothing they can do will make much difference anyway. These are not immoral arguments, though they reflect badly on the society within which they are made. And they can, no doubt, be made too quickly by citizens seeking to avoid the difficulties that might follow if they thought about the war for themselves. These people are or may be blameworthy, not for aggressive war, but for bad faith as citizens. But that is a hard charge to make, for citizenship plays such a small part in their everyday lives. Free action in the communal sphere is a possibility for men and women in such a state only in the formal sense that serious governmental restraint, actual repression, doesn't exist. Perhaps it should also be said that the communal sphere doesn't exist, for it is only the day-by-day assumption of responsibility that creates that sphere and gives it meaning. Even patriotic excitement, war fever, among such people is probably best understood as a reflex of distance, a desperate identification, stimulated, it may be, by a false account of what is going on. One might say of them what one says of soldiers in combat, that they are not to blame for the war, since it is not their war. But as an account of all the citizens, even in such a state, this is certainly exaggerated. For there exists a group of more knowledgeable men and women, members of what political scientists call the foreign policy elites, who are not so radically distanced from the national leadership, and some subset of these people, together with others in touch with them, is likely to form an opposition or perhaps even a movement of opposition to the war. It would seem possible to regard the entire group of knowledgeable people as at least potentially blameworthy if that war is aggressive, and unless they join the opposition. 19 To say that is to presume upon the knowledge they have and their private sense of political possibility. But if we turn to an actual case of imperfect democracy, like the United States in the late 1960s and early 1970s, the presumption doesn't seem unwarranted. Surely there was knowledge and opportunity enough among the country's elites, the national and local leaders of its political parties, its religious establishments, its corporate hierarchies, and perhaps above all its intellectual teachers and spokesmen, the men and women whom Noam Chomsky has named, in tribute to the role they play in contemporary government, the new mandarins. 20 Surely many of these people were morally complicitous in our Vietnam aggression. I suppose one can also say of them what many of them have said of themselves, that they were simply mistaken in their judgments of the war, failed to realize this or that, thought that was true when it was not, or hoped for this result which never came about. In moral life generally, one makes allowances for false beliefs, misinformation, and honest mistakes. But there comes a time in any tale of aggression and atrocity when such allowances can no longer be made. I cannot mark out that time here, nor am I interested in pointing at particular people or certain that I can do so. I only want to insist that there are responsible people even when, under the conditions of imperfect democracy, moral accounting is difficult and imprecise. The real moral burden of the American war fell on that subset of men and women whose knowledge and sense of possibility were made manifest by their oppositional activity. They were the ones most likely to reproach themselves and one another, continually asking whether they were doing enough to stop the fighting, devoting enough time and energy, working hard enough, working as effectively as they could. For most of their fellow citizens, anxious, apathetic, and alienated, the war was merely an ugly or an exciting spectacle, until they were forced to join it. For the dissidents, it was a kind of moral torture, self-torture, as Gray describes it, though they also tortured one another, wastefully, in savage internecine conflicts over what was to be done. And this self-torture bred a kind of self-righteousness vis-a-vis the others, an endemic failing on the left, though understandable enough under conditions of aggressive war and mass acquiescence. The expression of that self-righteousness, however, is not a useful way to get one's fellow citizens to think seriously about the war or to join the opposition, nor was it useful in this case. It is not easy to know what course of action might serve these purposes. Politics is difficult at such a time. But there is intellectual work to do that is less difficult. One must describe as graphically as one can the moral reality of war, talk about what it means to force people to fight, analyze the nature of democratic responsibilities. These, at least, are encompassable tasks, and they are morally required of the men and women who are trained to perform them. Nor is it dangerous to perform them, in a democratic state, waging war in a distant country. And the citizens of such a state have time to listen and reflect. They, too, are in no immediate danger. War imposes harsher burdens than any these people have to bear, as we shall see when we consider, finally, the moral life of men at arms. Why aren't they responsible as soldiers? If they are morally bound to vote against the war, why aren't they also bound to refuse to fight? The answer is that they vote as individuals, each one deciding for himself, but they fight as members of the political community, the collective decision having already been made, subject to all the moral and material pressures that I described in Chapter 3. They act very well if they refuse to fight, and we should honor those. They are likely to be few who have the self-certainty and courage to stand against their fellows. I have argued elsewhere that democracies ought to respect such people and ought certainly to tolerate their refusals. See the essay on conscientious objection in obligations. That doesn't mean, however, that the others can be called criminals. Patriotism may be the last refuge of scoundrels, but it is also the ordinary refuge of ordinary men and women, and it requires of us another sort of toleration. But we should expect opponents of the war to refuse to become officers or officials, even if they feel bound to share combat risks with their countrymen. But see the note in Anne Frank's diary, I don't believe that only governments and capitalists are guilty of aggression. Oh no, the little man is just as keen on it, for otherwise the people of the world would have risen in revolt long ago. I'm sure she is right about the keenness, and I don't want to excuse it. But we don't, for all that, call the little men war criminals, and I am trying to explain why we don't. The Diary of a Young Girl, trans. B.M. Muyart Doubleday, New York, 1953, p. 201. 19. War Crimes, Soldiers and Their Officers. We are concerned now with the conduct of war and not its overall justice. For soldiers, as I have already argued, are not responsible for the overall justice of the wars they fight. Their responsibility is limited by the range of their own activity and authority. Within that range, however, it is real enough, and it frequently comes into question. There wasn't a single soldier, says an Israeli officer who fought in the Six-Day War, who didn't at some stage have to decide, to choose, to make a moral decision. Quick and modern though the war was, the soldier was not turned into a mere technician. He had to make decisions that were of real significance. And when faced with decisions of that sort, soldiers have clear obligations. They are bound to apply the criteria of usefulness and proportionality until they come up against the basic rights of the people they are threatening to kill or injure, and then they are bound not to kill or injure them. But judgments about usefulness and proportionality are very difficult for soldiers in the field. It is the doctrine of rights that makes the most effective limit on military activity, and it does so precisely because it rules out calculation and establishes hard and fast standards. Hence in my initial cases I will focus on specific violations of rights and on the defenses that soldiers commonly offer for these violations. The defenses are basically of two sorts. The first refers to the heatedness of battle and the passion or frenzy it engenders. The second refers to the disciplinary system of the army and the obedience it requires. These are serious defenses, they suggest the loss of self that is involved in warfare, and they remind us that most soldiers most of the time have not chosen the combat and discipline they endure. Where is their freedom and responsibility? But there is a related issue that I must consider before trying to mark out the realm of freedom from the coercions and hysteria of war. The war convention requires soldiers to accept personal risks rather than kill innocent people. This requirement takes different forms in different combat situations, and I have already discussed these in considerable detail. My concern now is with the requirement itself. The rule is absolute. Self-preservation in the face of the enemy is not an excuse for violations of the rules of war. Soldiers, it might be said, stand to civilians like the crew of a liner to its passengers. They must risk their own lives for the sake of the others. No doubt this is easy to say, less easy to do. But if the rule is absolute, the risks are not. It is a question of degree. The crucial point is that soldiers cannot enhance their own security at the expense of innocent men and women. This might be called an obligation of soldiering as an office, but it is a hard question whether one can rightly be said to assume such obligations when one comes into the office as unwillingly as most soldiers do. Imagine a liner manned by kidnapped sailors. Would the members of such a crew be bound, as the ship was sinking, to see to the safety of the passengers before seeing to their own? I am not sure how to answer that question, but there is a crucial difference between the work of coerced crew members and that of military conscripts. The first group is not in the business of sinking ships, the second is. Conscripts impose risks on innocent people. They are themselves the immediate source of the danger and they are its effective cause. And so it is not a question of saving themselves, letting others die, but of killing others in order to improve their own odds. Now that they cannot do, because that no man can do. Their obligation isn't in practice mediated by the office of soldiering. It arises directly from the activity in which they are engaged, whether that activity is voluntary or not, or at least it arises so long as we regard soldiers as moral agents, and even if we regard them as coerced moral agents. Point 2, they are not mere instruments, they do not stand to the army as their weapons do to them. It is precisely because they do, sometimes, choose to kill or not, to impose risks or accept them, that we require them to choose in a certain way. That requirement shapes the whole pattern of their rights and duties in combat. And when they break out of that pattern, it is a matter of some significance that they don't by and large deny the requirement. They claim, instead, that they literally were not able to fulfill it, that they were not at the moment of their crime, moral agents at all. In the heat of battle. 2 accounts of killing prisoners. In his fine memoir of World War I, Guy Chapman tells the following story. After a minor but bloody advance from one line of trenches to the next, he encountered one of his fellow officers, his face slack and haggard, but not from weariness. Chapman asked him what was wrong. Point 3. Oh, I don't know. Nothing. At least. Look here, we took a lot of prisoners in those trenches yesterday morning. Just as we got into their line, an officer came out of a dugout. He'd got one hand above his head, and a pair of field glasses in the other. He held the glasses out to S underscore 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 underscore. And said, "Here you are, Sergeant, I surrender." S underscore 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 said, "Thank you, sir," and took the glasses with his left hand. At the same moment, he tucked the butt of his rifle under his arm and shot the officer straight through his head. "What the hell ought I to do?" "I don't see that you can do anything," I answered slowly. "What can you do? Besides, I don't see that S underscore 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 S really to blame. He must have been half mad with excitement by the time he got into that trench. I don't suppose he ever thought what he was doing. If you start a man killing, you can't turn him off like an engine. After all, he is a good man. He was probably half off his head. It wasn't only him. Another did exactly the same thing. Anyhow, it's too late to do anything now. I suppose you ought to have shot both on the spot. The best thing now is to forget it. That sort of thing happens often in war, and it is commonly excused." Chapman's argument makes some sense. It is, in effect, a plea of temporary insanity. It suggests a kind of killing frenzy that begins in combat and ends in murder, the line between the two being lost to the mind of the individual soldier. Or it suggests a frenzy of fear such that the soldier cannot recognize the moment when he is no longer in danger. He is not, indeed, a machine that can just be turned off, and it would be inhumanly righteous not to look with sympathy on his plight. And yet, if it is true that enemy soldiers are often killed trying to surrender, it is also true that a relatively small number of men do the extra killing. The rest seem ready enough to stop as soon as they can, whatever the state of mind they had worked themselves into during the battle itself. This fact is morally decisive, for it suggests a common acknowledgement of the right to quarter, and it proves that the right can in fact be recognized, since it often is, even in the chaos of combat. It is simply not true of soldiers, as one philosopher has recently written, that war, in some important ways, makes psychopaths of them all. For the argument has to be more particular than that. When we make allowances for what individual soldiers do in the heat of battle, it must be because of some knowledge we have that distinguishes these soldiers from the others or their circumstances from the usual ones. Perhaps they have encountered enemy troops who feigned surrender in order to kill their captors, then the war rights of other troops are made problematic in a new way, for one cannot be sure when killing is extra. Or perhaps they have been under some special strain or have been fighting too long and are near to nervous exhaustion. But there is no general rule that requires us to make allowances, and sometimes, at least, soldiers should be censured or punished for killings that take place after the battle is over, though summary execution is probably not the best form of punishment. They should certainly never be encouraged to believe that a total lack of restraint can be excused merely by reference to the passions that cause it. There are officers, however, who encourage exactly that belief, not out of compassion but calculation, not because of the heat of the battle but in order to raise the temperature of men in combat. In his novel The Thin Red Line, one of the best accounts of jungle fighting in World War II, James Jones tells of another incident of extra killing. 5 He describes a new army unit, its members unblooded and without confidence in their ability to fight. After a hard march through the jungle, they come upon a Japanese position from the rear. There is a brief and savage fight. At a certain point, Japanese soldiers start trying to surrender, but some of the Americans cannot or will not stop the killing. 6 Even after the firefight is definitely over, those Japanese who have succeeded in surrendering are brutally treated by men, so Jones wants to suggest, who are caught up in a kind of intoxication, their inhibitions suddenly gone. The commanding officer watches all this and does nothing. He did not want to jeopardize the new toughness of spirit that had come over the men after achieving success here. That spirit was more important than whether or not a few Jap soldiers got kicked around or killed. I suppose that soldiers must be men of spirit, like Plato's guardians, but Jones' colonel has mistaken the nature of their spiritedness. It is almost certainly true that they fight best when they are most disciplined, when they are most in control of themselves and committed to the restraints appropriate to their trade. Extra killing is less a sign of toughness than of hysteria, and hysteria is the wrong kind of spiritedness. But even if the colonel's calculations were correct, he would still be bound to stop the killing if he could, for he cannot train and toughen his men at the expense of Japanese prisoners. He is also bound to act so as to prevent such killings in the future. This is a crucial aspect of what is called command responsibility, and I will take it up in detail later on. It is important to stress now that it is a large responsibility, for the general policy of the Army, expressed through its officers, the climate they create by their day-to-day actions, has far more to do with the incidence of extra killing than does the intensity of the actual fighting. But this doesn't mean that individual soldiers must be excused. Indeed, it suggests once again that heatedness isn't the issue, but murderousness, and for their own murderousness individuals are always responsible, even when under the conditions of military discipline they are not exclusively so. It is a feature of criminal responsibility that it can be distributed without being divided. We can, that is, blame more than one person for a particular act without splitting up the blame we assign. 7 When soldiers are shot trying to surrender, the men who do the actual shooting are fully responsible for what they do, unless we recognize particular extenuating circumstances. At the same time, the officer who tolerates and encourages the murders is also fully responsible, if it lay within his power to prevent them. Perhaps we blame the officer more, for his coolness, but I have tried to suggest that combat soldiers, too, should be held to high standards in such matters, and they will surely want their enemies held to high standards. The case looks very different, however, when combatants are actually ordered to take no prisoners or to kill the ones they take or to turn their guns on enemy civilians. Then it is not their own murderousness that is at issue but that of their officers. They can act morally only by disobeying their orders. In such a case, we are likely to divide as well as distribute responsibility. We regard soldiers under orders as men whose acts are not entirely their own and whose liability for what they do is somehow diminished. Superior orders. The My Lai massacre. The incident is infamous and hardly needs retelling. A company of American soldiers entered a Vietnamese village where they expected to encounter enemy combatants, found only civilians, old men, women, and children, and began to kill them, shooting them singly or collecting them in groups, ignoring their obvious helplessness and their pleas for mercy, not stopping until they had murdered between 400 and 500 people. Now, it has been argued on behalf of these soldiers that they acted, not in the heat of battle, since there was no battle, but in the context of a brutal and brutalizing war which was in fact, if only unofficially, a war against the Vietnamese people as a whole. In this war, the argument goes on, they had been encouraged to kill without making careful discriminations, encouraged to do so by their own officers and driven to do so by their enemies, who fought and hid among the civilian population. 8 These statements are true, or partly true, and yet massacre is radically different from guerrilla war, even from a guerrilla war brutally fought, and there is considerable evidence that the soldiers at My Lai knew the difference. For while some of them joined in the murders readily enough, as if eager to kill without risk, there were a few who refused to fire their guns and others who had to be ordered to fire 2 or 3 times before they could bring themselves to do so. Others simply ran away. One man shot himself in the foot so as to escape the scene. A junior officer tried heroically to stop the massacre, standing between the Vietnamese villagers and his fellow Americans. Many of his fellows, we know, were sick and guilt-ridden in the days that followed. This was not a fearful and frenzied extension of combat, but free and systematic slaughter, and those men that participated in it can hardly say that they were caught in the grip of war. They can say, however, that they were following orders, caught in the grip of the United States Army. The orders of Captain Medina, the company commander, had in fact been ambiguous. At least, the men who heard them could not agree afterwards as to whether or not they had been told to waste the inhabitants of My Lai. He is quoted as having told his company to leave nothing living behind them and to take no prisoners. They're all V.CS, now go and get them. But he is also said to have ordered only the killing of enemies, and when asked, who is the enemy, to have offered the following definition, in the words of one of the soldiers: anybody that was running from us, hiding from us, or who appeared to us to be the enemy. If a man was running, shoot him. Sometimes even if a woman with a rifle was running, shoot her. 9 That is a very bad definition, but it isn't morally insane. Barring a loose interpretation of the appearance of enmity, it would have excluded most of the people killed at My Lai. Lieutenant Calley, who actually led the unit that entered the village, gave far more specific orders, commanding his men to kill helpless civilians who were neither running nor hiding, let alone carrying rifles, and repeating the command again and again when they hesitated to obey. The Army's judicial system singled him out for blame and punishment, though he claimed he was only doing what Medina had ordered him to do. The enlisted men who did what Calley ordered them to do were never charged. It must be a great relief to follow orders. Becoming a soldier, writes J. Glenn Gray, was like escaping from one's own shadow. The world of war is frightening, decisions are difficult, and it is comforting to slough off responsibility and simply do what one is told. Gray reports soldiers insisting on this special kind of freedom: when I raised my right hand and took the army oath, I freed myself of the consequences for what I do. I'll do what they tell me and nobody can blame me. 10. Army training encourages this view, even though soldiers are also informed that they must refuse unlawful orders. No military force can function effectively without routine obedience, and it is the routine that is stressed. Soldiers are taught to obey even petty and foolish commands. The teaching process has the form of an endless drill, aimed at breaking down their individual thoughtfulness, resistance, hostility, and waywardness. But there is some ultimate humanity that cannot be broken down, the disappearance of which we will not accept. In his play The Measures Taken, Bertolt Brecht describes militant communists as blank pages on which the revolution writes its instructions. 11. I suppose there are many drill sergeants who dream of a similar blankness. But the description is a false one and the dream a fantasy. It is not that soldiers don't sometimes obey as if they were morally blank. What is crucial is that the rest of us hold them responsible for what they do. Despite their oath, we blame them for the crimes that follow from unlawful or immoral obedience. Soldiers can never be transformed into mere instruments of war. The trigger is always part of the gun, not part of the man. If they are not machines that can just be turned off, they are also not machines that can just be turned on. Trained to obey without hesitation, they remain nevertheless capable of hesitating. I have already cited examples of refusal, delay, doubt, and anguish at my lie. These are internal confirmations of our external judgments. No doubt we can make these judgments too quickly, without hesitations and doubts of our own, paying too little attention to the harshness of battle and the discipline of the army. But it is a mistake to treat soldiers as if they were automatons who make no judgments at all. Instead, we must look closely at the particular features of their situation and try to understand what it might mean, in these circumstances, at this moment, to accept or defy a military command. The defense of superior orders breaks down into two more specific arguments, the claim of ignorance and the claim of duress. These two are standard legal and moral claims, and they seem to function in war very much as they do in domestic society. 12. It is not the case, then, as has often been argued, that when we judge soldiers we must balance the necessities of military discipline, that obedience be quick and unquestioning, against the requirements of humanity, that innocent people be protected. Point 13. Rather, we view discipline as one of the conditions of wartime activity, and we take its particular features into account in determining individual responsibility. We do not excuse individuals in order to maintain or strengthen the disciplinary system. The army may cover up the crimes of soldiers or seek to limit liability for them with that end, or that pretended end, in view, but such efforts do not represent the delicate working out of a conception of justice. What justice requires is, first of all, that we commit ourselves to the defense of rights and, second, that we attend carefully to the particular defenses of men who are charged with violating rights. Ignorance is the common lot of the common soldier, and it makes an easy defense, especially when calculations of usefulness and proportionality are called for. The soldier can plausibly say that he does not know and cannot know whether the campaign in which he is engaged is really required for the sake of victory, or whether it has been designed so as to hold unintended civilian deaths within acceptable limits. From his narrow and confined vantage point, even direct violations of human rights as in the conduct of a siege, for example, or in the strategy of an anti-guerrilla campaign may be unseen and unseeable. Nor is he bound to seek out information. The moral life of a combat soldier is not a research assignment. We might say that he stands to his campaigns as to his wars, he is not responsible for their overall justice. When war is fought at a distance, he may not be responsible even for the innocent people he himself kills. Artillerymen and pilots are often kept in ignorance of the targets at which their fire is directed. If they ask questions, they are routinely assured that the targets are legitimate military objectives. Perhaps they should always be skeptical, but I don't think we blame them if they accept the assurances of their commanders. We blame instead the far-seeing commanders. As the example of my lie suggests, however, the ignorance of common soldiers has its limits. The soldiers in the Vietnamese village could hardly have doubted the innocence of the people they were ordered to kill. It is in such a situation that we want them to disobey, when they receive orders which, as the army judge said at the Cali trial, a man of ordinary sense and understanding would, under the circumstances, know to be unlawful. 14. Now, this implies an understanding not only of the circumstances but also of the law, and it was argued at Nuremberg and has been argued since that the laws of war are so vague, uncertain, and incoherent that they can never require disobedience. 15. Indeed, the state of the positive law is not very good, especially where it relates to the exigencies of combat. But the prohibition against massacre is plain enough, and I think it is fair to say that common soldiers have been charged and convicted only for the knowing murder of innocent people, shipwreck survivors struggling in the water, for example, or prisoners of war, or helpless civilians. Nor is it a question here only of the law, for these are acts that not only violate unchallenged rules of warfare, as the British Field Manual of 1944 states, but that also outrage the general sentiments of humanity. 16. Ordinary moral sense and understanding rule out killings like those at My Lai. One of the soldiers there remembers thinking to himself that the slaughter was just like a Nazi-type thing. That judgment is precisely right, and there is nothing in our conventional morality that renders it doubtful. But the excuse of duress may hold even in a case like this, if the order to kill is backed up by a threat of execution. I have argued that soldiers in combat cannot plead self-preservation when they violate the rules of war. For the dangers of enemy fire are simply the risks of the activity in which they are engaged, and they have no right to reduce those risks at the expense of other people who are not engaged. But a threat of death directed not at soldiers in general but at a particular soldier, a threat, as the lawyers say, imminent, real, and inevitable, alters the case, lifting it out of the context of combat and war risk. Now it becomes like those domestic crimes in which one man forces another, under threat of immediate death, to kill a third. The act is clearly murder, but we are likely to think that the man in the middle is not the murderer. Or, if we do think him a murderer, we are likely to accept the excuse of duress. Surely someone who refuses to kill at such a time, and dies instead, is not just doing his duty, he is acting heroically. Gray provides a paradigmatic example. 17. In the Netherlands, the Dutch tell of a German soldier who was a member of an execution squad ordered to shoot innocent hostages. Suddenly he stepped out of rank and refused to participate in the execution. On the spot he was charged with treason by the officer in charge and was placed with the hostages, where he was promptly executed by his comrades. Here is a man of extraordinary nobility, but what are we to say of his former comrades? That they are committing murder when they fire their guns, and that they are not responsible for the murder they commit. The officer in charge is responsible, and those among his superiors who decided on the policy of killing hostages. Responsibility passes over the heads of the members of the firing squad, not because of their oaths, not because of their orders, but because of the direct threat that drives them to act as they do. War is a world of duress, of threat and counter-threat, so we must be clear about those cases in which duress does, and those in which it does not count as an excuse for conduct we would otherwise condemn. Soldiers are conscripted and forced to fight, but conscription by itself does not force them to kill innocent people. Soldiers are attacked and forced to fight, but neither aggression nor enemy onslaught forces them to kill innocent people. Conscription and attack bring them up against serious risks and hard choices. But constricted and frightening as their situation is, we still say that they choose freely and are responsible for what they do. Only a man with a gun at his head is not responsible. But superior orders are not always enforced at the point of a gun. Army discipline in the actual context of war is often a great deal more haphazard than the firing squad example suggests. It is a great boon of front-line positions, writes Gray, that disobedience is frequently possible, since supervision is not very exact where danger of death is present. 18. And in rear areas as well as at the front, there are ways of responding to an order short of obeying it: postponement, evasion, deliberate misunderstanding, loose construction, overly literal construction, and so on. One can ignore an immoral command or answer it with questions or protests, and sometimes even an overt refusal only invites reprimand, demotion, or detention. There is no risk of death. Whenever these possibilities are open, moral men will seize upon them. The law seems to require a similar readiness, for it is a legal principle that juris excuses only if the harm the individual soldier inflicts is not disproportionate to the harm with which he is threatened. 19 He is not excused for the murder of innocent people by the threat of demotion. It has to be said, however, that officers are far more capable than enlisted men of weighing the dangers they face. Telford Taylor has described the case of Colonel William Peters, an officer in the Confederate Army during the American Civil War, who refused a direct order to burn the town of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. 20 Peters was relieved of his command and placed under arrest, but he was never brought before a court-martial. We may admire his courage, but if he anticipated that his superiors would, prudently, as another Confederate officer said, avoid a trial, his decision was relatively easy. The decision of an ordinary soldier, who may well be subject to summary justice and who knows little of the temper of his more distant superiors, is much harder. At My Lai, those men who refused to fire never suffered for their refusal and apparently did not expect to suffer, and that suggests that we must blame the others for their obedience. In more ambiguous cases, the duress of superior orders, though it is not imminent, real, and inevitable and cannot count as a defense, is commonly regarded as an extenuating factor. That seems the right attitude to take, but I want to stress once again that when we take it we are not making concessions to the need for discipline, but simply recognizing the plight of the common soldier. There is another reason for extenuation, unmentioned in the legal literature, but prominent in moral accounts of disobedience. The path that I have marked out as the right one is often a very lonely path. Here, too, the case of the German soldier who broke ranks with his fellow executioners and was promptly executed by them is unusual and extreme. But even when a soldier's doubts and anxieties are widely shared, they are still the subject of private brooding, not of public discussion. And when he acts alone, with no assurance that his comrades will support him. Civil protest and disobedience usually arise out of a community of values. But the army is an organization, not a community, and the communion of ordinary soldiers is shaped by the character and purposes of the organization, not by their private commitments. Theirs is the rough solidarity of men who face a common enemy and endure a common discipline. On both sides of a war, unity is reflexive, not intentional or premeditated. To disobey is to breach that elemental accord, to claim a moral separateness, or a moral superiority, to challenge one's fellows, perhaps even to intensify the dangers they face. This is what is most difficult, wrote a French soldier who went to Algeria and then refused to fight, being cut off from the fraternity, being locked up in a monologue, being incomprehensible. 21. Now, incomprehensible is perhaps too strong a word, for a man appeals at such a time to common moral standards. But in the context of a military organization, that appeal will often go unheard, and so it involves a risk that may well be greater than that of punishment, the risk of a profound and morally disturbing isolation. This is not to say that one can join in a massacre for the sake of togetherness. But it suggests that moral life is rooted in a kind of association that military discipline precludes or temporarily cuts off, and that fact, too, must be taken into account in the judgments we make. It must be taken into account especially in the case of common soldiers, for officers are more free in their associations and more involved in discussions about policy and strategy. They have a say in the shape and character of the organization over which they preside. Hence, again, the critical importance of command responsibility. Command responsibility. Being an officer is not at all like being a common soldier. Rank is something men compete for, aspire to, glory in, and so even when officers were initially conscripted, we need not worry about holding them rigidly to the duties of their office. For rank can be avoided even when service cannot. Junior officers are killed at a high rate in combat, but still there are soldiers who want to be officers. It is a question of the pleasures of command. There is nothing quite like it, so I am told, in civilian life. The other side of pleasure, however, is responsibility. Officers take on immense responsibilities, again unlike anything in civilian life, for they have in their control the means of death and destruction. The higher their rank, the greater the reach of their command, the larger their responsibilities. They plan and organize campaigns, they decide on strategy and tactics, they choose to fight here rather than there, they order men into battle. Always, they must aim at victory and attend to the needs of their own soldiers. But they have at the same time a higher duty. The soldier, be he friend or foe, wrote Douglas MacArthur when he confirmed the death sentence of General Yamashita, is charged with the protection of the weak and unarmed. It is the very essence and reason of his being. A sacred trust. 22 Precisely because he himself, gun in hand, artillery and bombers at his call, poses a threat to the weak and unarmed, he must take steps to shield them. He must fight with restraint, accepting risks, mindful of the rights of the innocent. That obviously means that he cannot order massacres, nor can he terrorize civilians with bombardment or bombing, or uproot whole populations in order to create free fire zones, or take reprisals against prisoners, or threaten to kill hostages. But it means more than that. Military commanders have two further and morally crucial responsibilities. First, in planning their campaigns, they must take positive steps to limit even unintended civilian deaths, and they must make sure that the numbers killed are not disproportionate to the military benefits they expect. Here the laws of war are of little help. No officer is going to be criminally charged for killing too many people if he does not actually massacre them. But the moral responsibility is clear, and it cannot be located anywhere else than in the office of commander. The campaign belongs to the commander as it does not belong to the ordinary combatants. He has access to all available information and also to the means of generating more information. He has, or ought to have, an overview of the sum of actions and effects that he is ordering and hoping for. If, then, the conditions set by the doctrine of double effect are not met, we should not hesitate to hold him accountable for the failure. Second, military commanders, in organizing their forces, must take positive steps to enforce the war convention and hold the men under their command to its standards. They must see to their training in this regard, issue clear orders, establish inspection procedures, and assure the punishment of individual soldiers and subordinate officers who kill or injure innocent people. If a great deal of such killing and injuring takes place, they are presumptively responsible, for we assume that it lay within their power to prevent it. Given what actually happens in war, military commanders have a great deal to answer for. General Bradley and the bombing of St. Lo. In July 1944, Omar Bradley, in command of American forces in Normandy, was engaged in planning a breakout from the invasion beachheads established the month before. The plan that he worked out, codenamed Cobra and approved by Generals Montgomery and Eisenhower, called for the carpet bombing of an area 3.5 miles wide, 1.5 deep, along the Perriers Road outside the town of St. Lo. Air bombing, we calculated, would either destroy or stun the enemy in the carpet and so permit a quick advance. But it also posed a moral problem, which Bradley discusses in his autobiography. On July 20, he described the coming attack to some American newsmen. 23. The correspondents listened quietly to the outline of our plan, craned their necks as I pointed to the carpet and tallied the air strength that had been assigned to us. At the close of the briefing, one of the newsmen asked if we would forewarn the French living within bounds of the carpet. I shook my head as if to escape the necessity for saying no. If we were to tip our hand to the French, we would also show it to the Germans. The success of Cobra hung upon surprise. It was essential we have surprise even if it meant the slaughter of innocents as well. Bombing of this sort, along the line of battle and in close support of combat troops, is permitted by positive international law. Even indiscriminate fire is permitted within the actual combat zone. 24 Civilians are thought to be forewarned by the proximity of the fighting. But as the correspondent's question suggests, this does not resolve the moral issue. We still want to know what positive measures might have been taken to avoid the slaughter of innocents or reduce the damage done. It is important to insist on such measures because, as this example clearly shows, the proportionality rule often has no inhibitory effects at all. Even if a large number of civilians lived in those 5 square miles near St. Lo, and even if all of them were likely to die, it would seem a small price to pay for a breakout that might well signal the end of the war. To say that, however, is not to say that those innocent lives are forfeit, for there may be ways of saving them short of calling off the attack. Perhaps civilians all along the battlefront could have been warned, without giving up surprise in a particular sector. Perhaps the attack could have been redirected through some less populated area, even at greater risk to the soldiers involved. Perhaps the planes, flying low, could have aimed at specific enemy targets, or artillery have been used instead, since shells could then be aimed more precisely than bombs, or paratroops dropped or patrols sent forward to seize important positions in advance of the main attack. I am in no position to recommend any of these courses of action, although, in the event, any of the last of them might have been preferable, even from a military point of view. For the bombs missed the carpet and killed or wounded several hundred American soldiers. How many French civilians were killed or wounded Bradley does not say. However many civilians died, it cannot be said that their deaths were intentional. On the other hand, unless Bradley worked his way through the sorts of possibilities I have listed, it also cannot be said that he intended not to kill them. I have already explained why that negative intention ought to be required from soldiers. It is the domestic equivalent of what the lawyers call due care in domestic society. With reference to specific and small-scale military actions, like the bombing of cellars described by Frank Richards, the people required to take care are common soldiers and their immediate superiors. In cases such as the Cobra campaign, the relevant individuals stand higher in the hierarchy. It is on General Bradley that we rightly focus our attention, and on his superiors. Once again, I have to say that I cannot specify the precise point at which the requirements of due care have been met. How much attention is required? How much risk must be accepted? The line isn't clear. Point 25, but it is clear enough that most campaigns are planned and carried out well below the line, and one can blame commanders who don't make minimal efforts, even if one doesn't know exactly what a maximum effort would entail. The case of General Yamashita. The same problem of specifying standards comes up when one considers the responsibility of commanders for the actions of their subordinates. They are bound, as I have said, to enforce the war convention. But even the best possible system of enforcement doesn't preclude particular violations. It proves itself the best possible system by seizing upon these in a systematic way and by punishing the individuals who commit them so as to deter the others. It is only if there is a massive breakdown of this disciplinary system that we demand an accounting from the officers who preside over it. This, in effect, is the demand formally made upon General Yamashita by an American military commission in the aftermath of the Philippine campaign in 1945.26. It was said of Yamashita that he was responsible for a large number of specified acts of violence and murder inflicted upon unarmed civilians and prisoners of war. That these acts had in fact been committed by Japanese soldiers no one denied. On the other hand, no evidence was presented to show that Yamashita had ordered the violence and murder, nor even that he had known about any of the specified acts. His responsibility lay in his failure to discharge his duty as commander to control the operations of the members of his command, permitting them to commit brutal atrocities. Defending himself, Yamashita claimed that he had been entirely unable to exercise control over his troops. The successful American invasion had disrupted his communication and command structure, leaving him in effective charge only of the troops whom he personally led, in retreat, into the mountains of northern Luzon, and these troops had committed no atrocities. The commission refused to accept this defense and sentenced Yamashita to death. His appeal was carried to the U.S. Supreme Court, which declined to review the case, despite memorable dissents by Justices Murphy and Rutledge. Yamashita was executed on February 22, 1946. There are two ways of describing the standard to which Yamashita was held by the Commission and the court majority. The defense lawyers argued that the standard was one of strict liability, radically inappropriate in cases of criminal justice. That is to say, Yamashita was convicted without reference to any acts he committed or even to any omissions that he might have avoided. He was convicted of having held an office, because of the duties said to inhere in that office, even though the duties were in fact undoable under the conditions in which he found himself. Justice Murphy went further: the duties were undoable because of the conditions that the American Army had created. 27. Read against the background of military events in the Philippines subsequent to October 9, 1944, these charges amount to this: we, the victorious American forces, have done everything possible to destroy and disorganize your lines of communication, your effective control of your personnel, your ability to wage war. In these respects we have succeeded. And now we charge and condemn you for having been inefficient in maintaining control of your troops during the period when we were so effectively besieging and eliminating your forces and blocking your ability to maintain effective command. This is probably an accurate description of the facts of the case. Not only was Yamashita unable to do the things that commanders should do, but if we push the argument back, he was in no sense the author of the conditions which made those things impossible. I should add, however, that the other judges did not believe, or did not admit, that they were enforcing the principle of strict liability. According to Chief Justice Stone, the question was whether the law of war imposes on an army commander a duty to take such appropriate measures as are within his power to control the troops under his command. It is easy to answer that question affirmatively, but not at all easy to say what measures are appropriate under the adverse conditions of combat, disorganization, and defeat. One wants to set the standards very high, and the argument for strict liability is utilitarian in character, holding officers automatically responsible for massive violations of the rules of war forces them to do everything they can to avoid such violations, without forcing us to specify what they ought to do. 28. But there are two problems with this. First of all, we don't really want commanders to do everything they can, for that requirement, taken literally, would leave them little time to do anything else. This point is never as telling in their case as it is in the case of political leaders and domestic crime. We don't require our leaders to do everything they can, but only to take appropriate measures, to prevent robbery and murder, for they have other things to do. But they, presumably, have not armed and trained the people who commit robbery and murder, and these people are not directly in their charge. The case of military commanders is different, hence we must expect them to devote a great deal of time and attention to the discipline and control of the men with guns they have turned loose in the world. But still, not all their time and attention, not all the resources at their command. The second argument against strict liability in criminal cases is a more familiar one. Even doing everything is not the same as doing it successfully. All we can require is serious efforts of specific sorts. We cannot require success, since the conditions of warfare are such that success isn't always possible. And the impossibility of success is necessarily an excuse given serious effort, an entirely satisfactory excuse for failure. To refuse to accept the excuse is to refuse to regard the defendant as a moral agent, for it is in the nature of moral agents, of human beings, that their best efforts sometimes fail. The refusal disregards the defendant's humanity, makes him into an example, pour encourager l'autre, and that we have no right to do to anyone. These two arguments seem to me right, and they exonerate General Yamashita, but they also leave us with no clear standards at all. In fact, there is no philosophical or theoretical way of fixing such standards. That is also true with regard to the planning and organization of military campaigns. There is no sure rule against which to measure the conduct of General Bradley. The discussion of double effect in chapters 9 and 10 pointed only in a fairly crude way toward the sorts of considerations that are relevant when we make judgments about such matters. The appropriate standards can emerge only through a long process of casuistic reasoning, that is, by attending to one case after another, morally or legally. The chief failure of the Military Commission and the Supreme Court in 1945, aside from the fact that they failed to do justice to General Yamashita, is that they made no contribution to this process. They did not specify the measures that Yamashita might have taken, they did not suggest what degree of disorganization might serve as a limit on command responsibility. Only by making such specifications, again and again, can we draw the lines that the War Convention requires. We can say more than this, I think, if we turn back briefly to the My Lai case. The evidence brought forward at the trial of Lieutenant Calley and the materials collected by newsmen carrying on their own investigations of the massacre clearly suggest the responsibility of officers superior to both Calley and Medina. The strategy of the American war in Vietnam, as I have already argued, tended to put civilians at risk in unacceptable ways, and ordinary soldiers could hardly ignore the implications of that strategy. My Lai was itself in a free fire zone, routinely shelled and bombed. If you can shoot artillery in there every night, one soldier asked, how can the people in there be worth so much? 29 In effect, soldiers were taught that civilian lives were not worth much, and there seems to have been little effort to counteract that teaching except by the most formal and perfunctory instruction in the rules of war. If we are fully to assign blame for the massacre, then, there are a large number of officers whom we would have to condemn. I cannot put together a list here, and I doubt that all of them could have been or ought to have been legally charged and tried, though this might have been a useful occasion to apply, and improve upon, the Yamashita precedent. But that many officers are morally chargeable seems certain, and their blameworthiness is not less than that of the men who did the actual killing. Indeed, there is this difference between them: in the case of the ordinary soldiers, the burden of proof lies with us. As in any murder case, we must prove their knowing and willful participation. But the officers are presumptively guilty, the burden of proof, if they would demonstrate their innocence, lies with them. And until we find some way of imposing that burden, we shall not have done all that we can do in defense of the weak and unarmed, the innocent victims of war. The nature of necessity. 4. I have left the hardest question for last. What are we to say about those military commanders, or political leaders, who override the rules of war and kill innocent people in a supreme emergency? Surely we want to be led at such a time by men and women ready to do what has to be done, what is necessary, for it is only here that necessity, in its true sense, comes into the theory of war. On the other hand, we cannot ignore or forget what it is they do. The deliberate killing of the innocent is murder. Sometimes, in conditions of extremity, which I have tried to define and delimit, commanders must commit murder or they must order others to commit it. And then they are murderers, though in a good cause. In domestic society, and particularly in the context of revolutionary politics, we say of such people that they have dirty hands. I have argued elsewhere that men and women with dirty hands, though it may be the case that they had acted well and done what their office required, must nonetheless bear a burden of responsibility and guilt. 30 They have killed unjustly, let us say, for the sake of justice itself, but justice itself requires that unjust killing be condemned. There is obviously no question here of legal punishment, but of some other way of assigning and enforcing blame. What way, however, is radically unclear. The available answers are all likely to make us uneasy. The nature of that uneasiness will be apparent if we turn again to the case of British terror bombing in World War II. The dishonoring of Arthur Harris. He will perhaps go down in history as a giant among the leaders of men. He gave Bomber Command the courage to surmount its ordeals. So writes the historian Noble Frankland about Arthur Harris, who directed the strategic bombing of Germany from February 1942 until the end of the war. 31 Harris was, as we have seen, the determined advocate of terrorism, resisting every attempt to use his planes for other purposes. Now, terror bombing is a criminal activity, and after the immediate threat posed by Hitler's early victories had passed, it was an entirely indefensible activity. Hence Harris's case isn't really an example of the dirty hands problem. He and Churchill, who was ultimately responsible for military policy, faced no moral dilemma, they should simply have stopped the bombing campaign. But we can take it as an example, nonetheless, for it apparently had that form in the minds of British leaders, even of Churchill himself at the end. That is why Harris, though of course criminal charges were never brought against him, was not treated after the war as a giant among the leaders of men. He had done what his government thought necessary, but what he had done was ugly, and there seems to have been a conscious decision not to celebrate the exploits of Bomber Command or to honor its leader. From this work, writes Angus Calder, Churchill and his colleagues at last recoiled. After the Strategic Air Offensive officially ended in mid-April 1945, Bomber Command was slighted and snubbed, and Harris, unlike other well-known commanders, was not rewarded with a peerage. In such circumstances, not to honor was to dishonor, and that is exactly how Harris regarded the government's action, or omission. 32 He waited a while for his reward and then, resentfully, left England for his native Rhodesia. The men he led were similarly treated, though the snub was not so personal. In Westminster Abbey, there is a plaque honoring those pilots of Fighter Command who died during the war, listing them all by name. But the bomber pilots, though they suffered far heavier casualties, have no plaque, their names are unrecorded. It is as if the British had taken to heart Ralph Hokahuda's question 33. Is a pilot who bombs population centers under orders still to be called a soldier? All this makes a point, though it does so indirectly and in so equivocal a fashion that we cannot but notice its moral awkwardness. Harris and his men have a legitimate complaint. They did what they were told to do and what their leaders thought was necessary and right, but they are dishonored for doing it, and it is suddenly suggested, what else can the dishonor mean, that what was necessary and right was also wrong. Harris felt that he was being made a scapegoat, and it is surely true that if blame is to be distributed for the bombing, Churchill deserves a full share. But Churchill's success in dissociating himself from the policy of terrorism is not of great importance. There is always a remedy for that in retrospective criticism. What is important is that his dissociation was part of a national dissociation, a deliberate policy that has moral significance and value. And yet, the policy seems cruel. Stated in general terms, it amounts to this, that a nation fighting a just war, when it is desperate and survival itself is at risk, must use unscrupulous or morally ignorant soldiers, and as soon as their usefulness is past, it must disown them. I would rather say something else, that decent men and women, hard-pressed in war, must sometimes do terrible things, and then they themselves have to look for some way to reaffirm the values they have overthrown. But the first statement is probably the more realistic one. For it is very rare, as Machiavelli wrote in his Discourses, that a good man should be found willing to employ wicked means, even when such means are morally required. 34 And then we must look for people who are not good, and use them, and dishonor them. Perhaps there is some better way of doing that than the way Churchill chose. It would have been better if he had explained to his countrymen the moral costs of their survival, and if he had praised the courage and endurance of the flyers of Bomber Command even while insisting that it was not possible to take pride in what they had done, an impossibility that many of them must have felt. But Churchill did not do that. He never admitted that the bombing constituted a wrong. In the absence of such an admission, the refusal to honor Harris at least went some small distance toward re-establishing a commitment to the rules of war and the rights they protect. And that, I think, is the deepest meaning of all assignments of responsibility. Conclusion. The world of necessity is generated by a conflict between collective survival and human rights. We find ourselves in that world less often than we think, certainly less often than we say, but whenever we are there, we experience the ultimate tyranny of war and also, it might be argued, the ultimate incoherence of the theory of war. In a troubling essay entitled War and Massacre, Thomas Nagel has described our situation at such a time in terms of a conflict between utilitarian and absolutist modes of thought. We know that there are some outcomes that must be avoided at all costs, and we know that there are some costs that can never rightly be paid. We must face the possibility, Nagel argues, that these two forms of moral intuition are not capable of being brought together into a single, coherent moral system, and that the world can present us with situations in which there is no honorable or moral course for a man to take, no course free of guilt and responsibility for evil. 35 I have tried to avoid the stark indeterminacy of that description by suggesting that political leaders can hardly help but choose the utilitarian side of the dilemma. That is what they are there for. They must opt for collective survival and override those rights that have suddenly loomed as obstacles to survival. But I don't want to say, any more than Nagel does, that they are free of guilt when they do that. Were there no guilt involved, the decisions they make would be less agonizing than they are. And they can only prove their honor by accepting responsibility for those decisions and by living out the agony. A moral theory that made their life easier, or that concealed their dilemma from the rest of us, might achieve greater coherence, but it would miss or it would repress the reality of war. It is sometimes said that the dilemma ought to be concealed, that we should draw the veil, as Churchill tried to do, over the crimes that soldiers and statesmen cannot avoid. Or, we should avert our eyes for the sake of our innocence, I suppose, and the moral certainties. But that is a dangerous business. Having looked away, how will we know when to look back? Soon we will avert our eyes from everything that happens in wars and battles, condemning nothing, like the second monkey in the Japanese statue, who sees no evil. And yet there is plenty to see. Soldiers and statesmen lie mostly on this side of the ultimate crises of collective survival. The greater number by far of the crimes they commit can neither be defended nor excused. They are simply crimes. Someone must try to see them clearly and describe them in express words. Even the murders called necessary must be similarly described. It doubles the crime to look away, for then we are not able to fix the limits of necessity, or remember the victims, or make our own, awkward, judgments of the people who kill in our name. Mostly morality is tested only by the ordinary pressures of military conflict. Mostly it is possible, even when it isn't easy, to live by the requirements of justice. And mostly the judgments we make of what soldiers and statesmen do are singular and clear-cut. With whatever hesitations, we say yes or no, we say right or wrong. But in supreme emergencies our judgments are doubled, reflecting the dualist character of the theory of war and the deeper complexity of our moral realism. We say yes and no, right and wrong. That dualism makes us uneasy. The world of war is not a fully comprehensible, let alone a morally satisfactory place. And yet it cannot be escaped, short of a universal order in which the existence of nations and peoples could never be threatened. There is every reason to work for such an order. The difficulty is that we sometimes have no choice but to fight for it. Telford Taylor suggests a possible exception to this rule, citing a hypothetical case which has often been discussed in the legal literature. A small detachment of troops on a special mission or cut off from its main force takes prisoners under such circumstances that men cannot be spared to guard them. And that to take them along would greatly endanger the success of the mission or the safety of the unit. The prisoners are likely to be killed, Taylor says, in accordance with the principle of military necessity. Nuremberg and Vietnam, New York, 1970, p. 36. But if it is only the safety of the unit that is in question, its mission may already have been accomplished. The proper appeal would be to self-preservation. The argument from necessity has not, despite Taylor, been accepted by legal writers. The argument from self-preservation has won greater support. In his military code for the Union Army, for example, Francis Lieber writes that a commander is permitted to direct his troops to give no quarter, when his own salvation makes it impossible to cumber himself with prisoners. Taylor, p. 36n. But surely in such a case the prisoners should be disarmed and then released. Even if it is impossible to take them along, it is not impossible to set them free. There may be risks in doing that, but these are exactly the sorts of risks soldiers must accept. The risks involved in leaving wounded men behind are of the same sort, but that is not a satisfactory reason for killing them. For a useful discussion of these issues, see Marshall Cohen, Morality and the Laws of War, in Held, Morgan Besser and Nagel, eds, Philosophy, Morality, and International Affairs, New York, 1974, pages 76 to 78. It may be useful to suggest the sorts of commands that should be issued at such a time. Here is an account of an Israeli unit entering Nablus during the Six-Day War. The battalion co got on the field telephone to my company and said, "Don't touch the civilians. Don't fire until you're fired at, and don't touch the civilians. Look, you've been warned. Their blood be on your heads." In just those words. The boys in the company kept talking about it afterwards. They kept repeating the words. Their blood be on your heads. The Seventh Day, Soldiers Talk About the Six-Day War, London, 1970, p. 132. Afterward, Nonviolence and the Theory of War. The dream of a war to end war, the myth of Armageddon, the last battle, the vision of the lion lying down with the lamb, all these point toward an age definitively peaceful, a distant age that lies across some unknown time break, without armed struggle and systematic killing. It will not come, so we have been told, until the forces of evil have been decisively defeated and mankind freed forever from the lust for conquest and domination. In our myths and visions, the end of war is also the end of secular history. Those of us trapped within that history, who see no end to it, have no choice but to fight on, defending the values to which we are committed, unless or until some alternative means of defense can be found. The only alternative is nonviolent defense, war without weapons, as it has been called by its advocates, who seek to adjust our dreams to our realities. They claim that we can uphold the values of communal life and liberty without fighting and killing, and this claim raises important questions, secular and practical questions, about the theory of war and the argument for justice. To treat them as they deserve would require another book. I can offer only a brief essay, a partial and tentative analysis of the ways in which nonviolence relates, first, to the doctrine of aggression, and then to the rules of war. Nonviolent defense differs from conventional strategies in that it concedes the overrunning of the country that is being defended. It establishes no obstacles capable of stopping a military advance or preventing a military occupation. Although minor delaying actions against the incursions of foreign troops and functionaries may be possible, writes Gene Sharp, civilian defense does not attempt to halt such entry, and cannot successfully do so. One that is a radical concession, and I don't think that any government has ever made it willingly. Nonviolence has been practiced, in the face of an invasion, only after violence, or the threat of violence, has failed. Then its protagonists aim to deny the victorious army the fruits of its victory through a systematic policy of civilian resistance and non-cooperation. They call upon the conquered people to make themselves ungovernable. I want to stress that it is not war but civilian resistance that has usually been regarded as a last resort, because war holds out at least the possibility of avoiding the occupation that evokes or requires the resistance. But we might reverse this ordering were we to decide that resistance is as likely to end the occupation as military action is to prevent it, and at a much lower cost in human lives. There is as yet no evidence that that proposition is true, no cases in which civilian defense has caused an invader to withdraw. 2. But no nonviolent struggle has ever been undertaken by a people trained in advance in its methods and prepared, as soldiers are in the case of war, to accept its costs. So it might be true, and if it is, we should have to regard aggression very differently from the way we do at present. It might be said that nonviolence abolishes aggressive war simply by virtue of the refusal to engage the aggressor militarily. Invasion is not morally coercive in the ways I described in Chapter 4. Men and women cannot be forced to fight, if they have come to believe that they can defend their country in some other way, without killing and being killed. And if there really is some other way, at least potentially effective, then the aggressor cannot be charged with forcing them to fight. Nonviolence de-escalates the conflict and diminishes its criminality. By adopting the methods of disobedience, non-cooperation, boycott, and general strike, the citizens of the invaded country transform aggressive war into a political struggle. They treat the aggressor in effect as a domestic tyrant or usurper, and they turn his soldiers into policemen. If the invader accepts this role, and if he responds to the resistance he encounters with curfews, fines, jail sentences, and nothing more, the prospect is opened up of a long-term struggle, not without its difficulties and painfulness for civilians, but far less destructive than even a short war, and winnable, we are assuming, by those same civilians. Allied states would have no reason to intervene militarily in such a struggle, which is a good thing, since if they too were committed to nonviolent defense, they would have no means of intervening. But they could bring moral and perhaps also economic pressure to bear against the invaders. This, then, would be the position of the invaders. They would hold the country they had attacked, could establish military bases wherever they pleased, and enjoy whatever strategic benefits these yielded them, vis-a-vis other countries, presumably. But their logistics problems would be severe, for unless they brought along their own personnel, they could not depend upon the local transportation or communication systems. And since they could hardly bring along an entire workforce, they would have great difficulty exploiting the natural resources and the industrial productivity of the invaded country. Hence the economic costs of the occupation would be high. The political costs might well be higher. Everywhere their soldiers would encounter sullen, resentful, withdrawn, and non-cooperative civilians. Though these civilians would never take up arms, they would rally, demonstrate, and strike, and the soldiers would have to respond, coercively, like the hated instruments of a tyrannical regime. Their military elan might well fade, their morale erode, under the strains of civilian hostility and of an ongoing struggle in which they never experienced the release of an open fight. Eventually, perhaps, the occupation would become untenable, and the invaders would simply leave. They would have won and then lost a war without weapons. This is an attractive, even though it is not a millennial, picture. Indeed, it is attractive precisely because it is not millennial, but conceivable in the world we know. It is only just conceivable, however, for the success I have described is possible only if the invaders are committed to the war convention, and they won't always be committed. While nonviolence by itself replaces aggressive war with political struggle, it cannot by itself determine the means of struggle. The invading army can always adopt the common methods of domestic tyrants, which go well beyond curfews, fines, and jail sentences, and its leaders, though they are soldiers, may well be tempted to do that for the sake of a quick victory. Tyrants will not, of course, lay siege to their own cities or bombard them, nor will invaders who encounter no armed opposition. 3 But there are other, probably more efficient, ways of terrorizing a people whose country one controls, and of breaking their resistance. In his Reflections on Gandhi, George Orwell points out the importance of exemplary leadership and wide publicity in a nonviolent campaign, and wonders whether such a campaign would even be possible in a totalitarian state. It is difficult to see how Gandhi's methods could be applied in a country where opponents of the regime disappear in the middle of the night and are never heard from again, for nor would civilian resistance work well against invaders who sent out squads of soldiers to kill civilian leaders, who arrested and tortured suspects, established concentration camps, and exiled large numbers of people from areas where the resistance was strong to distant and desolate parts of the country. Nonviolent defense is no defense at all against tyrants or conquerors ready to adopt such measures. Gandhi demonstrated this truth, I think, by the perverse advice he gave to the Jews of Germany, that they should commit suicide rather than fight back against Nazi tyranny. 5 Here nonviolence, under extreme conditions, collapses into violence directed at oneself rather than at one's murderers, though why it should take that direction I cannot understand. If one faces an enemy like the Nazis, and if armed resistance is impossible, it is virtually certain that the men and women of the occupied country, those who have been marked out for survival, at any rate, and perhaps even those who have been marked out for death, will yield to their new masters and obey their decrees. The country will grow silent. Resistance will be a matter of individual heroism or of the heroism of small groups, but not of collective struggle. The success of nonviolent resistance requires that soldiers, or their officers or political leaders, refuse at some early point, before civilian endurance is exhausted, to carry out or support a terrorist policy. As in guerrilla war, the strategy is to force the invading army to bear the onus of civilian deaths. But here the onus is to be made especially clear, especially unbearable, by the dramatic absence of any armed struggle in which civilians might be collusive. They will be hostile, certainly, but no soldiers will die at their hands or at the hands of partisans who have their secret support. And yet, if their resistance is to be broken decisively and quickly, the soldiers will have to be prepared to kill them. Since they are not always prepared to do that, or since their officers are not always sure that they will do it again and again, as might be necessary, civilian defense has had a certain limited effectiveness not in expelling an invading army, but in preventing the attainment of particular goals set by its leaders. As Liddell Hart has argued, however, these effects have only been possible against opponents whose code of morality was fundamentally similar to that of the civilian defenders, and whose ruthlessness was thereby restrained. It is very doubtful whether nonviolent resistance would have availed against a Tartar conqueror in the past, or against a Stalin in more recent times. The only impression it seems to have made on Hitler was to excite his impulse to trample on what, to his mind, was contemptible weakness, although there is evidence that it did embarrass many of his generals, brought up in a better code. If one could count on that better code and look forward to a nonviolent test of will civilian solidarity against military discipline, there would, I think, be no reason to fight. Political struggle is better than fighting, even when victory is uncertain. For victory in war is also uncertain, and here it might be said, as it cannot easily be said in the case of war, that the citizens of the occupied country will win if they deserve to win. As in the domestic struggle against tyranny, so long as the struggle doesn't degenerate into massacre, we judge them by their capacity for self-help, that is, by their collective determination to defend their liberty. When one cannot count on the moral code, nonviolence is either a disguised form of surrender or a minimalist way of upholding communal values after a military defeat. I don't want to underestimate the importance of the second of these. Though civilian resistance evokes no moral recognition among the invading soldiers, it can still be important for its practitioners. It expresses the communal will to survive, and though the expression is brief, as in Czechoslovakia in 1968, it is likely to be long remembered. 7 The heroism of civilians is even more heartening than that of soldiers. On the other hand, one should not expect much more from civilians confronted with a terrorist or potentially terrorist army than brief or sporadic resistance. It is easy to say that nonviolent action is not a course for cowards. It requires the ability and determination to sustain the battle whatever the price in suffering. 8 But this sort of exhortation is no more attractive than that of a general telling his soldiers to fight to the last man. Indeed, I prefer the exhortation of the general, since he at least addresses himself to a limited number of men, not to an entire population. The case is similar with guerrilla war, which has this advantage over civilian resistance: it recapitulates the military situation where only a relatively few people are asked to sustain the battle, though the others will suffer too, as we have seen, unless the opposing army fights in accordance with the war convention. The comparison with guerrilla war is worth pursuing further. In an armed insurrection, the coercing and killing of civilians by enemy soldiers has the effect of mobilizing other civilians and bringing them into the insurgent camp. The indiscriminate violence of their opponents is one of the major sources of guerrilla recruitment. Nonviolent resistance, on the other hand, is possible on a significant scale only if civilians are already mobilized and prepared to act together. The resistance is simply the physical expression of that mobilization, directly, in the streets, or indirectly, through economic slowdowns and political passivity. Now the coercion and killing of civilians is likely to break the solidarity of the resistance, spreading terror through the country and eventually producing a dulled acquiescence. At the same time, it may demoralize the soldiers who are called upon to do what appears to them, if it appears to them, indecent work, and it may undercut support for the occupation among the friends and relatives of those soldiers. Guerrilla war can produce a similar demoralization, but the effect is compounded by the fear soldiers must feel in the face of the hostile men and women among whom they are forced to fight, and die. In the case of nonviolent defense, there will be no fear, there will only be disgust and shame. The success of the defense is entirely dependent upon the moral convictions and sensibilities of the enemy soldiers. Nonviolent defense depends upon non-combatant immunity. For this reason, it is no service to the cause to ridicule the rules of war or to insist, as Tolstoy did, that violence is always and necessarily unrestrained. When one wages a war without weapons, one appeals for restraint from men with weapons. It is not likely that these men, soldiers subject to military discipline, are going to be converted to the creed of nonviolence. Nor is it critical to the success of the war that they be converted, but only that they be held to their own putative standards. The appeal that is made to them takes this form: you cannot shoot at me, because I am not shooting at you, nor am I going to shoot at you. I am your enemy and will remain so as long as you occupy my country. But I am a non-combatant enemy, and you must coerce and control me, if you can, without violence. The appeal simply restates the argument about civilian rights and soldierly duties that underlies the war convention and provides its substance. And this suggests that the transformation of war into a political struggle has as its prior condition the restraint of war as a military struggle. If we are to aim at the transformation, as we should, we must begin by insisting upon the rules of war and by holding soldiers rigidly to the norms they set. The restraint of war is the beginning of peace. Postscript: a defense of just war theory. In the years since this book was first published, just war theory has become a minor academic industry. It has proved particularly engaging for contemporary philosophers, though political theorists and legal scholars are also working on the difficult issues of morality and war. The literature seems vast, given what writing on this subject was like in the middle years of the last century. Vietnam is the major reason for the surge of interest, but interest has been sustained by America's subsequent wars, which have been greater in number and longer in duration than anyone expected. Many recent books and articles are critical of what is called standard, or even orthodox, just war theory, which this book is often taken to represent. I have read some of this literature, but mostly I have listened to the critical arguments at lectures and academic conferences in the United States and abroad, and sometimes I have responded to them. I want to respond here, not to particular philosophers but to the cohort of recent academic writers about war who believe that the distinctiveness of just war theory is unnecessary. War's dilemmas are in no way exceptional, they do not differ from the moral dilemmas of everyday life, and they can be dealt with by the familiar methods of analytic philosophy. What is at issue, in part, is the very subject of the theory. What is just war theory about? There are at least two answers to this question, one of which I want to defend as strongly as I can. The first answer is that just war theory is about war, and the second answer is that just war theory is about moral philosophy. The difference is most simply a matter of focus. Toward what issues, what hard questions, what specific circumstances, is the theorist's attention directed? But we might also think of it in a backward-looking way. What was the theorist reading before she began writing? And since I bear some small responsibility for the academic industry, I will begin autobiographically, with my own reading matter. Before I wrote Just and Unjust Wars, I read some key texts in Catholic moral theology and early international law: Augustine, Aquinas, and Vittoria, Grotius and Puffendorf, and a few others. I read a handful of 19th and 20th century legal textbooks and a couple of contemporary theorists, like Paul Ramsey, the most important Protestant writer on war in the 1950s and 1960s. But the greater part by far of my reading was not in theory at all but in military history, both academic and popular, and then in the memoir literature produced by soldiers of different ranks, preferably the lower ranks, junior officers and foot soldiers, who make the toughest moral decisions on the battlefield, and then in wartime journalism and commentary, especially about Vietnam, the immediate occasion of my own writing. Finally, I read many of the novels and poems that deal with the experience of fighting and the company of soldiers. The non-theoretical genres, and the books and articles they include, seemed to me the critically necessary material for my project, partly because I had never been a soldier myself and I needed to learn as much as I could about the experience of war. But I also focused on histories, memoirs, essays, novels, and poems because I wanted the moral arguments of my book to ring true to their authors and to the men and women about whom they were writing. Looking over the recent flood of books and articles about justice and injustice in war, I sense that many authors are not reading the way I did. They are preoccupied with the academic literature about moral philosophy and just war theory. They are reading the journals, not the journalists, they are reading each other. This is a common academic practice, but it has always seemed to me problematic, especially when the subject is politics and war. After reading each other, these theorists argue with each other, and sometimes with the rest of us, disagreeing about significant theoretical points and about fine points, too. Some of the disagreements are about ethical issues like self-defense and responsibility, issues that arise not only in wartime but also in civil society in time of peace and in many ordinary domestic contexts. Many of these theorists take the view that issues of this sort can be delineated most clearly and addressed most conclusively in contexts far removed from war, and even in hypothetical and elaborately constructed cases that have no historical or practical reference at all. So they have no need to read, say, military history. The debate is focused elsewhere, and all that is necessary is to read the works of the other participants in the debate. I don't want to deny the possible usefulness of this sort of philosophical labor. Issues that arise in war, but also in other real and imagined contexts, can certainly be addressed, illuminated, and perhaps even resolved, in the other contexts. But I worry that the illuminations and resolutions won't ring true to the people I have always tried to address, for whom war is a primary subject and a personal experience. But how can that be? Surely if we have figured out what personal responsibility, for example, means in the way that many contemporary philosophers figure things out, by abstracting from particular cases, by inventing examples that test every possible definition, by calling each other to account with increasingly refined examples, then we also know what personal responsibility means in war. There is no point in reading historical analyses of military decisions, or subjective accounts of decision-making in the field, or fictional narratives about combat, since none of these are designed for philosophical purposes. What counts is the cleverness of the design and the questions that it highlights and helps us answer. For these theorists, wars and battles are like street crimes and marital disputes in civil society, they involve the same kind of moral dilemmas. They are cases to which theorists need to apply the rules of everyday morality. In order to figure out the rules, they may start from the cases, playing with them, changing their details, even inventing possible and impossible variations that test our understanding of the rules as they are, or as they might be, or should be. But these theorists have no commitment to the actual cases until they know the applicable rules, and hypothetical cases will do just as well in figuring things out, perhaps better, since they impose no reality constraints on their designers. Still, all the cases, real and hypothetical, are in some sense familiar, that is, they can be imagined to arise, however improbable they are, in everyday life. I want to argue, against this view, that wars and battles are not cases to which the law and morality of everyday life can be applied. By definition, they don't take place in civil society. War is a long-standing human practice, however uncomfortable we are with it, which represents a radical break with our ordinary social activities. The practice of war has been argued about and reflected on over many centuries, and it has its own law and even its own morality, which have been produced through the adaptation of ordinary law and morality to the peculiar circumstances of war. If we want to understand why that adaptation was necessary and what it has produced, we need to turn first to war itself. We need to understand what wars and battles are, how they have been experienced over the years, and how their moral and legal rules have been worked out. That's the point of reading military history and soldiers' memoirs. Only then can we turn to particular wars, particular battles, and particular incidents in battles. Only then do we have cases to which we can apply the rules and come to grips with the peculiar tensions to which these applications are subject. And then, finally, we will be in a position to argue for or against revisions of the rules. We can learn a lot about the rules and the tensions and the possibly necessary revisions by reading what earlier international lawyers and just war theorists have written, but some of their key arguments will seem strange or incomprehensible unless we begin with the literature of war itself. It is especially strange that just war theory, in its standard form, requires us to judge the conduct of a war independently of our judgment of its character, so that what soldiers are permitted to do or barred from doing in battle doesn't depend on whether their war is just or not. I am going to focus here on this strange requirement, which lies at the center of contemporary philosophical debates. What the required independence of the two judgments means is that we grant soldiers on both sides, whether their cause is just or unjust, an equal right to fire their guns, so long as they aim only at each other and not at innocent civilians. We treat soldiers on the battlefield as moral equals. Many, it may be most, of the philosophers working on these issues today are highly critical of this equality, and of the separation of ad bellum justice from in bello justice. They think it is obviously wrong to judge soldiers by how well they fight, without reference to the rightness or wrongness of the war they are fighting. They want soldiers fighting a just war to be able to do things, like firing their guns, that soldiers fighting an unjust war are barred from doing. And their argument makes a lot of sense if, as I wrote about one of them, we imagine war to be a peacetime activity. Indeed, standard just war theory is untenable if we take wars and battles to be like street crimes and marital disputes. We need an example here, not hypothetical, so let's compare aggressive war to a bank robbery in, say, Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Let Philadelphia represent a peaceful civil society. We would certainly not judge the conduct of the robbery independently of the wrongfulness of robbing banks, as if the wrong didn't make a difference. It does make a difference. If there is a shootout between the bank robber and a bank guard, it can't be the case that the two of them have an equal right to shoot so long as neither of them aims at innocent bystanders. Though they are both subject to moral constraints, the guard has rights that the robber obviously doesn't have. So, by analogy, shouldn't we say that the just warrior, defending his country, has rights that the unjust warrior, invading the country, doesn't have? This is the central challenge, though there are others, related to this one, posed by many contemporary moral philosophers to the standard or orthodox theory of just war, the theory that I have tried to develop and defend. According to the standard theory, aggressive war is indeed a crime, but it isn't the crime of the ordinary soldiers who fight it. The criminals are the men and women, mostly men, the political and military leaders, who consult together and decide, let's say, to attack a neighboring country. The Nuremberg Tribunal got it right, then, when it indicted the heads of the Nazi Party, state, and army, and allowed ordinary German soldiers to go home. But how can these soldiers be guiltless, who marched into Poland, Russia, Belgium, France, and so many other countries? To answer that question, which I have now put in the strongest possible way, we must focus on what actually happens in the world of war. For this is a world where life is radically unlike life in Philadelphia or in any peaceful civil society, even one beset by armed and possibly violent bank robbers. What is special, what is peculiar, about war? I have a short list of features that moral and political theorists, philosophers too, should attend to, a list that could be expanded. It is designed only to serve the immediate purposes of my argument here. First, the circumstances of war are intensely coercive, and they are coercive in ways that are probably not equaled anywhere else. Slavery and imprisonment are highly coercive institutions, and conscription for military service is sometimes compared to them, by its opponents. The comparison can be useful in political debates, though it is greatly exaggerated. But it is hard to exaggerate the coerciveness of the battlefield, where life is always at risk and soldiers are compelled to act in ways that have no precedent in their own, or in any, civilian experience. Command decisions are also subject to the coerciveness of war, hence the claim of military necessity. Moral theorists who try to set limits to that claim, as I try to do in Just and Unjust Wars, must acknowledge its possible force. In the heat of battle, officers are driven to do cruel things, which they would never imagine doing in domestic society, by the belief that they have no alternative, or, rather, that the only alternative is defeat, which they take to mean subjection and possibly death, not so much for themselves as for their country and their fellow citizens. If we want, sometimes, to challenge that belief, we must understand the circumstances that produce it. Some of the legal and moral institutions of war acknowledge and even legitimize its coerciveness. Consider the Prisoner of War Convention. I will repeat here an argument I make in Chapter 3, which makes the practice of individual or group surrender on the battlefield possible. Surrender is an implicit agreement. The surrendering soldier, threatened with death, agrees to give up fighting, and his captors agree, whether they think his war just or unjust, to provide him with what lawyers call benevolent quarantine for the duration of the war. But this is an agreement that the captive has made under extreme duress, and according to the ordinary law and morality of domestic life, it cannot have any binding force. And yet we recognize and accept its binding force, so that soldiers who try to escape from a prisoner of war camp are treated as if they have broken their word and thereby acted contrary to the law and morality of war. They are subject to punishment, even to capital punishment. I suppose one could argue that in the original position, as it is described by John Rawls, all potential soldiers would agree to the Prisoner of War Convention and that this hypothetical consent gives it binding force. But then we would have to explain why many prisoners try to escape and rejoin the fighting, and why we celebrate their efforts, why they are commonly described as heroes in books and films when they might plausibly be described as men who have broken their, hypothetical or tacit, promise and put a useful and humane convention at risk. The coerciveness of war explains the Prisoner of War Convention, for there is no other way to allow soldiers to stop fighting without being killed. But there is a second feature of war that explains why some soldiers violate the convention and why we call them heroes. Second, war is an intensely collective and collectivizing experience. When political or moral theorists talk about war, and especially about just war, they commonly begin with the right of individual self-defense. But this is only a bare beginning, and as an introduction to the understanding of warfare, it is somewhat misleading. Wars are fought by individuals, indeed, but not by individuals who are principally engaged in defending themselves. They are members of a collective, to which they attach value, often great value, and they are engaged in a project that is not merely their own. Most often the collective is a state, but it can also be a militant organization that functions like a state. It recruits fighters for a cause, trains and organizes them, and sends them into battle. The cause of many militant organizations is to establish a state. The cause for which states organize armies is to defend their own existence and the common life and individual lives of their citizens. It is a fact of our moral history that many individuals are willing to risk their lives for these causes. This is not easy to understand. If states exist primarily to defend life, then how can life be sacrificed to defend the state? That is the question posed most clearly in the political theory of Thomas Hobbes, to which he offered no satisfactory answer. And in fact the defense of the state, and the pursuit of the cause of any militant organization, not only requires the defenders to put their own lives at risk but also requires them to put the lives of many other people at risk, the fighters they oppose, most obviously, but also the civilians they and their opponents claim to be defending. Some philosophers, working upward, so to speak, from individual self-defense, doubt that any of this can be justified. The value of my life, or yours, may justify violent self-defense, but it is hard for these philosophers to understand how any collective could have that kind of value. They have not, however, succeeded in convincing the rest of us. Patriotism and loyalty are, no doubt, often misguided, but they shouldn't be incomprehensible. Collectives like the state, or the army of the state, are indeed instrumental, they have no intrinsic value. But they make possible, and then they defend, another collective, a community whose existence is of centrally important value to most of its members. This value has many sources: history and memory, traditions of belief and practice, a culture of political engagement, the continuity of families, the sense of place, the immediacy of a way of life. When these seem to be in danger, many of us will risk our lives in their defense. Even in ordinary times, we are, all of us, collectivists of some sort on behalf of our families, or religious communities, or nation-states. But this is a fairly weak collectivism, which only sometimes wins out over individual self-interest. The acceptance of martyrdom in a time of religious persecution is the chief example of this kind of victory. Persecution creates conditions something like those experienced in a nation under attack, when the sense of danger intensifies our collectivist sensibilities, our patriotism and loyalty. And then the defense of the common life and of the necessary agencies of that defense, like states and armies, regularly trumps the defense of the self. That is why captured soldiers will sometimes try to escape from the prisoner of war camp. They want to resume the fighting, and they are willing to accept the risks of doing that, because they think that the victory of their nation or the success of their cause is critically important. The intensified collectivism of war also intensifies the coerciveness of war. In some wars, soldiers fight because they have been impressed or conscripted. But when the common life is in danger, or when people think it is in danger, citizens will rush to enlist in the army. We call them volunteers, but they are probably acting under very strong social pressure and also under the pressure of their own consciences, where conscience means what the word suggests, the knowledge they share with God, in the original religious formulation, or the knowledge they share with other members of their community, in secular understandings. In wartime, and commonly in both the religious and secular versions, what young men and women know is that they ought to volunteer. Conscientious objection is exceptional even when it is permitted. This is collectivized knowledge, and it provides a powerful push toward what is only in a highly qualified sense a voluntary enlistment. Once you are in the army, you are a member of a very strong collective of combatants, and all the people you leave behind are members of another strong collective, the civilian population. These memberships are matters of life and death, hence they are strong in ways that no other memberships, no peacetime memberships, can ever be. I may be a committed professional, a lawyer, doctor, or teacher, I may be a devout member of a religious community, or a political party activist, or a class-conscious worker, but none of these affiliations, though they are undoubtedly very important, is collectivized in as radical a way as combatants and non-combatants are, where being a member determines whether you can, or cannot, be targeted and killed. Perhaps there are soldiers who, given the morality of everyday life, don't deserve to be targeted. They are against the war, they shoot their guns in the air. Perhaps there are civilians who do deserve to be targeted, they are fierce and uncompromising hawks. In the circumstances of war, we cannot make these distinctions. The moral equality of soldiers finds its parallel in the moral equality of civilians. Individuals are incorporated into both these collectives without regard to their personal moral standing. By contrast, in peacetime civil society, life and death decisions are made, in hospitals and courtrooms, for example, with careful attention to individual cases. Soldiers may receive that kind of attention after the war, if they are tried for war crimes. But when the two armies are engaged, and civilians are radically at risk, individual attentiveness isn't possible. We fight with soldiers, we don't fight with civilians. The collectivism of war extends, so to speak, all the way down. It would be wrong to think of a battle as a series of encounters between individual soldiers. War is often chaotic, and soldiers are sometimes cut off from their units, forced to fight on their own, thinking at that moment only of their own survival. But battles commonly are collective engagements, shaped by a strategic plan and then by the tactical decisions of field commanders, which are enforced by rigorous military discipline. Soldiers fight together, helping each other, hoping to survive but aiming at a local victory, a target destroyed, a hill captured, a road opened, an enemy battalion outflanked or surrounded. The local victory has value only as a part of some larger scheme, but if that value is real to the soldiers involved, it justifies the risks they take, and it may justify, as self-defense would not, the risks they impose on nearby civilians. Soldiers make individual decisions about the risks they take and the risks they impose, but they make these decisions in the context of the collectivism, and the coerciveness, of war. No one reading the literature of war can miss the sense of its strangeness and its awfulness. To be forced to risk your life, again and again, for collective purposes, this is not what anyone wants for himself or for the people he cares about. He may think that it is important to fight, it sometimes is, he may even think that the cause is worth dying for, it sometimes is, but he would rather be doing something else. The sense that many soldiers have of being radically committed and of wishing so strongly that they weren't that too probably finds no easy equivalent in ordinary life. And this internally contradictory but emotionally powerful sense is common to soldiers on both sides of the battle. Indeed, soldiers on both sides recognize, if only intermittently, the feelings they share, they see themselves in the others. Perhaps one can construct hypothetical cases that reproduce this feature, or other features, of wartime experience, though I doubt that cases taken from civil society, the bank robber and the bank guard, for example, or any of the hypothetical and constructed cases, variations on the famous trolley car story, say, actually get close enough. And I worry that theorists who focus on these kinds of cases aren't thinking about war at all. They are not interested, or not sufficiently interested, in what actually happens on the battlefield and what it feels like to be there. Third, war is a world of radical and pervasive uncertainty. The outcome of skirmishes and battles is hard to predict, the life chances of any particular soldier change from minute to minute, the knowledge available to officers making decisions is painfully limited. These physical and factual uncertainties probably can't be matched in ordinary civilian life, and they exist alongside moral uncertainties that almost certainly can't be matched. Most often in civilian life we have a fairly good idea about what ought to be done or about who can tell us what ought to be done. Moral practice has a certain habitual quality, and moral and legal authority is routinized. But in the anarchic society of states, which is also the world of war, both morality and authority are radically contested. This doesn't mean that individual soldiers and groups of soldiers won't be convinced of the justice of their cause, they will be convinced, or most of them will, with whatever lingering anxieties. The soldiers of country A will follow the lead of their parents and peers, of their teachers and preachers, and of their prime ministers and presidents. This is another example of the collectivizing tendency of warfare. The difficulty is that all these people, from parents to presidents, exist in two entirely separate sets. And the soldiers from country B, opponents of country A, will be equally convinced, and some of them similarly anxious, they will be following the same leads. And there is no one in the world, literally no one, to whom these two groups of soldiers can turn for impartial and authoritative guidance. Uncertainty exists, so to speak, at the highest level. In international society, there are virtually no cases where warring states, and the neutral states watching them, agree on a single moral, political, or military description of the war, nor is there any routine way of appealing from this or that description to some ultimate judge. Wars end one way or another, but disagreement doesn't. The moral contests outlast the battles, as we can see if we compare the history books produced for state schools in the victorious and in the defeated country. But what if a particular soldier knows that the war his country is fighting is unjust? Or what if the rest of us know that and think he should know it too? How can he fight in such a war? How can anyone fighting unjustly claim a right to kill his opponents, who are fighting justly? These are rhetorical questions. They are commonly asked by philosophers who insist that jus ad bellum determines jus in bello, or, at least, that the two can't be independent of each other, and who further insist that they know which of the warring states has ad bellum justice on its side. Reflecting on the certainty that, it seems to me, underlies these questions, I am reminded of Oliver Cromwell's response to similar certainties among Puritan ministers during the English Revolution: "Think ye in the bowels of Christ, that ye may be wrong." That's not where I think, but I take the point. Given the circumstances of war, soldiers have a right to be wrong, and they have a right to think that they may be wrong and to defer to the decisions of, let's say, their democratically elected leaders. They also have a right to think that though they should oppose the war as citizens, they are bound to fight it as soldiers, because there are many states that would not survive for long in the world of war, in international society as it exists today, without a disciplined army. And, finally, soldiers have a right to refuse to fight in a war they believe to be unjust. In cases like the Nazi war effort with which I began this argument, refusal is certainly the best response. But it is an act of heroism, and it can't be morally required. Unheroic conduct isn't criminal conduct. But mostly soldiers sincerely believe that their war is just, for reasons that seem sufficient to them, and this belief gives a certain shape to their battles, which are fought between soldiers certain of their cause in a world where all causes are uncertain. I am not making a relativist argument here. I have argued over many years that most wars, on one side or the other, are objectively just or unjust. But this objectivity has no political or judicial embodiment. There is no agent of objectivity. And that is one reason for the deep principle of standard, orthodox, just war theory, that soldiers have an equal right to fight, whether their cause is, or isn't, objectively just. Soldiers on both sides have exactly the same rights and obligations. If they are captured, they must be treated similarly and equally, that is, in accordance with the morally strange prisoner of war convention. And after the war, they should be encouraged and helped in exactly the same way to go home and resume their civilian existence. In fact, all the special features of the world of war conspire to produce this principle of warrior equality, which obviously has no domestic equivalent. Again, bank robbers and bank guards are not equals, even if the bank turns into a battlefield. The different forms of wartime coerciveness, social pressure, conscription, army discipline, military necessity impact the soldiers on both sides in roughly the same way. The heightened sense of collective belonging and commitment is felt in similar ways by all of them. And they all live with the same uncertainties. If we want to constrain the conduct of soldiers on the battlefield, we must recognize these similarities. We must insist that all soldiers, whether they think their cause is just or unjust, and whether we think their cause is just or unjust, have the same rights and, what is even more important, the same obligations. No group of soldiers, claiming to be just warriors, can arrogate to themselves rights they deny to others or claim exemption from everyone else's obligations, for if that is allowed and justified, there will soon be no constraints at all. The moral equality of soldiers is perhaps the strangest rule of war. But philosophers who deny its morality seem to me to miss the force of that preposition, rule of war. To understand the rule, you have to take an interest not only in moral theory, which accounts for the strangeness of the rule, but in war itself, which accounts for the existence of the rule.